This is the marquee of the boy's life before he dies, although abandoned as a child. But when he was young, he would meet the old head of the Huashan faction at that time, encounter its loneliness, compassion. He brought the Qingming of the snow and reigned back to the mountain gate. However, times have changed. Before I knew it, it was 10 years later. The lone deer child has also become a teenager. Martial arts even won the first place among the disciples. But he is also the little bastard who has the most headache for his uncles. Lazy in class. Incorrigible. He also often steals the collection of his brothers. He also knew that he was too naughty. There doesn't seem to be a junior disciple in the same sect who hasn't been taught by him. And the elders are angry and indisputable. The little guy didn't listen to a word. When he was about to fall, only then did he repent. I'm proud if I'm not talented, forgetting that what you get is given by the sect. And if I can follow the teachings on my spiritual path. Senior brother, junior brother, maybe you are this generation of Tianjiao. The plum blossom, sword venerable of the world's 3 major sword leaders, was full of remorse. Slowly closed his eyes. And they are led by a gang of 9 factions. The battle of the first demon in ancient and modern times. It also includes the lives of all people, including Qingming. At the expense, when he was dying, he cut off the head of the heavenly demon and ended. But it seems that there is a destiny in the dark. A muffled stick, the knot smashed firmly on the boy's head. It's like a dream, awakens the cleanup that has just lost consciousness. Under the pain, only to find the heavenly demon who was originally in front of him. Turned into a little ghost. I don't know how I survived. But the little beggar arrogantly told him to get out of the way to the criminal police order. The boy had no time to think for a moment, and he tried to negotiate. Was ridiculed by the other party. Another meal down, Qingming raised his hand lightly. Only then did I realize that my hands had become shorter, and he was beaten badly by the head of the little ghost. I was stunned by the stream for a long time. He has not been beaten like this in Huashan for more than 20 years. What is aggrieved is the desire to split. Just when he was thinking about coming back to the factory in the future. But he was dumbfounded when he lowered his head. The imp reflected on the surface of the water looks very unfamiliar. Indeed, I should have died. This is what Buddhism calls rebirth. Then, a little beggar came to Qingling's side with a worried face. You're the guy who just saw me get beaten. Qingling happened to understand the current situation through him. It's just a message from the other party. He couldn't calm himself. This body is not just a real beggar. And now it's 100 years after the Great War of Demon Suppression. Let's put it this way. None of this is a rebirth. Rather, it is a reincarnation that has gone through 100 years of reincarnation. But it's such an awakening. It made Qingling feel what loneliness is. The whole world seems to have been completely cut off from him. And what shocked him even more was, today's 9 factions and 1 gang have long since lost Huashan. Instead, it was Shaolin, Wudong Hidden Song, Kongtong Xingcheng, Omei Hainan, Kunlun Zhongnan, and their beggars. Nowadays, people seem to know nothing about the Huashan faction. But fortunately, the little beggar did hear it. There was a small sect in Huashan, Shangxi. The inner sect seems to have died out. The news came like a bolt from the blue. Qingling couldn't imagine it. Even more unbelievable. It could be called the Huashan of the 3 gates together with the Wudong Nangong family. It will perish in just 100 years. He loosened the little beggar's collar. It's been a long time since I got back to my senses. After a while, the young man trembled and said, I don't believe it. I'm going to Huashan. I'm going to see it with my own eyes. The little beggar glanced at the stranger. Familiar boy again. With a helpless sigh, he asked how he planned to go to Shangxi. Can be a second. Qingming had disappeared in front of him. Look at the appearance of the boy again. This is planning to run all the way to Huashan. But the blushing face and the weak body gave him a hard slap in the face. I want to run down like this. I haven't arrived at Huashan yet. I'm going to have to die again. I can't think of a better way. So he decided to condense his mind and his body first. I found a grove of people who didn't know. He began to practice the piano for the first time in his life. How the memories of the previous life. In his head, divine skills can be said to be dazzling. But Qingling knows that greed can't chew too much. Thereupon, I chose a basic mental method called Liuhagong Fa as the initiation of this body. In this hexagram bow, actually at a street stall, at most, it will be sold for 5 cents. The reason why the choice is so ordinary, it is because this hexagram bow has the longest history, and the basic exercises that have been improved by the immortals countless times. It perfectly purifies the body of the person who has been trained. It can be said that Qing Ming is to give himself this life, lay the strongest foundation. With the absorption of the body's qi, the luck spreads all over the body. He also successfully purified the breath in his body perfectly. At last, he gathered the purification equipment to his own dantian, and this little dantian will be the basis for him to go to another world. But the little one overlooked one very important thing. In this way, the luck is down. He didn't have the strength to move forward. It takes a lot of effort to fall to the ground and lift your hand. It's obvious. He still couldn't get used to this weak body. Late the next day, the town is bustling with people. It's as if it's timeless, but a bunch of beggars. But he ran into an alley in a hurry. It turned out that they had harvested all day. They were all robbed by a little beggar. I can't beat it. That's when they found their boss to come forward. And when they found Qing Ming, the boy was already so hungry that his chest was pressed against his back. He was gobbling up the leftovers. The beggar leader didn't even care that the other party was still a child. Not only to get back what their little brothers lost, I also saw that children could get more by begging. I am going to accept it together. Into your own pocket. It's just that Qing Ming at this time is already full of wine and food. Gradually, I got used to this small body. Just a few people. He hasn't put it in his eyes yet. Bang a few punches down. 3 people have been beaten by teenagers to obey. I don't know how many days it lasted. It is the Qing Ming solar term. An old man far away on Mount Hua. At night, there is a fear of mosquito nuisance. Take advantage of the eve of nightfall. I pushed open the window in the room to let in. Outside the door, there was a sudden sound of a notification to the master. There was a kid who asked for Janning. Look at the dwelling of the head of this faction, so dilapidated. It is not difficult to find that this door is already like this twilight. Approximate sunset. But on his face, always with a sense of ease. It makes you feel close. And the person who asked to see him was Qing Ming. This is the Huashan faction 100 years later. After several twists and turns, the boy finally returned to his former home. The disciple Qing Ming wanted to worship under the Huashan faction, and the old man glanced at the young man meaningfully, turning his head and asking, Yun Yin, have you told this child? We don't accept disciples anymore? After receiving an affirmative answer, the two of them looked at each other strangely, staring at the teenager again. But they never thought of it. Qing Ming fell into this happy appearance. I was already angry in my heart. It turned out that when he came to Huashan with this body, I'm still very happy, although the mountain roads here are like natural hazards. But he's all made it here. It is impossible to be afraid. However, when he did come to the mountain gate, only to find out, the plaques of the Huashan faction in the past have disappeared. His head brother used to be early in the morning every day. We'll wipe it clean. And Qing Ming's noise also alarmed the disciples in the door. It's just a cloud of smoke. At a glance, it was a child. Although the teenager's doubts were affirmed. It means that this is the Huashan faction, that's right. But this is no longer acceptable. Outsiders see that it is getting late. Let the child go down the mountain. He couldn't bear it. Only then did he take the boy into the sect. You can get started originally. It should be a majestic martial arts arena. Now, even the floor tiles have been pried away, and the heaven-shattering palace that originally stood on the left side of the mountain gate. It's like a trick, and it's an empty space. Yun Yin is aware of all kinds of originals. but he really didn't have the face to explain it to the young man. TD can only say, this golden heavenly palace can be regarded as a glorious scar of Huashan. This is the only emotion in Qingming's heart. It can preserve the sect that was on the verge of extinction to this day. How can I blame you for your hard work? When the two of them came to the Imperial Spring Temple, which was used to welcome guests, it is clearly stated that Huashan belongs to the Taoist gate. Since the beginning of its construction, there has been a sense of hospitality. And here you can first visit the patriarch. But when the spirit enters the temple, completely confused, the original golden candlestick here is a scroll left by the patriarch, full of calligraphy and paintings. Not a single one is left. Most importantly, the dark fragrant white plum blossom purple xia divine soared next to the original tablet. Not as pompous as gold. It looks very plain, but it contains the essence of Huashan. It's all gone. And Yunyan said that there happened to be a famous businessman who took a fancy to it. It was sold. Then I heard a thud. The boy sat on his knees weakly. Yunyan only felt that the little guy was very strange. Kindly stepped forward to check. But I haven't approached the Qingming temple yet. Come back to your senses. There was a slamming of the head. I want to worship the Huashan faction. Please let me meet the manager. So the time comes back to the present. Along the way, Qingming has already thought of the apprenticeship script. By virtue of the fact that the younger brother of Qingjin disappeared in the war. It is said that Qingjin fell off the cliff and was rescued by a passing woodcutter. He was too injured to get up. To thank the woodcutter, he taught Huashan martial arts and accepted him as a disciple. And I, Qingming, am the descendant of that woodcutter. So, I happen to be the same generation as this generation of leaders. Just as he waited for the head to find out why. But I heard the old man say something faintly. I agree with your joining. Seeing the young man's astonished gaze, the head added that since you want to get started, and I will fulfill thee. I figured it out too. The so-called fate is cause and effect. People don't drive away birds that come from the rain under the eaves. So what's the reason? Reject a child who comes into our arms. Thereupon, the head of the house asked the cloud eaves to go down to arrange the little one's residence and the initiation ceremony. But only Qingming's heart is galloping with thousands of horses at this time. No, you can't. Isn't my generation really wearing a three-generation disciple's uniform? The helpless Qingming had no choice but to comfort himself. Finally he returned to the sect. But in 100 years, the structure of Huashan's division seems to have undergone great changes. Back then, there is no concept of uniformly living in dormitories for disciples. Newcomers will live in the master's residence. But anyway, this means that someone is staying in this kind of room. Just hadn't waited for him to check it out. The loud voice behind him startled him. Who are you peeking into other people's rooms? Is it a thief? And his voice. It also attracted many onlookers from 3 generations of disciples. Qingming is like an ant on a hot pot. Surrounded by a group of children taller than him, he couldn't get through. Fortunately, a reprimand interrupted the farce here. I learned from the ears of the disciples. Mortals are here in charge of their practice. It was not surprising that the uncle group saw Qingming for the first time. I heard about it early in the morning. There will be a newcomer assigned to the White May Pavilion today. So let him rest first tonight. Tomorrow I will start participating in the spiritual practice. After speaking, he took his disciples to the online class. It's just that teenager named Xiaojia. He glanced back at himself before leaving. It seems that Qingming is unclean hands and feet. Viciously told him to wait. Sooner or later, I will give it myself. He corrected the stinking problem, and Qingming stayed where he was. It was only at this moment that I suddenly figured it out. The revival of our Huashan faction has to start with the baby, but the approach may be a little different. The moon and stars are scarce at night. It was a sunny day. Xiaojia, who came back from evening class, after determining that Uncle Yunjian would not come back at this point, took a group of brothers to find Qingming. The original intention was to let him honestly take a big beating. A teenager who can talk endlessly. I didn't notice the other party snickering. Senior brother strained his neck. In the next second, Xiaojia's face didn't react. It was a punch shorter. I heard a bang on the roof of the white eyebrow pavilion, and the senior brothers present were all dumbfounded at this moment. Qingling slowly withdrew his small smoking fist. The face looked even happier. Senior brothers, let's take a beating first. Accompanied by screams and whimpering. Even the birds perched on the rooftop scattered in all directions. When I saw that the disciples in the hall were already full of cephalosporin. Kneel in front of Qingling and sit in a row. And Xiaojia was stunned and prostrate on the ground. I didn't dare to move. Qingling beckoned the thorn to come over. Only then did he begin to inquire about the whereabouts of the heaven-shattering palace, and why Huashan has fallen to this point. Originally, it is said that 100 years ago, there was a plum blossom sword in Huashan. That is Qingling himself, after he personally cut off the head of the heavenly demon. At that time, Huashan's top combat power. They have all fallen in the crusade against the heavenly demons. It was also activated by the remnants of the demon cult with a vengeance. In the end, the entire Huashan suffered 2 heavy losses. Even now, it can't be slowed down. And so on and so forth. Other words, the reason for the decline of Huashan. It was early the next morning. Qingming, who was preoccupied, did not fall asleep. At this time, a senior brother called out cautiously. The junior brother also opened his eyes. It turned out to be the owner of the Cloud Sword Pavilion. Inform everyone to gather at the 3rd martial arts training ground. And when he came, I saw these brothers on the spot, practicing swordsmanship in an orderly manner. Qingming was speechless for a while. Last night, he knew that these children were vain. Learn swordsmanship early. Learning to memorize scriptures without literacy has no intention, although it doesn't seem to be ahead of people. But it was short-lived. At this time, he was also confused. The decline of Huashan can be described as devastating. Just 100 years. Even the cultivation system has become so broken. Immediately, he asked the senior brother on the side to save this set of swordsmanship. What else will they learn? It's okay not to ask. I learned that the most exquisite swordsmanship of the Huashan school is now, when it is called Tai Blur Sword. The elf even suspected that he was hallucinating at one point. At the beginning, the senior brother in charge had a chat with him. Tai is no longer like Taoist martial arts, and the power is too weak. I feel the same way. It is recommended that the senior brother should directly eliminate this set of exercises. But it's all said okay. As a result, they still learned 24 plum blossom swordsmanship. Is it lost? Night. Qingling called out to senior brother Xiaojia, who was like a tiger for him. God mysteriously asked for it. Prepare something for yourself, and be sure to do it tomorrow morning. Let the 3 generations of disciples gather in front of the Bai Mei Pavilion. And Xiaojia is hindered by the obscenity of this devil. I had to reluctantly agree. After explaining everything, Qingyun's eyes gradually became solemn. Now, Huashan. There is no money, and martial arts talents. And the only thing I can change now is people. Just how to look. These 3 generations of disciples don't look like they are promising. But a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I'll let these brothers be the first part. It wasn't dawn the next day. Teenagers. It was already bustling to gather in the dormitory. Door. A group of senior brothers who have never dealt with Qingling. The tiredness and dissatisfaction on his face were not concealed at all. And Qingling is early on this. There is an expectation, but the teenager's anger still has to be extinguished. So he put on a harmless smile on his face. Take those brothers who haven't been beaten by themselves. All of them were invited into the white eyebrow pavilion. That one. The door seems to have been locked by the guy. A group of people outside suddenly rejoiced. After all, there is such a thing as an early bug being eaten by a bird. They don't want to go through it at all. After a shake, as the electric pavilion in the dormitory shook. The kids who just got in were all released by Qingming. One by one, it is the same as if they have just undergone military training. Stand straight in front of him, seeing that they were all obedient. Qingming snapped and hugged the boxing brothers. Let's work out together every morning. The sun rises in the morning. Find the master's book. I wonder why the little ones didn't come to say hello today. It shouldn't be, because a new disciple just came. Little bunnies, I'm oversleeping by doing some strange ritual. I thought I would have to reprimand them this time. You can come to the martial arts training ground. This is a great Han Ming who has more than 3 lifetimes. He didn't understand his lovely disciples. They all turned into little beggars. Catch one that hasn't fallen to the ground yet. Wonder what's going on here. But the disciples looked at each other at this time. No one dared to tell the truth. This made Yun Jin chuckle in his heart. What is it? Let this group of children be in front of their uncle. You can also have some scruples. At a glance, it didn't seem to be Sister Zhao. You can look at the stage with your eyes. A teenager is carrying a wooden sword. There were also boulders tied to the ends that seemed to be heavier than him. I heard Lime on a swollen face. Let out a long exhale. 10,006 post-turnovers. When I first saw the amazing intensity of the Lime's training, I was afraid that the new child would suddenly collapse. Hurriedly called for green water and asked the Lime to slow down first. Only then did I ask about the embarrassment in the audience. It's okay not to ask for all kinds of reasons. Only then did Yun Jian find out that something was wrong. He said that this is because the brothers are full of energy, but probably because of the first day. This is a little overdone. But those disciples hurriedly gave themselves a look, and the panicked appearance when he saw this kid. The spirit sword understood everything. At first, he was worried that the teenager would bully the weak. This is not in line with the Taoist lineage. I was going to warn about that. That's when I found out. The teenager not only understands that the young and the old are orderly, said that he would follow the instructions of the elder brother, and suppressed all 3 generations of disciples alone. But he only used him to supervise his cultivation. Come to think of it, Yun Jin grinned at this time. This kid is not simple. So it was accompanied by the pleading gazes of the disciples. Yun Jin strode out of the white eyebrow pavilion. At this point, Qingming's devil plan can be regarded as officially launched. The night breeze is clear. However, there was an unusual scene in the disciples' cafeteria. The children at the meal were all dressed in dance costumes. But the entanglement is so weak that it can't even splash the leaves. Children who are not very particular have given up on etiquette. Get started. Instead, the original school bully Zhao Jie, turning a blind eye to the noise and grief in the house. Obviously, he also looked embarrassed. But there was not the slightest dissatisfaction in his eyes. And in the midst of this, and also their big brothers, I saw him propping up his tired body. Stopped the senior brother, who was eating alone. The two of them just faced the midsummer evening breeze. Left the sect cafeteria. After a while, Zhao Jie asked coldly, "Senior brother, what do you think of Huashan?" But the other party didn't know how to answer. It turned out to be in Xiao Jie's eyes. The Huashan faction has long been out of order, but he's still home. But the senior brother is different. He knew that there was no way back for his senior brother. I have long been ready to dedicate my life to Huashan, but he has changed his mind now. Qingming beat that kid after he came. Xiao Jie began to waver, although he was forced by the other party. But this one came down. You just found out? Never before. Push yourself to the limit. And that Qingming, digesting several times more training than them, but not tired. Look at the guy. Xiao Jie also gradually had the idea of fighting hard. Turn around slowly, with a face of firmness and expectation unique to a teenager. He said he wanted to be like that kid too. In the future, he will be a master who can command the world. Seeing this, the senior brother also showed his joy, because he actually has the same idea as Xiao Jie. Looking at the two teenagers, they cleared up from themselves in a few days. I'm actually quite relieved in the bottom of my heart. However, there is still a long way to go. I was thinking about it next. An angry curse suddenly came from outside the mountain gate. A bad premonition. It really swelled up between the lime's eyebrows. There seemed to be a lot of people outside. Without saying anything, he smashed open the door of the Huashan faction, shouted one by one to see the head of Huashan, and the clouds see the clouds. It seems that something is on concern. Neither dared to make a move. I can't stop it. Only then did I hear it in the noise. In this predicament, Huashan even owed foreign debts. It's just a group of people came to the room where the head of the house was. The head of the house was still kind at first. Only then did he show embarrassment when he saw the person who came, and the one who was the leader. It was Gong Wenlian, the shopkeeper of the Taiha building. Although it is a kind face, but the words are heart-wrenching. This hall is a gorgeous mountain. It's been a while since the debt was overdue 7th. If you don't pay it back after 7 days, we're going to confiscate the palace of Huashan. The sun was shining in the sky that night. Not even a single star appeared. It reflects the clear and gloomy mood. Although the 3 generations of disciples have long known about the Central Plains, but after all, they are still young. It is not possible to deal with such things for the teacher. It's just when it comes to Taihalu, the restless clarity was noticeably burning. It seems to hear something terrible repeatedly. I couldn't help it any more after confirmation. Taiha building is obviously an industry of Huashan, who gave him the courage to come to Huashan to collect the debt. He also shamelessly wanted to confiscate the palace of Huashan. But it doesn't make sense. Since Taiha building originally belonged to Huashan, why would you borrow money from Taihalu? Qingming's eyes glanced at Xiaojia, motioned for him to bring what he had prepared. In the blink of an eye, he changed into an assassin outfit. Don't say it looks like it at first glance. I really don't recognize that handsome guy. This is accompanied by the helplessness of the 2 senior brothers. Qingming took advantage of the dark night to find out Huashan, and Huayin County is not far away. This small county town at the foot of the mountain. For hundreds of years, it has prospered by Huashan, but now it's a place of singing and dancing. While watching, no one would compare this with the Baron Huashan faction, associated, and every old shopkeeper here. Go back to the roots. In fact, there is also the cause and effect of Huashan. But you're listening. We'll find the word tiger and wolf in their Chinese. The whole Huashan is now like fish on the chopping board, and this worker is in charge. It seems to be more secret than anyone here. He insisted on confiscating the temple, which seemed worthless. What I like is the terrifying history of Huashan, and these are compared to the wealth left in the mountains. The value is far more than 1,000 times 1,000. A few glasses of wine went down. They all seemed to be drunk. Drunk in the fat sheep that is about to arrive. Drunk on the rest of your life or many inexhaustible riches. And the shopkeeper Lu of the cloth room. On the way out, he was still humming a little song. The stumbling steps are full of excitement. But a person appeared in the blurred vision. Under the slight dispute. Only then did he sober up a little. I seem to have encountered a robber. What a little ghost. And Qinglin Temple is confident. He said he wasn't raping. But I hope the other party can be honest. Answer yourself a few questions. Hearing this, shopkeeper Lu smiled. Did you know? There are a lot of people who eat under my hands. Even if I want to go out alone, I can't do it either. After saying that, it seems that I can't bear to see the miserable situation of the little one. Turn around. He said he had something to ask. You can do whatever you want with this little ghost, as long as it doesn't interfere with speech. In this way, shopkeeper Lu turned his back, while sighing that he is still very kind, while thinking about which opponent sent this little ghost. Not for a while. Suddenly there was a sentence behind him, and it was a bit too much. Hear this. Shopkeeper Lu was taken aback. Looked back immediately, but I saw this little bit. He threw down all his guards. I heard the other party beckoning me lightly. Qing's voice was a little deeper. I told you. As long as you answer my questions obediently, I won't hurt you. But if you start with it, just be it. Since you have chosen to rebel, then you'll have to take a beating. But don't worry. I'll keep you talking. He found out after some inquiry. These were originally Huashan's industries. Not only because Huashan can't get the evidence and doesn't admit it, it is even more at several times or even dozens of times the overdue interest. Lent a little profit to Huashan in times of crisis. They expected it. Today's sect has long since lost its ability to repay. That's where we are now. However, Qingming even knew this. There seems to be no way to change it. This makes the dignified Plum Blossom sword. Lying on the bed in the dormitory is scratching too and scratching. Recalls the senior brother in charge 100 years ago. Every time I look for him on my own, always looks like a thief. I took those accounts as treasures. But suddenly he realized the oddity. 100 years ago, when Huashan was at its peak, the industry is not limited to 1 or 2 Fong-style restaurants. Just 1 or 2 books. And how could it be possible to record exactly that? There is only one truth. That cunning senior brother in charge. Most of the accounts were hidden, and he knew it then. Huashan faction. There is a secret vault that only the head can enter. If it's as you expected, then this vault will be the key to solving the current deadlock. Just thinking about it, Qingming fell into a headache again. Because of that vault, he only heard, never one Viking time, and only from where he thinks it is most likely. Start troubleshooting. Just like that, the boy accompanied the knight, jumped out of his room again, tiny body, carrying an iron pickaxe larger than his body. I touched the mountain behind the master's residence. However, he still underestimated the difficulty of exploring a mountain. Qingming now. There are not many internal forces. It's all about using my own experience in steelmaking. Draw out a small amount of true qi. Cohesive presentation. Reach deep into the ground. This way, although it saves the huge workload of searching for dragons and caves. But he was the only one. It is not advisable to explore. It also made him nearly collapse. At this time, the Qingling was already consumed hugely. But he didn't dare to stop. At all costs. This will be Huashan's last chance. Finally, before dawn. Let him find a trace of his brother's abnormality. Don't say a word. He picked up an iron pickaxe and dug up. But when he dug a big hole, when you see the exposed bricks, I can't help but start to doubt. If it's Huashan's secret vault, how could it be built with such broken bricks? With doubts, Qingming lifted a stone brick and looked inside. It turned out that all he had dug was a tunnel leading to the warehouse. It's a coincidence. A man slowly walked in the darkness. Gradually, only then did Qingming see that he was the head of this area. And I saw him standing in front of the gate of the vault. The palm of his hand stroked the door panel, which looked very thick. Then he lowered his head again. There is no action. It seemed that he had an epiphany after a long time. It's not that the head doesn't do anything, and nothing can be done. He is the pillar of all his men. That's why he can only be here. Bear that pain and powerlessness alone. The horizon in the distance. The morning sun is shining gradually. The head of the family has left alone. Qingming also jumped down silently. Look in the direction of the head of the house. He was silent, turning his head to look at the locked door. He didn't know if there was any hope for the door behind the door. But at this time, the elves and the entire Huashan also had no way out. Just when the teenager uses the compressed internal force, when you're going to open the gate, the door was not only untouched, even bounced back his condensed true qi. A bad feeling suddenly came over me. Crazy. Is this a 10,000-year-old cold iron? And judging from the strength of the rebound just now, the thickness should be at least 1 lamp, even if it's the best master in the world. I guess I can only barely split it. That's when he understood. It turned out to be because of this boss. I didn't even think of opening the door. Think about it. The senior brother in charge of the year. It is impossible to break through this cold, iron gate. There should be another way. So Qing Zero carefully explored. That's when a startling conclusion was reached. The gate is densely covered with sword patterns. It actually contains 24 lots. Plum blossom swordsmanship, bamboo leaf hand Lioa fist. Even Zixiao rigid. I think that's how to open the door. If it was before, there is no problem. Now he is a pure novice with full-level experience. Asked him to use so many Huashan essence pills in one go. There is only one way left in martial arts. Immediately, I saw that the lime seemed to be talking to herself. Feel your belly. Think of it as a month of cultivation. I only use a little, just a little, innate true qi. It's something that everyone has from birth to have. The power to sustain life. I saw that the young man's eyes were bloodshot. Just mention. The corners of the wooden sword's mouth couldn't stop oozing blood. As the sword moves gradually unfolded, the physical and internal forces have also reached their limits. This slowed his movements. With the sound of the hilt of the sword being pinched, it sounded. But you must not stop. I'm the plum blossom sword venerable. That's it. Qing Ling can completed all the moves. He also fell to his knees. And the gate also let out a violent whining sound at this time. His voice opened in front of Qing Ling. It's just that I haven't waited for 2 seconds for the boy to be happy. Blood gushed out of his throat again, panting for breath. That's what I understand. I had to recuperate for at least 2 months after those few strokes. But Qingming really can't control it so much. Let me see. How many treasures is hidden here? This kid. It should be the most naughty sword venerable in Huashan for thousands of years. With the identity of 3 generations of disciples. Do not hesitate to urge the source of life. They also have to break into the secret caves of the heads of the past generations. The result is that the door opens. But he had a mouthful of old blood in his mouth. This time, however, he does this. Just for help this sect that is about to be annihilated on the stage of history. Weather the storm. Pick up the wooden sword. The teenager grinned. This time, I'll protect the Huashan faction. Qingming walked into the secret vault, only to find that it was a place with a bigger palm. There are neither divine weapons nor treasures. The thin 3 bookcases reflect Huashan at this time. It looks extremely weak. However, when he pulled out a codex, suddenly I found this cabinet in tatters. It is all the account books of Huashan 100 years ago. The little one's eyes were scarlet. I just put my little robe. Stuffed. But is there only these papers in the wall vault of the head of the house? Qing Ling scratched his head. Look at another bookcase. He pulled out another codex. Find this full pile. It's all the martial arts that the senior brother hid back then. It seems that the old man is quite nostalgic. If the left represents the obligation of the head of Huashan, the middle is full of his worries and affection for Huashan. Then the last one will see Qing Ling slowly unfold. The only scroll on the 3rd bookcase, in addition to the relatives of the head of the guard, densely written nearly 1,000 words of entrustment. The main meaning conveyed is the teachings of Huashan. As the head of the house, it is not to lead the entire Huashan faction. Rather, it is to provide sufficient nutrients for the disciples. Don't try to bind their soul and spirit, regardless of whether he is exhausted, or become the most prosperous place in the world. Huashan is still just Huashan. I hope for the will of the ancestors. Descendants can inherit it, too. The 21st generation of the head asked, looking at the dense large section of the in-person presence. Rare to look at carefully, because this scroll is for him. It's like my brother's will. Although no treasures were found, but this time the harvest. It's enough for the current sect to make a comeback. Just when he was about to leave. But he was suddenly stopped. Look back. The room is so unbalanced. My brother's habit has always been in the late stage of obsessive-compulsive disorder. In the end, this uncle may think of this Qing Ming. Resolutely exert both hands. Brutally pull it up. A dark grid glowing with golden light was revealed underneath. The little one's mouth opened wide. It's really an old fox. The dark grid is not big. Even the boy's body couldn't stand. But by this time, stars were already in his eyes. There are mountains of gold bricks here, all kinds of swords, and a bunch of cheats and gems he hadn't seen before. It's a wonderful feeling to get rich in an instant. Early in the morning, it was cloudless today, but the heart of the head is a haze. There are only 5 days left before the deadline they mentioned. Before he could think about it, I heard Yun Jian shouting outside. The boss pushed the door open. He became branched again. Ji Wu said that he would let him see it for himself. Cloud Sword has always been calm. See him like this. The head had no choice but to put away his messy mood first. Accompanied him to the mountain where the 3 generations of disciples were. Can be along the way. He saw the children who were on the verge of collapse. It can be described as corpses all over the field. I muttered even more in my heart. Even if Yun Jian explained that they were just overtrained, the boss couldn't immediately accept this new setting. However, when they found Qingling, the head was even more surprised. The boy has already passed because of the innate qi. Weak as a little zombie. Didn't wait for him to ask. Qingming took the lead in letting the head of the sect see what he had just discovered. Follow the boy's hope. Suddenly, there was a golden aura like the Holy Spirit of the 9 heavens, rushing to the face. This vast and majestic sense of power. This is the case. I'm afraid it's not as good as it. At a glance, a bag full of gold bricks and a bunch of brand new swords. This is for the head. It is no longer possible to describe it in a timely language. There's nothing wrong with saying it's a reinvention of Daddy. And he also had a keen eye on the handbrake in the box. If all this is true, but it's more important than the gold. The boss just wanted to pick up a copy and take a closer look. But suddenly he became as cautious as a kitten. If he hastily opens these hand gates, resulting in breakage, even if you want to die, you can't look away. He thought so, but his hand unconsciously touched the bright spy. His insight immediately understood at a glance. It's a real stunt, and it is a stunt that has been lost in Huashan for 100 years. But he was too excited. It didn't slow down all of a sudden, just plopped and fainted. I opened my eyes again in a daze. Prunes are falling. Sweating profusely, he was afraid that he had a dream. In a hurry, I found the codex again. He also invited the government office in charge of finance near Huashan. Let him verify the accounts of Huayin County, until the other party gave an affirmative answer. This old boss who is over the age of 6. I almost cried on the spot. God knows how long he's been carrying such a heavy burden. That kid is simply the koi fish from the sky in our Huashan. But now the most important thing. I saw the boss wave his hand, ordered the disciples to go to Huayin County. Those shopkeepers came to Huashan quickly. A few days later, the treasurers of the entire Huayin County came to Huashan one after another. As a businessman, they have different minds. The most conjectures. Still think, what conditions does the Huashan faction plan to come up with to intercede with them? Grace a little longer. The crowd came again to the gate that they had destroyed. One thought, I want to personally cut off the Huashan faction that has guarded them for hundreds of years. Many people still have mixed feelings in their hearts. But the shopkeeper only has ruthlessness in his eyes. Yun Yin led them to the master's residence. The head of the house is full of kindness. He said that everyone had worked hard all the way. Please come in first for a cup of hot tea. It's just that shopkeeper Gong doesn't appreciate it. Mao say they're just lowly businessmen. But the meaning is to let Xuanzang talk directly about the arrears. Seeing this, he no longer owes anything. He said that they have been doing everything possible to inquire recently. I have never been able to find a person who is willing to lend Huashan money. The 100,000 taels must be collected within the time limit. It's no longer possible, but I can give you some of it first. I don't know if there was anyone present. I can delay the repayment date a bit. Just see the head bowing, and please help Huashan. Qingming in the distance. Looking at the current head of this play, he would still be extremely weak, but his eyes are also full of playfulness. Now he doesn't know. These actions of the boss. It's a trap to push them to hell, or for the sake of charity. As the head of a faction, did he have the mind he deserved? Now unique. One thing is for sure. Money is never as simple as it seems. In the face of the shopkeeper Gong, he continued to make difficulties. The head did not interrupt politely. Say. His request was not just for shopkeeper Gong. It's everyone present. Although I am not as good as money. But that doesn't mean no one wants to help us. Now I only have the ability to repay part of it. So please, today, as long as someone is willing to help me Huashan tide over the difficulties. In the future, I will definitely repay in the name of Huashan. However, this will be very inopportune for shopkeeper Liu to jump out. His face was no longer as agitated as it had been. There are even honorifics in the speech. He asked the boss, "Today's Huashan. It is not surprising that tomorrow it will be annihilated. How do you think we should trust your promises?" I saw the boss sigh softly, and then sonorously said that it was based on the word Huashan. The history of Huashan. For thousands of years, it has inherited the soul and spirit of Huashan. Aren't these enough as tokens? In fact, the current shopkeeper Liu, in my heart, I have already agreed to the request of the master. But in the face of huge interests, his heart was also very entangled, and the shopkeeper Gong saw that the situation was not ideal. Raising a breath is about to interrupt the atmosphere. He asked the people who agreed with the Huashan faction to continue to overdo. Stunt Azida. But at the same time, the guy who made this decision, their merchant groups will no longer collect debts for them, even if it ends up being pitted. The merchant group will not pay any further attention. Seeing the appearance of this group of people looking at each other, shopkeeper Gong has long been overjoyed. As a result, before he could announce the leader's mistake, shopkeeper Liu had silently left the crowd. This scene, Ling Xian's eyes already showed a little softness, but others instead boiled. I don't understand him as one of the big treasurers in Huayin County. Why make such an irrational choice? He said, "You don't. Look at me this way. I knew I was doing something stupid. But, Gong's shopkeeper, you're just a son-in-law of Huayin County. You'll never understand. What kind of existence is Huashan for Huayin County?" He said that as long as it is a person in Huayin County, they all grew up listening to the stories of Huashan. Every elder will say it to you. When you grow up, you will also enter Huashan, be a well-known master in the world. Even if he later knew that he didn't have the ability to practice martial arts, can't get into Huashan, it will also be said by people how to protect the world. The story of how to protect Shangxi. It makes my ears go calloused. And it's not just me. My father, my grandfather, my ancestors have been around for generations. They all grew up in this environment. Huashan has long been the pride of Shangxi. It is the pride of Huayin County. And even if I get the money, my roots are also in Huayin County. Now I'm having a good life. But if today, the Huashan I forced with my own hands collapsed, I don't think I'll be able to live the rest of my life. Shopkeeper Gong listened to him. It's really incomprehensible. It's just one less person anyway. So he waved his hand. It means whatever you want. But what he didn't expect was Liu's shopkeeper's words. Let these shopkeepers who are rooted in Huayin County. They all walked out of the ranks. This scene made the corners of the boss's mouth unable to help but smile. Because the reason why he has to go to such a hard time to stage such a scene, it is to confirm whether there are still people who aspire to Huashan. He ordered Yin Yin to bring the things. The shopkeepers didn't understand what it was about. But when they saw a box full of tents in Huayin County, in the time of the financial grid, shopkeeper Gong already felt that something was wrong. Originally, the head of the family has already handed over the account books to the government to verify the authenticity. Call all their shopkeepers to Huashan. Objective? It was to make it easier for officers and soldiers to inspect their shops. And this time up the mountain, enough for them to go back and have nothing. I heard the head of the family say that Huashan has given you favors from generation to generation. But you will take revenge. In this regard, Huashan will be based on this account. Confiscate all the property you have saved through these. The current public question company is already gritting his teeth in anger. Xian Tsung told them to go back now. It is not easy to run the Huashan industry for many years. They were allowed to bring a cartload of their own belongings. Leave Huayin County immediately. As for the end, there is no choice. Several shopkeepers of Qihua Mountain, although the industry has returned to Huashan, but continue to operate. You can still get everyone in return. Let's go into the house and talk about the specifics. Recently, Qingling learned. Xuanzang's little old man. Give each of those guys a cartload of goods. I'm afraid that a few people will run away. I didn't even have time to eat breakfast. He hurried down the mountain. Fortunately, a few guys were raided because of their homes. Along the way, the official was almost. Their faces weren't friendly either. The inventory is also very careful. That's why this group of guys didn't go far. However, Gongwen Lian does not seem to be as innocent as it seems. He was determined to let Huashan never turn over. Qing Ling had just arrived. I heard him say that he was going to Luoyang to find a stronger power. The designation of Huashan staff is a forgery. These words made the teenager who was originally just running to rob. One more heart. Shopkeeper Gong only thought it was funny. In broad daylight. Lang Lang Qiang Kong. Hunched over. Also wearing a bandit outfit. I'm too lazy to think about it. So he waved his hand. Don't come and rob us of our belongings. Be careful to give your life in vain. Qing Ling told him bluntly. These goods are not yours. It's ours. Cut, you are a member of the Huashan faction. It just so happens that I can't hold back this breath. Now that I've found the door. When he was killed, he saw many thugs rushing with their swords drawn. Approached the teenager at great speed. And Qing Zero glanced lazily. Instantly jumped up and rushed to the front. The man in front of him was in the air. Then I heard the sound of percussions. The screams of the crowd followed the sound of the boy landing on the ground. All together. Boy, you probably don't know. There has not been a single person who has ignored me since ancient times. Able-bodied, Qing Ming did not show his sword. There is no need for him to deliberately kill him. But this scene made the shopkeeper Gong's eyes full of vigilance. He told the thugs to step back, but he moved forward slowly. With every step he takes, Gong Wenlian's body. Bursts of purple light erupted in an instant. I really didn't expect that there would be someone like you in Huashan. I knew something was wrong with you. The shopkeeper of a county town will not have this kind of momentum. But don't worry, I'll let you still talk. With a loud bang in the woods, the majestic Gong Wenlian pounced. He is a man in the rivers and lakes. The enemy's plan is well known, and the lion fights the rabbit is also used. And it can defeat that group of guards in an instant. Under the prudence, no effort is spared. But why can't I touch each other no matter how much I touch them? And Qing Ming faced an opponent like a storm. But he only used the hilt of his sword. Just the right amount of the fist that contains the internal force. The moment when it is about to be cathartic. Suddenly, Gong Wenlian's right hand met the internal force. Completely reverses and clears. Lazy people say you're too slow. It's better to stop it. This made shopkeeper Gong so angry that he gritted his teeth again. The soles of the feet are smuggled into a touch of internal force. The impact is headed towards zero. However, it was as if the force was touching air. Penetrated the figure of the teenager. Until an explosion rang out in the distance. Only then did he realize that the other party had long since disappeared. This made the shopkeeper Gong even more confused. I've experienced it for myself. He knew that this man was not strong. It's not fast either. If it is measured by light, it is measured in terms of strength. He won't be his opponent for another 10. But he was always at the right time. Use the right force to transform the whole battle. It's like predicting my moves. That's why I can't even find out how strong he really is. This guy is an absolute monster. Then I heard Lime twist her neck and say, I wanted to play with you again. until I'm tired." As she spoke, Lime stepped towards him. Seeing that Zashi was about to be hit, Gongwon immediately went down to the crotch. "I'm going to resist." Unexpectedly, it was his shoulder that was injured. Before he could figure out what was going on, this time it's the head. He subconsciously raised his arm to resist. It's clear that it's a chopping action, but it became a spike, a stinging pain in the throat. It made his entire face contort. Staggered back a few dozen steps. Why did I see him in action? Why can't you dodge a single move? Accompanied by one shock after another. He was afraid that it would go on like this. I'm really going to die. In the guy's eyes. Why is there that kind of look that has killed countless people? A crisp sword drawing sounded. The boy raised his sword again and slashed. The attack is in a hurry. Suddenly, a blue palm print rises from the forest. In the middle of the dust, the man's palm still had an electric arc remaining. He couldn't hold back. I remember my own trick, Tai Divine Palm. It turns out that you are from the central and southern factions. Seeing that the shopkeeper Gong was full of panic. He also knew that he was careless. The other party is a member of the Huashan faction. Then you will die. Nor should you use the martial arts of the sect. But zero grinning. Just know that this matter has something to do with the central and southern faction. That's enough. It's just that what he didn't expect was, although the martial arts in the past were also cannibalistic, but it has never been so shameless. 9 factions are a gang of such big factions. Not by force. Instead, they use money to destroy other sects. Gongwon was silent for a long time. Suddenly a sentence popped up to Huashan. It's not a bad thing. Lost the martial arts heritage. It is no longer possible for Huashan to return to the peak of the past. It was only a matter of time before it perished. Let's put an end to this old sect as soon as possible. Qingming stared at him with the eyes of a dead man. Who told you that Huashan lost the martial arts inheritance? Playing tricks to whitewash their own behavior. It's better to say that you don't like Huashan. I want to destroy him. But anyway, as a reward for you to show me the Tai Divine Palm, I'll show you something interesting too. If you can see what it is, it's going to be fun. Tell me the guys who sent you. I saw the Qingming's sword body swaying lightly. Gongwon didn't even dare to breathe. The sword in the young man's hand stabbed out like a doppelganger. Although it did not hit him, but it made Gong's shopkeeper look like tofu, cut by the wind blade. But he couldn't understand what the man was trying to do. The sound of clarity was faintly heard in the wind. Plum blossoms in full bloom in the snow will give off the most intense fragrance. Although it is a cold winter in Huashan, but the spirit of Huashan will not be broken. Wait until spring is in full bloom. The mountains are full of plum blossoms. What is he saying? I didn't understand a word. Gong Wenlian raised her head slowly. I was horrified to find plum blossom petals falling all over the mountains. He couldn't believe his eyes. The falling petals gradually gathered towards him. No, these are 24 plum blossom swordsmanship. Falling plum blossoms into rain accompanied by Qingming harvest. Shopkeeper Gong fell to the ground with a loud voice. He picked up his mask, spit out a mouthful of old blood. In fact, his internal strength is far from enough to perform the plum blossom sword technique. But he had to give a warning to the central and south factions. Turn your head to look. A few of you come here. Now you have 2 options. Or leave. Or get beaten up by me and leave. Bear with me. The remaining 4 people had no intention of resisting at all. Without hesitation, you have to run away. But the boys stopped them again. How many of you have no brains? Are you going to let me pull these 5 carts back by myself? I want you to cash in all of these goods. In exchange, all the money for bearer silver tickets. If I find any sign on the silver ticket, at one's own risk. If it is a customs declaration, I saw that Lime's eyes suddenly turned cold. Lift 1 foot and stomp the ground. He said you can try, but remember never to come back. And he fled to the ends of the earth. Because I can't be kind. For people also want to cry without tears at this time. I really can't think of a way to escape the clutches. So it took less than half an hour. The bundle of tickets in Qinglin Xiujua's hand. Only then did he return to Huashan with satisfaction. And it's still morning. The children have just finished their morning training. The original school bully Zhao Jie, looking at the fire with a mouth full of complaints. For the first time, he felt the joy of spiritual practice. And the elder brother has already been washed. Xiaojie, what are you laughing at? I just think everyone now finally has the appearance of a martial arts hall disciple. Although this is a martial arts hall, the idea is also a bit strange. But the senior brother gave affirmation. Because he's thinking the same thing. Brothers, let's go back. On the way back, Zhao Jie is still full of gratitude to Qing Ming in his heart. Because of his appearance, Huashan has changed. And when everyone returned to the mountain gate, only to find that many strangers suddenly appeared. Big bags and small packets. It seems to be under construction. Come to the inner courtyard. I saw that Uncle Yunyan was the supervisor, yelling at everyone to be careful. That's a little slower. I found out after inquiry. The boss took advantage of the opportunity. Choose to repair every palace in Huashan. They came back with 3 generations of disciples. It's also a coincidence. Yunyan just asked this group of little guys to hurry up. Give the carpenter uncles a favor. Believe years later. Every brick and tile here. For the little ones, there should be more emotions in it. Night. The teenagers looked at the roast chicken on the table in shock. This is what they fought from the top of the mountain to the present. This is the first time I've seen meat in the cafeteria. And it's a full table. Originally, they had almost forgotten what meat was. Is Huashan making a windfall? Although the truth is unknown. But it can be seen. The little ones are really happy. It's not just a big deal about construction. Meat was also added to the cafeteria. Even 2 new sets of 5 blessings were sent to everyone. Xiaojie looked at the stunned shadow. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Hear Jay's voice. He smiled. I don't think money is a good thing all of a sudden. I just didn't expect to have money. The elders will make changes with such quick movements. It's the first time for me. I saw Uncle Yunyan smiling so happily. But Xiaojie, although Huashan is changing at a rapid pace, we also need to prepare as early as possible. I don't know, though. Why did that guy use such clumsy eyes? Cover up so much stuff that was dragged in. But one thing is certain. If we can't split, the wind of change that swept in the face, there's a good chance they'll be swept away by the gale that kid brings. Xiaojie smiled and said, Don't worry, senior brother. I'm Zhao Jie. In this way, the whole Huashan is from the inside out. In every sense of the word, have set off a wave of recovery. And Qingming was also found by the head at this time. They take bribes from teenagers. I was going to give him some of the money as a reward. But Qingming is a model who treats money like dung. Make the head look into the eyes of the little one. Stars have risen all up. What he didn't know was, the treasures in the master's vault are much older. Even if the head can give it, he can't give it. How much do you want? Is it okay to have martial arts that 3 generations of disciples can't learn? However, such an offer was rejected by Qingming. A high-sounding reason. Indicate that you should follow the order. 1 step at a time, but he's going to have a bigger headache. Martial arts texts to be brought out of the vault. And so many. What to do yourself? To be able to transfer those to them as naturally as possible. It's a big problem. To avoid mentioning some more bizarre rewards, Qingming offered to offer. I hope that the sect can give it to itself. The privilege of entering and leaving Huayin County at will. This can be regarded as expanding the scope of his activities. It is convenient for you to use your skills in the future. Can this proposal? Xian Sung pondered for a long time and thought of a way. In the end, he refused. The main thing is that I don't want to break the rules. I'm afraid that there will be dissatisfaction in everyone's hearts. The head is decent. This made Qingming unable to think of it for a while. Now Huashan is stretched. What else can you give yourself? But suddenly the little guy had a flash of inspiration. You also saw it, boss. I've not been in good health lately. The medicine hall said that my vitality was damaged. So can you give me a few elixirs? It's the kind of elixir that can replenish vitality. The crowd was dumbfounded. Xian Song tasted it. There is no night roar in the cup. The crowd listened to orders. In the name of the head of Huashan, Huashan disciples are allowed. After the Qingming festival, you can freely enter and exit Huayin County. Let the young man's hungry gaze sweep over. After speaking, he had to send Qing Ling back to recuperate first. It's not right. I want an elixir. The boss is obvious. Xuanzang's attitude, written in large letters. You don't have it when you eat my elixir. He asked, closing the door. So what do you think of this kid? Yunyan's view is relatively simple. He was in Qingling. I don't feel the ambition of a young man at all. It even reveals a smell of theft. I can only think of it by nature. The thief can explain all this. And Xuanzang looked at it more carefully. Because even children who have been lonely since childhood, nor will he be as mature as he is. But it's not that he's too deep. Just speaking of which, Xian Shang didn't dare to say it in his heart. Because of those martial arts codex that Qing Ling brought back. It is said to have been preserved for more than 100 years. But it didn't look like even the ink had dried up. If it's someone's conspiracy. But the records in it do contain righteousness. More likely, someone wants to hide their identity to help Huashan. But who could he be? At this time, the young man who had already gone away walked angrily. He was tired to write down the cheats by himself. But he couldn't get back a pill. Just look at Xian Song's expression. The alchemy technique was also lost by this group of people. But that's a big problem. Although I know how to mobilize the innate qi, there will be some side effects. But I didn't expect it to be so serious. If you recuperate for half a year, this body, you will inevitably miss the best cultivation period. You have to find a way to do it yourself. As far as the people know, there are only two ways to quickly restore innate true qi. Either eat the precious elixir, or find a person with similar internal strength to pass on the gong. The latter is now a fantasy. Remember the past Huashan. Elixir can be eaten as sugar. More often than not, they use it as a hangover cure. That's laughing, not to mention how awesome. At the beginning, I drank happily from the senior brother in charge. And so on. I saw him running all the way to the back mountain. It's rare to not forget to scold yourself for being so stupid. This side of the cliff is broken. But the highest and most dangerous cliff of my 5 mountains. Here it is. There is the whole Huashan, a secret base that only I know about Qingming. Back then, in order to avoid the surveillance of the senior brother in charge, there are a lot of elixirs and wines hidden here. It's strange to say. Why didn't the senior brother kill me? If it's me, I'm going to beat a guy like me to death. Anyway, there must be an elixir I hid there. I can't fly up now. But if it's from the top down, although the danger has increased by a factor of 10. No matter what, that's all. The boy tried to descend from the top of the cliff. But what he didn't know was, the reason why the cliff is called the broken intestine is called the broken intestine. This is because there's almost no place to put your feet on the entire cliff face. In other words, it's a slick cliff. The teenager accidentally falls off a cliff. The loss is the rope that was tied to the tree first. This did not immediately land an attack. But the cliff of the broken intestine cliff. It belongs to the kind of riding that is convex and concave. This leaves people in the air and unable to come back. To say Qingming, the gain is experience. Nozomi consciously wrapped around his hands, forced himself to attach himself to the cliff. However, the impact was too great. The sound of his bones shattering immediately made him almost unbalanced. The current body is still too fragile. But the good thing is that the hiding place is close at hand. I guess I can swing it no matter how I swing. However, he forgot that it was not a dream. Just regained balance in the air. The rope has long since lost his patience. I heard a snap. The boy flew out by inertia. He also wanted to rely on Western characters to save his life. But as soon as the fingers grasped the gap, they folded a few more. The bones didn't stop, though. But the inertia of flying far away is also canceled out by half. He landed at the entrance of the cave. He was already dazed, and he almost fell off the cliff again. In the end, good luck. The broken rope happened to be pinched in the crack in the stone. The boy didn't die again. He crawled up to the mouth of the cave covered in scars. This will already be the plum blossom sword venerable of the treasure back then. There was a deep hostility. This is definitely a waste of training the brain. I came up with the idea of hiding the elixir in this kind of ghost place. But it's fascinating. He seemed to have forgotten. He is the plum blossom sword that has received 1,000 swords in his mouth. It's very simple in the cave, a bright pearl of the night. It also highlights the prosperity of Huashan 100 years ago. The collection he left here is also very simple. 2 pots of 100-year-old wine, with a whole box of elixir used to cure hangovers that year. The mind slowly opened the familiar wooden box. A smell of medicine came to my face. He was pleasantly surprised. There are also 5 more precious samaden hidden in the chest. Maybe it's this time. I am used to being poor in the dilapidated Huashan. He looked at the thing he had eaten as candy. Saliva flowed out. Trembling picked up one. He didn't hesitate to change. A pill melts in the throat. An elegant aroma instantly spreads to every inch of skin. It smells good though, but he didn't have time to delay. If the drug is not channeled, it will soon dissipate. However, samaden is now precious. But in that year, it was only a medium-grade elixir. It should be used to replenish the innate true qi. It also needs to be continuously purified in the body to do this. This is also his order not to be magazined. Destroy the perfect foundation you've built. An hour later, finally, 2 pieces of pure medicinal power were refined, clear and bright. Carefully push them into his dantian. The power of the medicine immediately became active like a rabbit, straight to his innate true qi, constantly repairing every defect. There was a roar in the middle of the cave. The elf's entire body was carried into the air by a force. But the little guy's face was not easy at this time. The replenishment of innate qi is complete. Inside him, in an instant, a terrifying true qi erupted. This power does not belong to him, but at the moment in his body broken bones and wounds. It is also being repaired at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. It's even stronger than ever. The immature body really can. Better absorption of medicinal effects. Even the impurities in the body are under the action of the medicinal power. Constantly forced out. Wait until here. The purpose of his adventure this time has been achieved. But Lindane's medicinal power seems to be far from over. His dantian, a gap was forced through by this force. He knew it would go on like this. We'll go into one. It's the same as going mad. If you can't stop it, fear. The mind panicked and suppressed the violent power in the body. But his mind suddenly recalled the words of the senior brother in charge. Huashan Tai Wu entered the road. The law of man, the law of the earth, the law of the earth. Heavenly law, Tao Tao, and nature. Repression alone will not solve anything. Therefore, Qing Ling slowly let go of the hand that suppressed the internal force. At that moment, he knew it was ridiculous, but he chose to believe in the senior brother in charge. Looking at the upper dantian that was about to burst the embankment, he didn't dare to think that if this force broke the embankment, to what extent the body will be destroyed. But now this force is like a flood of beasts. It's definitely not something that his little dantian can resist. Brother, I've always felt that what you said was all nagging. 100 years have passed. I seem to finally understand part of it. As the boy took the initiative to open the upper dantian, the power accumulated in the body is completely poured out. It was still leaning towards his limbs. Until early in the morning, the sky was still bright. Qing Ling slowly opened his eyes. How am I floating? Still confused. The boy immediately slammed his butt on the floor. Feel the changes in your body. It seems that all the meridians have become smoother. The strength that can be used is several times more than before. Seemingly, this young body finally carried it. And at this time, he is even more grateful to the senior brother in charge. Qing Ling once thought that he was not a Taoist, just a pure swordsman. But the essence of Huashan is that Kendo is not separated. The boy scratched his head. I'm a disciple who can have low roots. Can it really lead Huashan to rise again? He glanced at it. Now it is an elixir that is useless to himself. That's when I put my mind away. If you can't do it, let's try it. So I packed up and planned to go back first. Of course, he won't miss a century-old wine. And now he can exert more strength. Starry Sky isn't that hard to use anymore. It was seen that he did not use any tools at all this time. It took only 5 steps to reach the top of the mountain. The air at the top of the mountain is fresh in the morning, but the smell of those impurities on his body still let myself vomit. On the other side, the White Eyebrows Pavilion. The children dragged on again as if they hadn't woken up yet. Prepare for a deep sleep. The elves are weak. It has long spread among the disciples. Some children even say that he has gone mad. Otherwise, how can it look more and more haggard day by day? Although I'm still very jealous of that guy's obscenity. But if the rumors are true, they go on together. I guess I can still beat it. Xiaojie was worried that this group of fools would be beaten again. I just wanted to persuade. The senior brother told him to leave it alone. He said, people, when the skin is itchy, it really needs to be revisited to taste the pain. Wait until the door opens again. Only then did everyone look back. Radiant and radiant. This kind of clarity. They're still a little haggard at all. The children were shocked. This is to go up. I'm sure I'm going to be beaten up again. It was clear that the boy had heard the whispers. I heard Qing Ling say before. I couldn't take care of everyone's cultivation. It made me feel a deep sense of self-remorse. The children clearly felt that something was not quite right. Hurley said that it was okay. But Qing Ling still acted on his own. Although it is impossible to go back in time. But we can redeem it as much as we can. If you don't practice enough, we can be super doubled. Have you seen the thick lotus peak? Finally reached the halfway point to the top of the mountain. The person ran again. The teenagers are still shocked. The elder brother had already left. He was followed by Xiaojie. See this scene? They just knew. The devil is not joking. I saw that there were still people there who were stunned. Qing Ming added. The last one didn't have dinner. Then they woke up suddenly. A puff of smoke rushed towards the mountain. It's not that he wants to punish these children. On the contrary, Qing Ming likes their rebellious appearance. Just rebellion. Will only be a clown. Those who practice martial arts want to express their dissatisfaction. It can only rely on strength. And that strength, it's what Qing Ming hopes to cultivate for them. In the history of martial arts for thousands of years, there are countless who rely on their own strength. The one who won the first place in the world. But a sect only relies on one powerful disciple. It is also impossible to become a true evergreen. This group of children, it's him who is clear. Now it is necessary to revive the most important treasure of the Door media. It's just that the training intensity is close to the limit. Now they are given several times and several times the increment. Even Zhao Jie, who originally had the best foundation. I was too tired to move. He looked up. I was surprised to find that my brother could still stand up. They are about the same strength. But senior brother Yin's mental power. It seems that it is no longer within his reach. However, Qing Ming is clear though. This group of imps should have reached their limit a long time ago. But he didn't seem to have the slightest intention of stopping them. They were even ordered to continue after lunch. If you dare to run away, the amount of cultivation is increased by another 10 times. Just a few days flew by. The food in the canteen is now very rich. It's almost a meal with meat. But the children didn't even have the strength to eat. The body is telling them, now if you eat anything, I'm afraid I'll spit it out in the next second. The children complained. They prayed to the elder brother. Can you go and talk to the devil's name? Keep practicing like this. They're going to die. There was a lot of noise. Senior brother Ian also understands in his heart. He looked at his trembling hands. He didn't know. If this continues, it will definitely collapse. So his eyes fell on Xiaojia. I want to see what he thinks. Xiaojia thought for a moment. And his advice is to hope that everyone will hold on for a few more days. That kid, though, strict. But it is impossible for him not to understand. Breaking people is not breaking the body. If it's a little longer, still nothing has changed. It's not too late to ask senior brother to talk to him. Back to the dorm. He reassured everyone no, but he didn't know how long he could hold out. Too tired for sake. He also quickly fell asleep, dazed and woken up by a voice. The discovery is Qing Ming. He sat up tiredly. I didn't hear what he said at the time, and he saw the young man's open palms. A bright bell appeared in front of him. Only then did he fully sober up. Such a precious thing. Why give it to me? I saw Qing Ming say with his clear eyes. Because my brother needs this thing more than I do. But be sure to keep it a secret for me. In this way, Xiaojia was completely bought by him. Even the idea that he once felt that Qing Ming was a demon. I felt ashamed. What he didn't know, however, was the boy was for this moment. To the point of cripplement. So, later training, not only do they not reduce, it's even more obedient. In this way, the teenagers are going thousands of miles every day, whether it's the upper body or the lower plate. It's all very solid now. Yun Jian is not blind either. In this short period of time, there was a little sword aura in the children's swords. Flat and stable. This is not what they were half a month ago. The strength that can be had. What's even more valuable? The eyes that emanated from the children. Perseverance is like a dream. What the hell is that kid? How to do it? But anyway, the white-eyed pavilion owner was in a good mood at this time. So he said that the disciples have made great progress now. You can teach Tai and I Legion in advance. Suddenly the children were boiling. Everybody's face. They are all filled with the joy of harvesting after hard work. However, the head suddenly came to the white eyebrow pavilion. He called Yun Jian aside. It's rare to look like a child who has made a mistake. He slowly took out the one Qing Ming brought back. Huashan basic swordsmanship. Let Cloud Sword turn it to the last page. Just a glance at the Cloud Sword. Like a thunderbolt from the blue, it is conveyed to future generations. It is understandable for the younger generations to develop martial arts. But the Lioha Sword. It is a film that allows disciples to be in the way of the sword. The foundation for moving forward endlessly. The sword is close to perfection. If it is an improvement, don't put the cart before the horse. Because Lioha is the soul that has supported Huashan for thousands of years. The boss is also very confused now. Given that Yun Jian is the teacher who is responsible for guiding his disciples. That's when I asked whether to let the children give up the new Lioha swordsmanship. This set of swordsmanship pays attention to speed, but in the end it was inferior. If it weren't for the Huashan demonstrations, I wouldn't think about it like this. Yun Jian also understood, but Lioha's sword needs a solid lower game. And a strong body. These can only be obtained by the disciples after a long period of training. Yun Jian, who found out that something was wrong, immediately turned back. Aren't these kids already doing it? He looked at Qing Ming, immediately stopped the boy who was picking his nose. I searched for a long time. They wanted to ask Qing Ming's opinion. However, to their surprise, the little one didn't hesitate. I chose the Lioha's sword that could climb higher. The reason is only a few simple words. Because we are Huashan. He clicked on it, intentionally or unintentionally. Another layer of concern for the two. If Huashan wants to regain the glory of the past, there must be no compromise with reality. Xian Song immediately met the meaning of the little guy. No matter how much the swordsman is needed in the door now, it's just a difficult thing to overcome. Looking at the boy's departure, Yun Jian was quite proud. But Xian Song showed a trace of shame. He didn't expect that. You will hear this from the mouth of a child. Cloud Sword listened. From now on, the basic exercises of Huashan were changed back to the Liu's sword. And that's not all. All martial arts need to be thought about from the heart. This is your most important duty as the owner of the Pak Mei Pavilion. Huashan must not be allowed to continue to do nothing. Maybe it's not in our generation yet. But these kids, it will definitely make Huashan famous again in the world. Just when the two were impassioned, Qingming couldn't hold back the anger in his heart for a long time. It's really unbelievable. The food was delivered to my mouth. They also asked me how to eat. It's really not a Finnish guy. That's it. I'm afraid Huayin County can't do it now. No, I'm going to have to check it out. How does it feel like it's gone? The sect can't operate properly. Solve the money problem. Brought back the question of martial arts. It should have been better. But look at his little expression. Huayin County is now crying wolves. In less than a month, the prosperity and order of this place have long been lost. Xiao Jie was originally the young master of the merchant's family. I know a little more. That's when he found out. Over the years, the interests of the business groups in Huayin County have been complicated. After the people who were in charge of this place left, the guys here are also leaving. It's like a weird king. But the loss of manpower is only one thing. What's more? Elders. I have no experience or ability to do these things. And it's far from being as simple as it seems. The choice of materials balances the budget. It's a very deep science. Even if they learn now, they're old. Wait to learn. I'm afraid Huayin County is also completely finished. If we go to the stock when the time comes, there is a high probability that it will be regarded as a big wrong. It won't be long. Maybe it's been pitted by those foxes that there is not even scum left. It doesn't work either. That's not right either. A deep sense of powerlessness. Only then did it come to Qingming's eyebrows. Senior brother in charge. Senior brother finally understands your greatness. How nice you should have been. At this time, the boy's stubborn temper surged up again. So Xiaojie, is there a solution to this matter? However, things are far more complicated than Qingming thought, although Xiaojie's family is also in business. But even if the father came, it can't solve the problem of the entire Huayin County, unless it is a giant businessman with a certain amount of financial resources, probably to save today's Huayin County. It is said that a few years ago, Lord Huang had been supporting Huashan. He is one of the most famous giant businessmen in Shanxi. At that time, Huashan did not completely decline, but now he has been lying in a hospital bed for 1 year. It was even rumored that he had long since fallen unconscious. So the current situation should be unsolvable. Just when Qing Ling sat down dejectedly, Yun Yin came over. He had just received a letter. It needs to be handed over to the master. But this will take a few of them to volunteer in Huayin County. It is also Qing Ling who looks more idle. So I asked him to go back to the mountain. At first he refused, but I heard that the letter was from Lord Huang's Galactic Merchant Group. Sure, Qing Ling decisively accepted. This is the daunting task of breaking a leg. But it's clear. He had no intention of sending him back to the mountain gate. I saw that the boy had just left the county seat. Then he looked at the letter in his hand. Although you were blocked by Jing 7. But this is difficult to control the internal force to the extreme of Qingming. So he opened the letter. He just read it. He skipped the greetings. Only then did I find out that the letter was written by Mr. Huang's son. It turned out that his father's strange illness was too difficult. It's helpless to find famous doctors. Only then did he ask Hua Shanrua with a cheeky face. It's a clue. Be sure to lend a hand, too. However, when he read that Lord Huang's body was getting redder and redder, and stiffness in the limbs, and the black gas between the eyebrows, Lime remembered the man in an instant. Damn the doctor. Of course it can't cure this disease. It's the devil's flower. It is a poison unique to the demon cult, because it is not a plant. It's a demonic exercise. Bastards of the demon cult. I thought they all died on the 100,000 mountain. I didn't expect the lifeline to continue. What's more, they were clearly plotting something in the Central Plains. And what makes your father unhappy the most is that such a large Central Plains. They provoke people everywhere who can get along with Huashan. It's not going to go on like this. I have to go to Xi'an myself. Plus, there are also good payouts. From the perspective of a giant businessman, how much can you give with a generous reward? So Qingming put on a new letter, for fear that others would see where Zheng Jie was first. Immediately ran towards the mountains as if he were galloping. Who dares to cut off my patience? That's to grab money from me, even if it's for the sake of morality. It is also up to me to resolve this matter. At night, the senior brother took his disciples back to the mountain, bumped into Xiaojie and greeted him in a hurry. He had a vague feeling at this point. Something seems to be going to happen again. Here the non-commissioned officer clear. Senior brother Ian was also anxious. Their running position. In fact, it could be a little more exaggerated. I didn't have time to put my bags down. They went to the cleared dormitory. A piece of rice paper on the bed, so that the two of them are like great enemies. Spread it out and take a look. I have something. Get out for a few days. Help me find a reason to prevaricate. If you dare to be lazy and not cultivate, I will bend your loins. Qingming words are just a few sentences. I just broke the house of this senior brother. Xiaojie asked him what to do next. Senior brother Ian calmed down at this time. Let's keep it a secret for him. Something is either discovered or now being spoken. We're all going to be in big trouble. I just hope he can come back soon in the next few days. But the most worrying thing is not this Xiaojie. You think about his temper. It's been a matter of a few and a half days. How much trouble can I get back? The other side. Qingming has run more than 300 kilometers from Huashan in one go. It will feel like your throat is about to burn. Really. Back then, Lao Tzu could jump over a mountain in one step. A character who can cross a big river in 2 steps. Now this distance. It doesn't take an hour to walk slowly. It's a long way to go. But a lot has changed here in the past 100 years. It was here. There have been a lot of pleasant things happening. At that time, I was still a second-generation disciple. You can avoid the senior brother here. The food is good and the drink is good. And most importantly, the most important thing is, this is the area of the stupid dogs of the Central South faction. It's always going to be before you know it. A group of short-sighted Zhongnan disciples took the initiative to come to the door. At that time, I remember that I was having fun. It is said that the eldest brother is like a father. But you can see that he is trying to avoid the supervision of his senior brother. From time to time, you have to hide a short distance. But Xi'an, which is out of reach of the sect, he couldn't stand the rules and regulations of the Daomen. Every time I come here, I have to eat and drink a lot. However, this was originally the base of their old rival in Huashan. They are similar. Martial arts are similar. The bad thing is that they are all stationed in Shaanxi. So the disciples of the two families were like enemies. When they met, there was no shelter. Can be clear and self-assured martial arts. It has long been in the painting, although he will not stir up trouble in Xi'an. But the disciples of Zhongnan will always take the initiative to send them to the door. The name of the plum blossom soared venerable. It was also at that time. Qingming punched it out. It's just his perseverance with this group of boys. It's also a bit overwhelming. This made him gradually change his touching. Today, 100 years after the base, the boy once again set foot in this place full of memories. With their current strength, it's okay to beat a few. But in case of bad luck, Qing Ling smiled kindly. Probably not. On the other side, inside the Galactic Business Group, the young group leader was eagerly asking the old man of the Tang family, father's condition. However, the answer is still helpless. He visited famous doctors all over the world to no avail. Only then did I wonder if my father had been poisoned by some kind of strange poison. But the world's #1 poison gate is said not to be caused by poison. This seems to be a surplus of young group masters, like ants on a hot pan. I want my Galaxy Chamber of Commerce to hold 10,000 gold. And my father spent his whole life helping people in need. Isn't this ending too cruel? When grieving, outside the house, a central and southern sect elder broke in. This rudeness. The young master was not angry, but his proposal for an open altar is ridiculous. In a ritual in Zhongnan, the opening is a daughter. It's not that he can't afford the money, but obviously, with the strength and credibility of the Galaxy Business Group, they could have waited until their father was cured and then came to ask for money. Presumably, this group of people should have other plans. Coincidentally, a servant came to report. It was said that the representative of Huashan had arrived at the door, so he hurriedly ran to ask the young group master. However, the priest elder's face immediately fell. Isn't Huashan going to be gone soon? Famous doctors and heroes in the world are helpless. They don't have the skills for it. Don't waste any more time. In fact, he also knows the recent situation of Huashan in his heart, as the first business group in Shanxi. And how could there be no news at all? But in the end, the letter was sent. Count the days. It should have just arrived in Huashan. But they can take it so seriously. As a host, naturally, you can't lose your courtesy. Seeing this, Elder Ji didn't say anything more. Thereupon, the master and servant went to the gate without hurrying. The young group master holds the boxer. Angrily expressed the hope that the distinguished guests of Huashan would not be blamed. He said that he had no way to discipline his domestic servants. That's where we slacken. You can look up, but there was only one young man in a Huashan robe. There are no elders who go with them. It still looks like a hanger. Where to put this? People will question it. Isn't this kid a liar somewhere? And Qingming looks very casual. He said he came with a cure for Lord Huang, but he wanted to figure it out first. What is the great reward that the letter says? This can make the young group owners who have been in the mall for a long time can't be rectified. There is no doubt that the person who knows that the letter should be Huashan. They came so fast. But there is only one little Taoist. He couldn't figure it out either. In the end, Huashan attaches great importance to their Galaxy Business Group, still belittling them. With a sneer, not far away, Elder Ji, who had been listening to the old man for a long time, was slightly mocking, said that they really want to wade into troubled waters again. I'm afraid of being embarrassed. It's a good idea to send a little ghost over. Qingming is a mortal Zhongnan faction. That's when I let go of that cynical look. Respectfully said that I am a third-generation disciple of Huashan. We have received the letter from the leader of the Qingming Young League, and I have some clue about the symptoms described in the letter. That's when I came to visit. What do you say you have some clue about your father's illness? After receiving an affirmative reply from the visitor, the young group master's excitement at this time was almost irrepressible. It's the first time anyone has said that. He clenched his teeth. The flame of hope in my heart was rekindled. However, Elder Ji crossed over to himself again, biting Qingming to death. This is a lie, but he would never have thought of it. A child with no hair will ask him by the nose. One is not the head of the house. Second, it's not that your dad is sick. 3, it can't be cured. Leader, what are you doing here for me now? Elder Ji, I haven't been angry for many years, gritting my teeth like this. But he was also hindered by the fact that this was still the Galactic Merchant Group. So it was very clear. Lord Huang is angry with the heavenly Tao. Only the practice of opening the altar can be cured. Is it? Then why not find a more professional Kunlun or wizard? And everyone knows it. This kind of thing is done. Huashan and Zhongnan are both half a catty and 8 tails. If you really need to get water nearby, naturally, I want to find a more cost-effective one. Young group master, are you right? Seeing that the two met like an enemy, the young group master had to sigh lightly. He looked at Elder Ji and said, "This is always my galactic merchant group. It's up to me to decide how to treat my guests." Then he looked at Qingming again. He wondered what was going on in the boy's mouth. And Qingming sold an official. Rhetorically asked, Lord Huang before he fell ill. I think I've been to the vicinity of the 100,000 mountains. The young group master for a while. He said his father had never been there. It's a good little guy who was confused. He asked if Lord Huang had been attacked at least before. However, the answer is still no. The young leader said that his father had not been attacked in 5 years. Looking at the boy babbling nonsense. The glimmer of hope in his heart was thus extinguished, although I suppressed the emotion of being teased by the teenager. But on the sidelines of the slander of the elders, the young group master did not stop it. I just thought of Huashan's relationship with his father. Only then did he relieve his longing. Gradually closing the door. It's very clear. I didn't figure it out. Why did Lord Huang rely on that magic flower poison in the air? But now he can't think much about it. Resist the door that is about to close completely. He said his body was red, but his whole body was cold. If you press it by hand, the red color will be slightly reduced and white, but it will turn red again right away. Before losing consciousness, people feel chills as if they were in an ice cellar. And not only the blackening between the eyebrows, there will also be a black sin on the back of the neck and the top of the head. Then I heard a clatter. The young master excitedly tore open the door. How do you know? And the Wei saw his form. Qingming relaxed at this time. The current young group master. I can no longer care about the provocation of the priests. It's a very explicit expression. I hope that Zhongnan will not interfere in the affairs of too many business groups. Only then did he welcome the young man and respectfully. In the middle of the morning, Qingming lifted Lord Huang's bedding. This one at a glance. Basically, it's certain. Lord Huang was indeed poisoned by that magic flower. But it doesn't seem to be a normal magic flower, because the senior brother and junior brother in charge of the family were outstanding. Under the influence of the demon palace, he was also killed on the spot. Raise your hand, and the internal force slowly flows into the toxin. Feeling the inner force of the Qing Ling, it seems to have become extremely frightened. Only then did he know for sure. The poisoner demon palace should be extremely rusty. This failed to make the demon flower poison kill Lord Huang immediately. The young group leader was worried. I asked her if the situation was not optimistic. The teenager said that it should not be difficult to treat. Surprise and confusion were written on her face. I feel that the other person is stupid. Qing Ling spoke again. I said it's not very difficult. Just already with a special method. Save Lord Huang's life. The black chi in the center of the eyebrows has also dispersed. But if you want to be healed, you do need to be a little prepared. This will be the young group master has long lost his previous position. Stumbling and asking him what he needed to prepare. Qing Ling thought for a moment. First of all, I'm hungry. Let's talk about it after breakfast. Pretending to be stupid and looking at the boy who gobbled up. The young group master was in such a hurry. So what exactly does the trail chief need to prepare? Qinglin is full of wine and food. I don't sell it anymore. He said the treatment was physically demanding, so he needs to be well fed. That's the preparation. But the most important thing now is not to heal Ling Zun. We have to find the source of why Ling Zun fell ill first. So I ask you, who are the people closest to your father? He was asked in a fog. I don't know if it's for a teenager. But he also replied, honestly, except for me. There are at least 5 people who match what the Trailmaster said. But what exactly are you looking for? Seeing that this kid is still not enlightened. Qingming is also clear. Lord Huang's injuries. It doesn't look like it's being outside. Then only possible. Someone within you is going to do him harm. Don't worry. I know that the Galactic Merchant Group is very united and harmonious. But there is always a skepticism first. If it's a misunderstanding, of course, it couldn't be better. And this matter will be known as soon as you look it up. The young group master was puzzled. How the hell is this teenager going to investigate? But Qingming sold the coffin again. I also asked him to bring himself another bottle of sorghum wine. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Zhongnan's hostility towards Huashan has long been deep. and the name of Qingming. It has the same name as the most hateful guy 100 years ago. Plum Blossom Sea Dogs. Although Li Songbai, a disciple who accompanied him, had heard of it. But this generation of disciples, it has long lost the importance of Huashan. It's just that the elder is sensitive to Huashan. This also makes the younger generations have a good understanding of the characters of 100 years ago. It's a little bit legendary, but such a small child. It shouldn't be possible to cure Lord Huang. He tried to calm the emotions of the priests, only to learn that Lord Huang had passed through his visit. It's getting better. Li Songbai also frowned. Lord Huang is a man with clear grievances. If he was really cured by Huashan, then with his great help, I'm afraid to think about it. Only then did Li Songbai speak. He hopes to be a second-generation disciple. Go and fight that kid. Take the opportunity to let him retreat, and the elders can be unaware. Afterwards, they will be punished in front of everyone. This matter will be passed first. Elder Ji laughed in surprise. He didn't expect this kid to be quite good. After some advice, Li Songbai left the house with his junior brother and the priests of the elders. He understood that the little devils were not take Huashan seriously. But when he was young, Huashan is not an existence that Zhongnan can easily provoke. If it weren't for the demon sect's remnants, they attacked. As a result, Huashan lost the inheritance of Taoism. I'm afraid I'm watching the little ghost appear. It shows that Huashan has become active again. It seems that this thing, I'll have to talk to Nagato when I get back. Senior brother Gao Hui was actually very worried. As a second-generation disciple, bullying children will also be despised by people in the rivers and lakes. And he was curious. How does the senior brother plan to avoid the eyes and ears of the merchant group? Li Songbai is very smart. But now the first task is to assist the step elders well. And he's confident. If it's a fight, it must be before the young group master arrives. Give the little imp a profound lesson, the two of them said. But he suddenly boiled. Looks like we don't have to go to him. I saw the boy wandering not far away. At this time, they were in a hurry and had no business. Those who strode towards Qingming were welcomed. Li Songbua, a disciple of the end of the Southern School. I can meet the disciples of Huashan. It's a pleasure. However, the teenager has a perfunctory attitude. It made him both embarrassed and helpless. I had to smile kindly, said cheekily. They Zhongnan and Huashan have often exchanged swordsmanship since ancient times. Even nowadays, it also regularly holds a Chinese meeting for disciples to learn from each other. Yes, I didn't have to get started for a long time. I don't know. So, if you can learn Huashan's swordsmanship, it will be of great help to the practice. I don't know if you would like to teach. Li Songbai thought that he would definitely refuse. But he had already thought of a lot of ways. Qing Ling yawned instead. So it took a long time to go around. You mean you want to fight me? I want to cover it more than the pine and cypress. I heard the boy say that I will accompany you at any time when we fight. But don't regret it. In this way, the two of them fought with stone bricks. Can be for Li Songbai. Teach the imp only secondary. The most important thing is to let him rush. Leaving tightly is the cheapest Qingling. I'm not used to this kind of guy who talks a lot. It seems that you Zhongnan are fighting with your mouth. Gao Hui was the first to break the defense. I just wanted to go up and beat him up, but was stopped. In fact, Li Songbai will also be angry with Qingling. But that's exactly what matters. See, I'll kill you later. So he symbolically clenched his fists. He taught the swordsmanship of Qingling, a disciple of Huashan. After saying that, I just wanted to rush up, but it was stopped. Qingming pointed to Gao Hui and said, "Uncle, over there. Lend me your sword." The atmosphere here was mute. As a disciple of the Sword Gate, I didn't even carry a sword. It's really weird, but Qingming didn't expect this kind of before. If you don't borrow it, forget it. I'll just find something to wield. Thank him. Otherwise, bully a Huashan disciple who doesn't even have a sword. It will only get worse in the future. Then the boy looked up. A long sword was thrown. Catch the sword. At this time, he already had a brilliant idea in his head. So let's get started. Li Songbai asked him why he didn't draw his sword. The boy instead let him be casual. Just sparring. There was no need for him to draw his sword. The man exhaled a cloudy breath. Inner demons, inner demons. It feels like talking to this guy. All my years of cultivation are gone in an instant. Originally, I just wanted to scare him. It's all right to drive it away. Now it seems that it will not work. Thinking of this, he took the lead in picking up the ground. The stone bricks are shattered inch by inch. With the momentum of breaking the wind, it attacked the green spirit. The power of oppression has swept through the young man's body. A sword slashed, but he was separated by air. His explosive power surprised even Qing Ling. However, Li Songboi did not stop. The next second, it was a horizontal arrow at a very fast speed. But it was blocked by Qing Ling again. Suddenly the dust and smoke were everywhere. The two of them had already met dozens of times in a few breaths. Qing Ling didn't look good. From beginning to end, it seems that it can only be resisted all the time. And the more Li Songbai fought, the more frightened he became. The speed of the other party is clearly not fast. It can even be described as sluggish. But why did he block it all? Think about it. It was as if he knew in advance where I was going to fight. It's not a kid of this age. You can see through my way. No matter how talented he is, he was the same age as our youngest disciples. Just such a child. You try to block it again. The moment it rushed, the mind suddenly twisted backwards. Once again, he had anticipated his moves. At this point, Li Songbai will no longer doubt it. This little ghost, I really have already seen through all my swordsmanship. But he is in the entire second generation of disciples. He is one of the best prodigies. He couldn't accept this fact for a while. Under the rage, the internal force was hardened. He wants to cut off the demon-like boy in front of him. Otherwise, his sword path will probably be useless in this life. I saw that his eyes were sharp. This is a high-level swordsmanship in Zhongnan. 36 swords in the world. A piece of the world. The moment when it is close to clarity. Gao Hui suddenly felt bad. He shouted out to senior brother, "Don't be impulsive. Li Songbai is a spirit." Only then did he retract the internal force before the sword ash that slashed at the young man came out. He heard the bong. The blow struck Lime's sword like cotton. At this time, he was already shocked into a cold sweat. "Slow it down. I'm afraid I'm going to get into trouble." It's just that the teenager suddenly burst out. Flew out upside down in Li Songbai's puzzled gaze. The whole person smashed on the wooden door, and he spat out a large pool of blood from his mouth. Just smashed to the ground. Unconscious. At this time, he was already shocked in his heart. Obviously, he put away his internal force just now. But why did Gao Hui rush up at this time? He hurried towards Qing Ming. Blamed the senior brother. How can such a heavy hand be on a child? Gao Hui picked up the boy to inspect the injury. But unexpectedly, blood gushed out of the Lime's mouth. Scared, Gao Hui was also trembling. What to do? Brother. And Li Songboi seems to understand this matter. I can't wash it myself. Anyone who sees it will think it's his fault. At this time, he only felt that the world was spinning. But suddenly a voice came from behind him. Immediately make him a fierce one. Gao Hui should prestige blood. I just felt that my heart was about to beat out of my throat, and my voice was hoarse. The young group leader roared in a cannibalistic appearance. What exactly was done? He hurriedly called for the doctor. The news I got was that the spirit was completely damaged. Now it must be rescued immediately. And Li Songbai looked at the bloodstains on the ground. He knew that even if Zhuge Liang was his grandfather, he came. I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly. I heard the young group leader suppressing his anger. Speak to you, who claimed to be a decent family. He actually killed such a child. You will not be known for being chivalrous. How do I understand it? Such misdeeds that you have done. Immediately, his eyes gradually became fierce. Please leave the merchant group immediately. Then, Elder G came with the appearance that he didn't know anything. Wait until he sees the pool of blood on the ground. There are also traces of broken doors. He immediately understood, while secretly scolding the fool. I also want to explain to the young group master. It may have just been an accident. However, men nowadays don't listen to anything they say. His father's life was in Qingming's hands. How can this be passed by accident with a sentence? Li Songbai was also anxious. Keep explaining that they're just talking. He didn't put that his hands either. However, it gets darker and darker. The young group leader is not a fool. He said that you are the second-generation disciple of Zhongnan. Swing your sword at the children of Huashan. Still in my merchant group. Which of the above points is in line with the rules of the rivers and lakes? I don't want to say more. Please leave with your disciples within this day. Elder G saw that he had completely offended the galactic business group. He had no choice but to lose. Don't worry about it anymore. It's just that the young group master is almost cold, I know. However, before the execution, he still ordered Li Songbai to secretly stay in the merchant group, no matter what method is used to cater to it. The relationship between the trade associations must be restored, and he couldn't resist. I had to break all the grievances and swallow them in my stomach. Ban, you just told the young group master who had just arrived. The doctor said that the child was in turmoil, although he stabilized his qi and blood. But there is no guarantee of a complete cure. It will wake up in about 2 or 3 days. I heard that Qingming had no worries about his life. The man was also relieved. I hope my father's condition will not deteriorate in the past 2 days. Swiss Ban asked with a straight look. Can this child, the young group master, really save the group leader? He said he wasn't sure either. But only this child, able to articulate his father's symptoms. And he did make my father better. I can only trust him completely. So cure him at all costs, you know. The moon is dark and the wind is high at night. A figure approached. He was wearing a cloak. Quietly came to the room where the lime recuperated. Although we have no grudges, you should consider this the price to pay for me. Men don't talk nonsense either. And I saw him raise his arm lightly. Immediately insert the juvenile neck stem. But unexpectedly, it's crooked, and Lime was staring at him with the eyes of a dead man. Then he chuckled, grabbed the other person's wrist immediately. The boy stood up, laughed like a 20-50-80,000, said, I got you. The man felt bad. A claw of blood. Pounced. The boy stepped on the back of his neck. Just jump down gently. Wait until the other party turns around and attacks again. Qingming jumped up again. I thought that the other party would not be able to hide in the air. Was kicked in the air by him. Actually kicked his own internal force away. The man under the cloak was horrified. It's not food. This means it must be an internal force. You have to have a lot of control to be able to do it. Uncle, you don't seem to have figured it out. The person who was caught was not me. It's an uncle. Do you understand it yourself? The young regiment master who had been squatting here for a long time took the guards. Recognized the man at a glance. It is the team within the business group. The deacon of the support class is cleared. Slowly pick up the headband. I'm talking about it. He's going to show up? The class deacon didn't understand. Why would it be suspicious to his head? What he didn't know, however, was they never suspected anyone. Just gave the murderer a big chance. The murderer wanted Lord Huang to die in an accident. And I can heal him. In the end, he pretended to be injured. And my death. It just happens to be pushed on the body of the Central and South faction. Even if it's a fool, I won't miss this opportunity. Ban just wasn't willing. He didn't understand. The internal wounds of the imp are so severe. Even the doctor has been diagnosed. And Qingming still chuckled. If you can't even fool an ordinary doctor, he wouldn't have chosen it at all. Choose to do so. I see that you are confused a lot, uncle. But the most important thing now is not to help you answer. Rather, you have fallen into our trap. Other words, You are the one who tried to kill Lord Huang. But Deacon Ban was still arguing. They had no evidence of murder of the head of their household, and he served as a deacon of the merchant group. The death of the head of the house did not do him any good. The reason why you want to kill this little ghost, it's because he thinks that the other party has confused the young group master. There are so many doctors in the world who can't cure the disease. How can a hairy boy have a way? I just saw that you believed in him so much. That's where the decision came in. 4. Just don't let this kid worsen the condition of the head of the family. And Qing Ming listened to the old thing forcing lie. My ears are calloused, and I saw him walking slowly. The internal force gradually condensed into his fist. He said that he couldn't ask if he just beat him up. Banji was shocked. A backhand is luck. A clear fist was bounced away by Qi in an instant. And this. It also happened to leave a piece of magic flower poison on his wrist. Then the boy raised his wounded palm. Let the young group master see clearly. He said it was called a single magic hand. If you are hit by this move of the cultivation master, in general, you shouldn't be able to hold on to a meal. Will be poisoned to death. Of course, this is not enough. But it can also kill. Especially an ordinary old man Huang who doesn't know martial arts. An uncle, if you can name anything other than you. Who else can be by Lord Huang's side? Continuously infuse a single demon head, without being suspected. Then we believe that the prisoner is not you. Hearing this, the young group master no longer had the slightest doubt. An immediate order was given to the arrest of the team members. If you resist, kill on the spot. But that's a demon cult. How could he be captured easily by the guards alone? Li Songbai, who was full of grievances in the distance. Recall the words of the priest elders. He understood to keep him here. Seems to be a task. It's a punishment. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Pulled him back from his thoughts. What's going on? And Ban just erupted out of Jiang Dan's demon hand. The guards were already bombarded unconscious by him. Only Qing Ming stood in front of the young group master. He asked the old man to go with them to the yamen. Otherwise, he will not be responsible for being killed. But the deacon is not strong. But the current Qing Ming has no intention of exposing himself. And he looked back. It just so happened that our heroes in Zhongnan wanted to suppress the devil. Here we are. Li Songbai is not stupid. On the contrary, it is very smart. Although I was cheated by that guy. But the teenager simply clicked. Then look at the young group master with an unkind face. That's when he realized. Maybe. That's the perfect opportunity for me to clean up the mess. It is said that the heart of a child is like a mirror. But certainly not him. Qing Ming has been away for 100 years. The boy finally went down the mountain again without permission. The first business group in Shaanxi. It took another year. None of the problems were found. He has been here for less than 3 days. I found out the inner ghost. He even used Zhongnan disciples to seriously injure him. The young group owner has been in the mall for a long time. See where it is today. I also have to wonder, every step of the way so far. It was all done by this teenager who seemed to be in his teens. Until Li Songbai went through the calamity. That's what took him out of that seemingly ridiculous thought. Pull back. Qing Ling is decided. This kid will save the relationship between the merchant group and the sect. Do your best. But they fought for more than an hour. It was quite a surprise to Qing Ling. Trail Chief, do you know why Banzi wanted to murder you, Jiafu? And there are many doubts in the clear spirit. Naturally, it will not be easy to get out of the demon sect and the demon palace. Cause panic not to say. He couldn't explain it yet. So all I have to do is solve the problem. Then take the money and leave. Hear this. The young group master is also dumb. As long as the boy could get his father out of bed, get back on your feet, he could then make a promise on his father's behalf. Gather the strength of business groups to support Huashan. What Qing Ling grabbed his hand fiercely. He didn't expect the boy to be so excited. But then I heard him say that he was playing with himself. How can I do it? The benefits are given to Huashan. Put aside this to play the cow and fight the horse cushion. Good guy. This will be the young master's CPU must have burned. After a while, Qingling returned to the group master's bedroom. I haven't encountered any difficulties so far. By the way, it also made the central and southern factions suffer a loss. But the biggest problem is this. His current internal strength. Heal Lord Huang's magic flower poison. In fact, there is no certainty of rash action. If it is to let the demonic energy attack, this is really even to Luo, Jinxian can't get it back. But today's rivers and lakes. It is difficult to find another person who understands demonic energy. At this point, he could only choose to give it a go. I saw Qingming cautiously raise Lord Huang's hand. Precisely control the flow of one's true qi into its meridians. Suddenly, an incarnation of an internal force. Then he came to Lord Huang's body. Look up. That's when I found out. Dense demonic qi was entrenched in his body. Almost satisfied. And they resemble ferocious snakes. It seems that Qingling has also been discovered. At this time, the teenager's scalp was already numb. He didn't expect it at all. The half-baked demonic spirit of the team is still so difficult. You can't go back. So Qingling rushed forward without saying a word. And in the outside world, the redness on Lord Huang's arm. It's fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. It can have this effect. Even Qingming was surprised. Under his own sword, these demonic qi were cleared by him, like papier-mâché. Think about it. Maybe it's also thanks to him for so long. Completely obsessed with the purification of internal forces. Otherwise, only by the previous evidence. The internal force of the medicinal power is clear. It should be more than 10 times higher than it is now. And Huashan Daodong and the demon are incompatible. Then next, it all depends on whether Master Huang's body can hold it. Taste the sweetness. Qingming also let go of his hands and feet. Every second that passes, Master Huang is in danger. He had to use the fastest speed to completely remove the demonic energy. It's just that these things seem to have a little bit of consciousness. After being chopped by him like a melon and a vegetable, they all took the initiative to retreat. I opened my eyes in surprise. Turn your head to look. This bunch of slash things. It all ran to Master Huang's head. This is a really tricky one. Aggressive words. Master Huang will die. But stop now. Master Huang will also be killed on the spot because of the fury of the demonic energy. The little devil is very clear for a while. He's naughty. But he also knew that Master Huang would definitely not have an accident. So he controls a wisp of internal force. Cautiously came to the heart of Qi Mei. While the demonic energy has not yet gone berserk, he chose to drive them into his own body. In an instant, the demonic energy had already crawled all over most of Qingling's body. Suddenly, there was a clicking sound all over his body. A violent explosion exploded from within him, instantly suppressed almost all of his resistance. At this time, Qingling was already tortured by it and almost fainted. But after all, it was the plum blossom sword honored by countless people. This time, even the temper in his head did not allow him to fall. If he all faints, then it's completely over. At this time, the boy was already in ruins. It has to be done quickly. However, in the face of the demonic energy that fills the whole body, even if he has the means to restrain himself, the list is endless. Coming at him, it's just a blessing. Complete one's misery. The demonic aura of the ferocious snake knows that there is no way to retreat. The rampage is even crazier. Plus their own physical and internal forces at the same time. The anti-spirit has long been exhausted. I'm afraid it will drag on if it continues. Sure enough, it was doubled in consumption. He still showed his flaws. The snake's fangs pierced deep into the clear spirit's body. 1. The breath of 2 countless ferocious snakes gradually submerged him. At this time, he once again fell into a dead end, and the current situation also gave him one last option. It can completely introduce the internal force of the dantian into the meridians of the whole body. Then it erupted at the same time. In this way, of course, these demonic chi can be dismantled in an instant. But there are many of the 8 meridians of human beings. There is a slight deviation in this process. He also died violently on the spot. Qingming didn't have a choice. With a frightening, his whole body, each meridian roared at the same time. That pain is far more unbearable than cramping. As the demonic energy completely dissipated from his body, the boy also fell. His body was also damaged by the violent movement just now. A large expanse of excess, true qi gushed out. After a while, he opened his eyes in confusion. That's when I suddenly realized. Hurriedly got up. This ghost door was closed. He's familiar, but so crazy to die. It still made him shudder. Obviously, today's Qingming can't deal with demonic energy. Today is really lucky. It's just a fluke. I found that Lord Huang had also woken up at this time. That's when he smiled. The old man was still very weak at this time. The first time I saw the appearance of the boy. That's when I asked who you were, looking at the people who saved them with their lives. Qingming is also welcome. He said, who else could I be? Of course, it's the gods who came to save you. So far, after Huang Wenruo woke up, the truth of the matter was soon investigated. Team Fu's original plan was to destroy the royal family. Previously, because he deliberately erased the Galactic Merchant Group. It was not found. He was originally the owner of a merchant group that had competed with the royal family. After that, as for the source of the single magic hand, he said that he had found it on a corpse that he had encountered on his way to the merchants. It's so white. Busy, but that also explains, why do the people of the demon cult do things so low-key? Anyway, it's done. It can also be said that everyone is happy. Qingming is a distinguished guest of the Galaxy Business Group. In less than 3 days, he was raised to be a fat guy. Lord Huang, who had recovered a little, came to look for him. I almost didn't recognize it. This is the little Taoist who saved himself before. Even when I saw the old man, he was not pretentious. The grace of recreation. Hate is nothing to repay. But that's not what Qingming wants. Hurriedly took the chicken leg in his mouth and asked him to hurry up. To say that there are so many young people's hearts. Said that the person who stole the door did not dare to bring into. But it was inadvertently pointed out. This time, it was urgent to go down the mountain to save 100,000 people. It didn't go through the division, and it rained. The old man is old. I can't stand this kind of affection. Say whatever you say, and repay it well. Seeing that the fire is very hot. Qingming also unceremoniously took out the booklet. Thick one. It was all he had thought about in advance. I want to find what Master Huang wants. The old man didn't know what the situation was at this time. I heard the fat guy smiling brightly, so let's get started. It's twilight. Grandpa Huang also returned to the study. Speaking of which, he was saved by the Taoist chief, so seriously ill. But it didn't leave the root of the disease. I feel like I'm 10 years younger. Glancing at his son. You don't understand. Why did the old man cut Zhongnan's voice and promise to give Huashan a large amount of remuneration? Yes, it was broken by his father. The young group leader didn't panic. The reward they have given to Huashan is already very rich. Moreover, Xi'an is the boundary of central and southern China. My father didn't just take a risk. Is even more disregarded by the already mature business. It really didn't make him understand. However, Master Huang just looked at the famous product on his back and said, Young leader, do you know what the duties of a businessman are? Maybe it's because I'm too nervous about my father. His statements are rigid and high-sounding. This made Master Huang laugh. Looked at his son, who was pretending to be confused. Master Huang is actually very satisfied. But less group master. You should be clear. A businessman's duty is to make money. Moreover, making money in business has nothing to do with the CPPCC. It's just about efficiency. The reason why our Galaxy Business Group has today's status. It depends on vision and courage. You also see the potential of Huashan today. Now it cannot be compared with Zhongnan. Yes, but if we can at this time, connect with them and help them grow stronger, the benefits can be maximized in the future. Before, in order to find a giant python, I can say that there is money all over the world. But I didn't expect that. This Qianlong is about to ascend to heaven. Actually took the initiative to find the door. And just think about what you promised. It can become an indelible burden in that child's heart. The basic interests of the merchant community will not be damaged in the future. Arguably, this time the transaction is already a sure profit. It's just a price to pay in the end. 5 times more than I expected. This is something I never expected. On the other side, the boy was enjoying the sunset. But in my head, I was thinking, why is this Lord Huang so generous? To say that there is not a request. He certainly didn't believe it. I'm not stupid enough to help with everything anyway. Notice the movement on the side to clear. Look up. Li Songbai seems to come with obsession. Then he handed out a wooden sword. He said I had no ill intentions. And I figured it out too. You deliberately tricked me in order to solve the business group's affairs. But I also calculated it against you. It's just a thing that really hurts me. It's a sparring before that. I still don't understand what I went through at the time. I know. Xiao Daochang's martial arts should be much stronger than me. But I'm still trying to figure it out. What exactly happened before? At first, it was just a surprise. Gradually, she also developed a little love for money. After all, this nose is better than. The high-eyed Zhongnan is arrogant. It is indeed rare to be able to bend the waist for the 5 paths. I saw her smile kindly. You may regret it. That's it. The two came to the martial arts arena where the merchant group trained the guards. Li Songba still feels ridiculous. Qingming's age is among the 3 generations of disciples. It's very young, but he can be in the other party. Feel the huge gap. This sense of oppression. Even in the face of the elders, it has never been so exaggerated. Is this really the child's release? And Qingming also discovered the acumen of the youth. This excellent perception is not harmful to the initial practice of martial arts. But the further back, the more you can give full play to the advantages that almost dominate the situation of the battle. Maybe you're mentoring yourself. A future #1 archer in Central and South China. The boy held out a hand. A simple move signaled that Li Songbai could take the lead. He didn't talk nonsense either. However, his gesture unexpectedly brought out the afterimage of the Tao. Zhongnan's swordsmanship, he understood, has always been extremely domineering, and the skill of changing the sword. It can be said that none of them have always been suitable for them. This made Lime suddenly a little confused. I heard the other party say, this is Zhongnan's latest martial arts, Snowflake 12 style, while dancing the shadow of the sword. Finally, Qingling also saw the clue. Your move followed Li Songbai to the tower. The young man's eyes were even more inexplicably murderous. Just a moment. With the breaking of the wooden sword, Li Songbai was also beaten upside down and flew out. The moment when it is about to land, Qingling came to the front in an instant, grabbed him by the collar. Pull him up. Quartz is pushing too hard. Blood in the boy's mouth. I couldn't stop coughing it out. What bullshit, Snowflake 12. Deceived me, Huashan, and broke the inheritance. This is one of the 24 plum blossoms swordsmanship. It embodies the essence of Huashan. Plum blossoms. But now Huashan's swordsmanship is lost. But in your hands. And yet these words. Songbai didn't listen to a word, seeing that his 5 senses had just been deprived by a light sword. Now he finally understood what he was up against. This is definitely the power of ghosts and gods. I'm gonna die. I don't know when. Li Songbai opened his eyes again. I realized immediately what I had been through. Get up slowly. Look at the scars on your body. Only then did I hear the sound of clearing on the side. I've smoothed out all your internal organs. The rest were skin injuries. It will get better soon. But your move is Zhongnan's new martial arts. What else is it called, Snowflake 12? After receiving an affirmative answer, Qing Ling was even more angry and gritted his teeth. It's really infuriating. There is no one in my Huashan. Then Qing Ling learned. This set of swordsmanship elders did not follow those who are currently eligible to study. There are only one generation of disciples and two generations of disciples. Other words, the guy who finally packaged this set of swordsmanship, still in the central South Pi. Back then, the heavenly demons were encircled and suppressed. There are only some second-generation disciples and children living in Huashan. The remnants of the demon cult counterattack. The entire mountain gate must be powerless to stop. And Zhongnan is almost adjacent to Huashan. Even if the two factions have dislikes, they are terrible in the way of words. I can't watch the fire from the other side. Come on now. Most likely, some of them are pretending to support Huashan. In fact, it is a martial art that is given to Huashan. There is another possibility. The group of people who took advantage of the situation at that time. It's not a remnant of the demon cult at all. It's really a group of righteous people who will take revenge. The more I think about it, the more angry I get. But he didn't pour his anger on Li Songbai again. Just advised him not to practice this move again. Because Zhongnan's route is basically hard Qigong. Use Zhongnan's mental method to practice phantom sword martial arts. It will only be nondescript. Go round the sun to meet the moon. Fell down the city. However, Li Songbai did not understand. This made Qing Ming very speechless. Think about it. As a disciple of Zhongnan, if he can't understand their kendo, why should he help him to be right? But this kind of thing is in this kind of long-standing big school. Is it really going to happen? Wait, it's because of me. A disciple of Zhongnan 100 years ago. They are steadfast in their hearts. Naturally, this is not the case. But then I was relying on 24 hands of plum blossom swordsmanship. Almost beat them up and down, along with their pride. Is this gone? What a bunch of idiots. If I was born Changnam, later generations will also call me Zhong Nan Jianzuan. It's not a matter of inheritance. Qingming glanced at Li Songbai. Even if you want to tell him, it doesn't change anything. After all, he is not to blame. So the boy didn't say anything more. Step and leave. Li Songbai wanted to ask something more. Qingming didn't look back. Forget what I just said. You should decide your own path. Anyone's teachings to you can only be used as a reference. Good talent should be matched with a spirit that is enough to match. To grow up, although still ignorant. But Li Songbai understood. This is a sincere teaching from the other side. So he immediately got out of bed. Hold your fist in earnest. Thank you very much for your teachings. Seeing this, Qing Ming smiled softly. Wave your hand to show you don't care. That's when he left. Half a day. The sullen breath in Qing Ming's heart could not be dispersed. If it was before, he had already rushed to Zhongnan to smash them. But his current strength does not allow it. And the rivers and lakes are still the law of the jungle. Brother, I have to get stronger as soon as possible. Zhongnan sent you to provoke people who shouldn't be messed with. In Huashan here, some people are already jumping to their feet. Xiaozhi bit his nails. He and senior brother Ian would already be sweating profusely. It's been 7 days. Did that kid encounter something big? It's just that 3 generations of disciples went down the mountain privately. If there is not a plausible explanation, sure enough, in the council chamber, Cloud Sword is like a child who has made a mistake. The master of the financial pavilion was even more angry and blew his beard and glared at his face. His advocacy is to punish the zero-COVID policy severely. Huashan has finally recovered a little now. The rules can't just let him break like that. If Nagato doesn't care. This incident is enough to shake the foundation of Huashan today. And the Lord of the 5 Pavilions is Xian. The bottom of his heart. It's always felt. There are high people passing through the hands of the child in Qingming. Aid to Huashan. So the words are still slightly biased. Anyway, they all want to wait for him to come back first. Make a decision after you understand it clearly. The two argued. The head who had been silent sighed softly. There was a slight stinginess in his eyes. Shut them up. He didn't know if he had mistaken the child. The room was quiet. Yun Jin hurriedly hoped to organize a search team, even if you go through the entire Huashan and Huayin County. Also back. The sound outside the house instantly aroused the attention of the four people. The head of the house was the first to break out. His eyes were full of joy to the naked eye. Because of Qingming is taking the steps of not recognizing the 6 relatives and returning to the sect. Yun Yin looked at the battle. It was the first time he felt like he was talking. The elders heard it so clearly. However, Nagato was about to take a look. Is there anything wrong with that kid? Was stopped by the master of the Taijing Pavilion. This old referee is really scared. Reminds senior brother earnestly. Don't choose unconditional inclusion, because it will only ruin the goodness of the child. Xian was also speechless. He hadn't really come into contact with Qingming. Naturally, it is not clear. But in order not to worry the junior brother, that's when he promised. If it is clear and unharmed. Since he met with the immortal official, he was confined for half a month. In Yun Jin, this kid is old-fashioned. He said that he was grossly negligent in violating the teacher's order. According to the rules, you have to tear the yamen wall for at least half a year. If the boss disagrees, then he is old. The teacher will also face the wall for him. Xian swept from his eyes. I found that the rest of the people also felt that this was more appropriate. Only then did he frown. Open your eyes again. He accepted everyone's offer. Take a few people to the mountain gate. And Qingming just came back. See Xian Song. He didn't look any cramped. Respectfully met the head of the queen. Just wait. Xian Song took a deep look at the young man. He said that you have no choice but to leave the mountain gate. Qingming nodded. The master of the finance pavilion is going to explode his lungs at this moment. In front of so many 3 generations of disciples. I can't give a good reason. This will directly affect the prestige of the door rules. And Xuanzong just stared at him. Let him explain why. I saw Qingming pretending to be frightened by the elders. Meanwhile, a clear cough came. Old man Huang wants to excuse the young man. Also, in order to discuss cooperation, he actually chose to go to Huashan in person. Xuanzong saw him. Catch it now. But it's weird. I just received a letter from Mr. Huang 7 days ago. The letter says you are ill. Why did I suddenly see it today? Master Huang smiled. Said that this must not be saved by the Qingming Trail. I just got my life back. So please calm your anger. Don't blame him. At this point, Qingling shrugged his shoulders awkwardly. It's just that he didn't get away with it. Inside the council chamber, the boy was kneeling on the ground. A serious nonsense. Said that Master Huang's illness was caused by wooing grass. This is a poisonous weed that beggars often encounter. The symptoms are strange, difficult to pinpoint, but detoxification is not difficult. I was a little beggar just before I went up the mountain, so know how to treat. Just these rhetoric. He had already spoken to Master Huang. The 5 Yin grasses are indeed wrong. I guess I can get over it anyway. And Yun Jian heard this. I want to say that there are extenuating circumstances. Xuanzong was even more happy to quit throwing off the donkey. Yun Yin felt it. This is not appropriate. He felt that if the rules were broken, he would be punished. Even if the reason is to do good. It's just that it's not finished yet. I saw Xian Song's eyebrows raised. He quickly understood his disciple's intentions. So he said Yun Yin with a stern tone. Do you think the rules of the door or the human life are more important? Should I praise a man for his recklessness for human life? Is it just a hint at the disciples who came back? Moreover, we Huashan are a sect that pursues the right path. Nothing could be more important than chivalry. Hearing this, Yun Yin said that he was lacking in thought. But then I breathed a sigh of relief. He came to provoke this topic of opposition. The boss is good to show his anger. So, the other elders should not give Qingming any more punishments. I saw Xuanzang slowly get up. Come to the boy, he said. Qingming, it's been a hard time for you this time. Ben is well-intentioned, but Qingming's seniority is higher than him. I don't know how high. I had to press it to endure the unpleasantness. Indicates that it is fine. Half a day, Huangde showed it. Another purpose of this visit to Huashan, he said. Qingming, the chief of the trail, gave all the credit to Huashan. Therefore, in order to repay the grace of saving lives, I intend to give my full support to Huashan. And Xuanzang immediately heard the meaning of the words. Master Huang said it was support, instead of investing. It's almost in response to that sentence, and I have the final say. In this visit, the Galactic Merchant Group dispatched almost all of the Forbidden City. Recently, it could be analyzed. What does Huashan need them to do now? Happiness came too suddenly. The head of the house almost failed to catch the gift. This will look back at the teenager. Spring is about to emerge in my eyes. So he left the subject of the finance and economics pavilion Yunyan. Immediately start deploying the next arrangements with Lord Huang. On the way back, the mood of the 5 pavilion lords is even better. Qingming, this small body. Where can I afford such a big joke? I heard him laughing and talking light. It's already great if it's saving people. What's more, you are still saving Lord Huang. And after the 5 pavilion lords walked away, Yunjin also called out Qingming. He sternly admonished the boy. Don't be too frizzy in the future. So Qingming was respectful on the surface. In the bottom of my heart, I was secretly scolding this guy for being too old-fashioned. It was a sneak peek. He was surprised to find. This middle-aged man has a lot of color on his expression. Happiness and worry were all written on his face. Yunjin was also afraid that he would not be able to control it well. The same stride left first. It's a lot of painstaking work. But Qingling was also a little relieved at this time, because today's Huashan is still decaying. Can be everyone. Their hearts are deeply entangled with Huashan. I saw the young man smile lightly. Senior brother, I also have back pain. You know what martial arts are as they are. When you watch over them like a god of war, they will flock to you, close to you, and even do everything possible to tie you to them. Your sacrifices. There are countless people who are sobbing over it, and those who really have the heart to repay this kindness. But it's rare. So when the head of the merchant group, Lord Huang, said to the young man, when we were people tied to a boat, Qingqing's heart is resistant. Seeing this, Lord Huang also chose to be honest. He said, boat fisherman. It's just a tool indeed. Gas can be on copper and down. But if the destination is the same, naturally, there was no need for him to disembark halfway. After all, 2 people paddle together. The speed will be faster, isn't it? But the clear eyes are looking at the mountain gate. Non-committal. Lord Huang is the first business group owner in Shaanxi. Looking at the teenager. Finally, there was a little solemnity, maybe in the eyes of the kid in front of him. As long as he's there, the revival of Huashan is inevitable. In this way, they're a game of old and young. It's actually very intriguing. Lord Huang ordered that he would do his best. Holding Huashan Qingming is to understand in seconds. Do you want to be an enemy of Zhongnan? After receiving an affirmative answer, the boy played the scoundrel again. He said, we didn't let you do it. The old man knows, but I just hope that the little Taoist knows about it. The 2 laughed like grandchildren. Secretly, they dislike each other. And Master Huang, I really admired this young man from the bottom of my heart. But what he didn't know was, Qingming is a human being. Combined, they are not younger than him. So in the face of him, the rivers and lakes are vast. When young people still know that it is better to forbear, Qingming couldn't help but sneer. He's smart. Didn't take Lord Huang's face. Because this sentence is indeed true. Wait until the 2 of them say goodbye. Lord Huang looked up. After a long time in the mall, his eyes are wandering. Look at this familiar Huashan faction again. Muttered, this place is simply called Long Yuan. It should be more appropriate. The young leader did not hear his father's whispering, but he could feel the surprise in his father's face. He understood. Their Galaxy Merchant Group will be inseparable from Huashan in the future. And Qingming finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time. The obstacles that Huashan is now obsessed with have finally been solved. From now on, we must focus on martial arts without distractions. In fact, it was just as he expected. The strength of the Galactic Merchant Group. Soon the Huayin County, which was about to collapse, became lively. Also thanks to them, the expression on the face of the Lord of the Lottery Pavilion. It's been a time when I can't control myself. Only when the head of the house discussed what reward to give to Qingling. He finally got angry. Because of today's Huashan, the thing that can be given to a teenager is almost 0.5. The pavilion Lord Xianshang proposed to bring the secret notes that were discovered recently. After they have studied it, give it to them for cultivation. But he was disgusted to death by the master of the financial pavilion. He struggled with the meaning of the word reward. Also blamed the head of the house for saying that Qingling was practicing penance every day in the White Eyebrows Pavilion. Now send him the secrets. This is for the child to increase burden, and since it is rewarded, to give something that we would all be stingy, of course, can show sincerity. The more he talked, the more excited he became. Originally listened to his words. The head is confused. But on second thought, actually it makes sense. Over the past few decades, this junior brother is in charge of Huashan's livelihood. How terrible it is to take care of a declining sect. I think only he can understand it. Their own juniors bring this to the scene. You can imagine how much the junior brother loves it. But this kid is so excited. It doesn't seem to be the state of the discussion. Xianshang also found this. I had to smile, dragged this obsessed junior brother out. I hope you understand. In his heart, too much repression. In this way, the time of Huashan passed day by day. The days of practice of the 3 generations of disciples were hard. But it's clear, Qingling, before he killed people, there is no intention to take the burden off them. Among them, Zhao Jie has the best talent. It was even more gratifying to Qingling. And the senior brother doesn't have the talent of Xiao Jie. But he became more and more comfortable with the training of the devil's underworld. He did have worries, because Huashan swordsmanship is a fast sword based on transformation. So they have always felt the strength of the exercise will hinder the development of swordsmanship. I don't know why. When he really gets his body up and running, the speed and sharpness of the swing of the sword are increasing exponentially. This change is visible to the naked eye. And not only yourself. Everyone is actively striving for better results. As a big brother, he knew they had changed. It's just a change in the appearance of the guys. Or let him feel. The Huashan faction is becoming more and more like a den of bandits. And Qingming, since the children began to practice spontaneously. No more overseers. Xiaojie said that he always seemed to be the first to get up. But where exactly did it go? I don't know. The two talked about the changes in their bodies now. Although everyone is getting stronger. A few references are missing. But they always feel, if it's your former self, 2 or 3 of him should be able to handle it easily. But Xiaojie was not satisfied. Because that convention is going to be held again. He wants to be stronger. So the 2 little beasts decided to agree. Wait for Qingling to come back. Let him torture himself a little more. And what they don't know is, Qingling got up every day when he was ugly. It's not to add a spiritual task to yourself. He has mastered so many swordsmanship. This small body has to be thoroughly adapted. It will take some time. For now, in addition to the lack of internal forces, there is always some weakness in the supermarket. But if he practiced his sword in front of the children, I'm afraid that Huashan is going to mess up again. That's why he sneaks here at this time of the day. Falling flowers are windy, but today is clear. Only to find another figure. Elegant. The sword dances like a flower. Flying and dignified. Although still immature. But his move is to clear 0. Until now. See the swordsmanship with the former Huashan, the most similar sword intent, and yet he's still sexual. But I didn't know that there was already something easy to understand in the girl's eyes. I heard the cold light. The girl stared condescendingly at the teenager. Who you are, I don't seem to have ever seen you. And Qing Ming was discovered by the little girl. It's actually quite unhappy in my heart. Say that again. She should have asked. But by the moonlight. Qing Ming also took a closer look. The woman. It's really in the rivers and lakes that he has been wandering for nearly 100 years. A rare beauty. However, the chill came from the neck. This made him feel helpless. So he pointed to the plum blossom on his chest. You're blind. Didn't you see Huashan's uniform? It was learned that Qing Ling was a disciple of 3 generations. And leaving the mountain gate after sunset is still a privilege for the head of the house. He didn't believe anything. He said that it is taboo to snoop on other people's cultivation. Now that you see it, you should leave quickly. But what kind of person is Qing Ling? It doesn't matter if you're a pretty girl or a king. It's still going to be scared. First until yesterday. This is where I practice. Then at night, people I didn't know wandered around Huashan. Shouldn't I be sure? Just like that, the girl's brows furrowed. In a few words, he was bitten by his red lips. Unexpectedly cute. This made Qing Ming also surprised. It seems that this girl is not very good at arguing with people and pretending to be stupid. The girl calmed down a little. That's when I asked the boy's name. I heard that it was called Qing Ming. He was surprised. It turns out that Huashan's generation is a 5-character cycle. Qing Ming, Xinyan, White. And the 3 generations of disciples of this generation happen to belong to the green generation. His first reaction was, this little guy has already been given the name of the Tao as soon as he gets started. But he thought too much. It's just that the most surprising thing for Qing Ming is, the girl is a 2nd-generation white character disciple. Beat from him to Huashan. I didn't see the white character of him. He also thought it was Huashan's situation, resulting in skipping a quilt. But now suddenly a skeleton appeared. It made him feel as bad as eating. Fake a salute. That's when he was sent away. However, in the cafeteria in the early morning, the children sighed. This makes Qing Ming a little dreamy back to the white eyebrow pavilion. Then, after the lesson, they all looked like they were going to die. The elder brother said, because the uncles are coming back. They left Huashan for retreat. Choose penance. But Qing Ming still didn't understand. These people are jackals, tigers, and leopards. It can't eat people. Xiao Jie told him. This means that the Chinese conference is about to begin. It is Huashan and Zhongnan. A jousting tournament is held every 2 years. Qing Ming seems to have heard of this somewhere. But I couldn't remember it for a while. Senior brother Yin's face was gloomy. He said it wasn't so much a joust. In fact, it was a one-sided beating. If you use the faces of the uncles this time, it should be black to the bottom of the pot. Qing Ming understands it. Other words, this is a competition between the 2nd generation of disciples and the 3rd generation of disciples. And then it was you who were beaten up all along. That's right. Senior brother Yin's face was even more embarrassed and nodded. In other words, the Central China Conference is just around the corner. And it's the Central and South faction that fights with us, right? Think back to 100 years ago. Zhongnan doesn't have the guts to hold any conference with us. It should be taking advantage of Huashan's weakening. That's when I got it out and rode on our heads to play. I learned about those uncles. It was only after losing last time that I went to retreat. So this time it will be a result. It's also hard to guarantee that you'll win. Ho Qing Ling stood up even more excitedly. He said, brothers, don't worry. I'll let you win. No matter what. As long as you can defeat those guys from the South Central faction. Huashan's reputation can spread. So do it all for me. Even if you die, you will not hesitate to become enlightened. At this time, the children did not know what they're about to face. And at this time, in the chamber, Yun Yin didn't understand why the Central South Congress. Suddenly, it was held a whole half-year earlier. Xian Song was even more helpless. They're already in a weak position. They are to be harshly deceived by outsiders. It will only be said that we are cowardly in Huashan. That's a word for them old guys. It's nothing. I'm afraid that the children will mistakenly think it. None of us elders have faith in them. In case the children languish because of this, it's going to be worse than losing. But that being said, after Yun left, hanging bush looking at the plum blossoms outside the house, my heart is still as uncomfortable as a thorn. Maybe someday, he'll pierce deeper, until I take my life. The head sighed with contempt. Bai Meiguan Xiaojie was curious. Can they really beat Zhongnan? But it's a pity. The answer was no. Immediately cleared the zero, compared their current strength. Probably so many young people are dissed like this. How can there be a service? Patted his chest and said. He could feel himself several times stronger. But Qingming is not optimistic. The growth rate of the current 3 generations of disciples is indeed terrifying. But compared with the 3 generations of Huashan's former disciples, it's a big difference. Judging from the strength of the 9 factions in the past, among the 3 generations of disciples, it is also possible for Zhao Jie to win. Slightly weaker opponents. In the movie, you need to meet the weaker one. Fortunately, Xiao Jie has no ambition. He was more desperate to know how to win. Qingming told them neither salty nor light. Be prepared to die within 15 days. I'm going to make you stronger. So this time Qingming shouted everyone earlier. The children were chattering. Until the appearance of the teenager. They fell silent. Eyes on Qingming. And this time he brought a wooden sword and a real sword. This scene really scared the group of children. The noise gradually sounded. Are all speculating about the training content of the devil's name this time. And Qingming couldn't see joy and anger at this time. He said that in order to make everyone get stronger quickly, we need to change our cultivation methods. But there's nothing special about it. Just give me one death. Because even if I die, I don't want to see you guys defeated by Zhongnan's guys. But I'll let you win. Looking at the clarity that seems to be a magic wand, Xiaojie also panicked. He said as long as he could win, no matter what kind of practice you practice, everyone will do it. But what does it mean to die once? It's so scary. Qingming glanced at Xiaojie. Let him come first. At this time, he also wanted to find a cushion. Only then did I realize that the love of the same family is so precious. So Xiaojie came to the devil spirit with a hard head. Qingling said that although this is a bit strange, but the brothers are strong now. The previous practice was not in vain. It's just that he tried to estimate in his heart. If Li Songbai belongs to the strong man of the 2nd generation of disciples in Zhongnan, then their strength, it's about the same as it used to be. The current situation is not optimistic. Thereupon, Qingling began to teach him his apostate thoughts. You have built your body, though, but the swordsmanship is too weak. The evil sword is for victory, and for the sake of victory, you have to give me whatever it takes. Then he threw the wooden sword out. From now on, the 2 of us competed in martial arts. You can use any method, and I only use the move of swinging the sword. Xiaojie bowed his head. He knew that he couldn't win against Qingling at all. But if the other party only uses one move, then maybe you have a chance. In other words, you use a real sword to learn from Qingming. I don't think it's really going to be cut. I saw him look like you guess I can't cut it. Xiaojie only felt that her throat and eyes were hot. But he immediately stabilized his mind. So, is it time to start? This surprised Lime glanced at Zhao Jie's uncontrollable trembling. Lime smiled. Is it possible to win my self-confidence? And Xiaojie took the lead. I don't have the slightest emotion with this sword. Falling flower sword. No matter how you look at Lime, you can feel that this guy is full of emotions. I don't know where I offended him. However, Xiaojie had a scarlet 7-star step in his eyes. Then he heard the sound of a continuous step on the ground. He approached the lime at great speed. Then another blow followed. Although the action of the falling flower sword is green, but the talent for fighting is excellent. If you only think about potential, not losing in the slightest. Li Songbei does have this qualification and self-confidence. But the battle of the two, the children were stunned, can be seen on the surface. Senior brother Zhao Jie seemed to be unilaterally suppressing the lime. What's going on here? However, the film looks carefully. Although Zhao Jie is fierce, but he didn't meet Qingming at all. That's not a special way to do it. It's just a right step back. Medea dodged Zhao Jie's sword. Look at it from another angle. It's like a choreographed action by Qingming. Deliberately let Zhao Jie fall short. Can I understand it? Qingming knew everything about Zhao Jie's moves. How much can I understand that kid now? As Xiao Jie pounced again, he also noticed that something was wrong. Every time he falls, there will always be a distance between Qingming, and only an inch away. He finally realized that he had little hope. The body trembled uncontrollably. Obviously, I've been working hard. That's why he feels like he's a lot stronger now. But why? The gap between him and Qingming is still like a moat. But it can't. With Xiao Jie's angry outburst, it sounded. It was found in the shadow almost at the same time. He had already cultivated his sword qi. Xiao Jie ejected almost instantly. Another sword against Qing Ling. The impact of wielding the sword aura. The original floor tiles made a deep ravine. There is also a huge pothole in the wall of the No. 5 salt factory. But it's a pity that he still hasn't met Qingming. Look up. The other party was staring at him with the eyes of a dead man. Senior brother is over. With a roar, Xiao Jie's eyes were almost completely occupied by the long sword. Just at the edge of the sword was his forehead. When the distance is less than 1 finger. Only then did they stop, and suddenly the children present were silent. Wait until Zhao Jie reacts. Then he sat down on the ground. He really felt like he was going to die. Now I couldn't feel the heat of the battle at all. Only a cold feeling permeated his trembling body. But Qingling was satisfied. Not everyone has the chance to die once. Then the devil turned to look at the rest. Shout next, but see it with your own eyes. How can there be children rushing to deliver it? Qingming doesn't mind either. Brothers, think about it. You can really hide from it. Why don't you come? Then I'll be gone. Yubi Qingming was inexplicably excited. Rushed to this group of children who had nothing to do. Tonight the moon wants to come. For 3 generations of disciples. It should be a night to remember. Wait until he beats everyone up. That's what explains. I have already told you. I'll swing my sword downward. But such an obvious attack. But you can't hide from it. You know why? Xiaojie only feels from the body to the IQ. All were insulted. He said of course it was because it was too fast. It's so fast that there's no time to think. 3-year-olds know why. Now that the senior brothers know. But why don't you do anything? The sword that fell on his head. It is completely different from the sword that others observe. You just have to get your body out. Anyone can wield the sword I just had. Solid and solid lower plate. Then transfer the power to the hands. Merge with internal forces. That's what it means to swing a sword. Zhao Jie has not yet come out of the shock just now. Yin Zhong was the first to speak. It's compared to pursuing gorgeous but unfamiliar swordsmanship. It's better to swing the sword with the body that has been trained. Right? Qing Ling looked sideways. He added that he also needed the determination to kill with 1 hit. Each and every one of you all need to have the consciousness not to swing the second sword again. If you can't kill with 1 hit, you'll die. Now the elder brother finally understands. Why did Qing Ling let the fire die once? Not for personal experience. The feeling of Qing Ling's sword falling on his head. I'm afraid most people can't understand it. What is a 1-hit kill? But it's a clear spirit. We are Huashan disciples. Even if it's a joust. Shouldn't we use Huashan's swordsmanship? Defeat the opponent. What is the first form of the senior brother Liuha's sword? Isn't Liuha Huashan's swordsmanship? He is not only the basic swordsmanship of Huashan. It is also the cornerstone of Huashan. All of our swordsmanship in Huashan begins with Liuhe. He is also loyal to Liuhe. But a guy who can't even use this set of swordsmanship actually began to learn the sword of the fallen flower in vain. 7-star steps, you remember it from me. If you can't use the Liuhe sword proficiently, even if you learn other sword techniques, it's useless. It's like a building. If you don't even have a solid foundation, a little wind can blow him down. So everybody go get me a wooden sword. Practice 10,000 downward swings. Listen to it all. There is nothing that is glorious despite defeat. I want you. I must be given victory by any means necessary. Half a day. Qing Ming, who had arranged his homework, came to Luo Hua Peak again. To be honest, I'm pretty tired, especially when I think back to the past. My juniors and disciples are worried that my swordsmanship will be broken. So, I found the senior brother in charge and told me to accept apprentices. But what did senior brother Stinky say? He couldn't bear to hand over his disciple to me. Say, I firmly believe that talent comes from under the stick. But it's an individual. You can't do anything that violent. The most critical thing is that bastard brother. Again in front of me. It's very upset to think about it. I don't know why I want to be reborn. If only I had died. I don't need riches and glory. I don't want to go down in history. But if I wanted to build one, I didn't have it. It can also pass on the spirit of Huashan. Although I have known for a long time that this will not be easy. But then again, the woman probably won't come back. No matter how obsessed you are with cultivation. It won't be ugly when you go up the mountain. Then he saw Lime draw his sword. The tiredness in his eyes was swept away. Now he has to get stronger as soon as possible. It's not about getting your old self back. It's clear that the past self is far from strong enough. If it weren't for the siege of a gang of masters from the 9 factions, drained the guy's stamina, I'm definitely no match for that guy. Although everyone said that I was the best in the world. But actually, I'm just one. A loser who can't defeat the heavenly demon alone. As long as I'm strong enough. That's not going to happen. And no one dares to guarantee it. It will no longer be the same as the heavenly demons. Even a guy stronger than him. It is necessary to keep Huashan in the midst of so many dangers. I have to be stronger than anyone else in this world. Even stronger than the heavenly demon. The appearance of that guy shattered everything I once believed in. As if to laugh at us. These are firmly believed. Just follow the path blazed by the saints. The one who can get it. I had to push what I thought was the limit. However, what Qingming didn't know was the appearance of self-cultivation is still the ant named Louis Shue. Take a look at it clearly. It can be seen that the boy is very anxious. I hope I can learn something. But this matter is still far away for him now. Slowly open your eyes. I saw this Lu Shirgu at a glance. It scared Qing Ling so far away. He couldn't figure it out. How can this woman be like a ghost? I was able to avoid my own gaze. Even come to yourself. Obviously, it doesn't look strong. The presence is extremely low. It's like having practiced the art of assassination. But now the question is, how much did the woman see? And Lu Ishua doesn't seem to know how to speak. Blurted out the word plum blossom. This made Lime instantly feel her head countless times bigger. I was going to pretend that nothing happened. This scene made the girl think that he was going to kill people. Nervous look, so that the Lime does not know. What should I do next? Thinking about it for a long time was fruitless. Now, there's only one way. So he put away his sword, clenched hands into fists. If I am lonely, then I will say goodbye first. Don't wait for the girl to stay. Qingling leaped backwards sharply. In this way, he maintained a respectful appearance. Disappeared in Lu Ishue's sight. The wild left a young girl who muttered plum blossoms in her mouth, annoyed while running. Fortunately, there was only one witness this time. As long as you kill yourself, you won't admit it. No one should take it seriously. It seems that in the future, the white characters will come back. Be more careful. Wait until they come back. I seem to have forgotten something very important. Huayin County in the early morning. Busy. It's been a busy day for a long time. The figure of a teenager is sitting at a table, holding the cup and making a sizzling sound. The wine he had saved for 100 years could not be wasted, since the privilege given by the head. Naturally, you have to use it flexibly. It's just that the wine is still the wine of 100 years ago, but the taste has changed. The boy sighed. It's better to hide from my brother and steal my mouth. Thinking of Qing Ming, he laughed at himself again. Someone who hasn't thought about it in his life. What's the use of thinking about it now? Where the senior brother is staying now. I guess there aren't any of these things. The boy was drinking. Outside the courtyard, a group of people in black clothes walked in. It looks like it's just the year it was established. There's also a plum blossom pattern on the chest. I think it's unlucky to meet someone who is white. Qingming didn't want to have anything to do with them. It's better to drink it and leave quickly. But they beckon Xiao Air to come with a few good dishes. Serve it with a pot of wine. It still makes Qingming feel a little uncomfortable. No to drink, but he has become something that only the head of the family dares to touch. If you are still a second-generation disciple, blatantly do this in Huayin County. Inevitably, he will be locked up in the Siguia for half a month. Children now. However, there is a heart. Qingming also found. The men they made were so handsome. Even a man thinks this kid is very handsome. How to say it? It's like the big swordsman who walked out of the story. But then you listen to what the other person has to say. Facing the China Congress. He is confident enough to compete with the Central and South factions. As long as they keep improving, it may not be impossible to surpass the Central and Southern factions. Overlooking the world. Poof! Qingming really couldn't hold back. I found myself out of shape. That's just a fake statement. Is there a bug in the meal? But it's clear. Their elder brother didn't believe it. And it seems that this man is a bit more serious. He took the initiative to say, "Who is the little brother? I don't think I've ever seen you in Huayin County. I don't know if I could tell the name of the little brother's house." He glanced at the food on the Qingming table. Each dish is not cheap. The whole of Huayin County. As he remembers, there is no such person among the young masters of the rich people. The boy didn't want to have anything to do with him. Strongly said that he should not pay attention to himself. But he didn't give up. Pick up your own chair. Slowly came to Qingming. It looks very kind. He said that he was a second-generation disciple of Huashan. During the day, I hope to get acquainted with the boys. Look at Qingming again. The disgust in his eyes is about to pop out of the water. He didn't understand why this guy was so persistent. And you can't beat him. It's a big hassle. In desperation, Qingming had no choice but to hug the pipa and half cover his face. It's embarrassing to say that I'm still okay. I took my leave first. However, daytime doesn't seem silly. It was obvious that he was not going to let Qingming leave like this, but turn the head of the below wrestler. But he was avoided by the boy without looking at it. In this scene, in the eyes of the juniors and disciples on the side, it seems that the senior brother has already caught the boy, but he let him go inexplicably. Men are good. I had to pretend to say it. I don't think I should bully children. On the way back, Qingling was still complaining about drinking too quickly. It's a pity that there is a good table of dishes. But what I said that day was ridiculous. A group of guys who are not even as good as Zhao Jie. It is also able to speak with majesty. Also grappler. This blows more than their own. It was even older when I met 3 generations of disciples at one time. But then again, the 3 generations of disciples have only just begun to learn martial arts. But the second-generation disciples have long passed the stage of laying the foundation. It's a time of rapid growth. I don't know if it will go on like this. When will they be made into manufacturable materials? Holding on to this unhappiness, Qingling returned to the bedroom and began to fall asleep. Xiaojie ran to call him, only to find that the house was full of alcohol. I tried to shake him, only to find that he couldn't wake up. So Xiaojie's eyes froze. Scolded bastard. got up, and immediately pretended not to be himself. It's a good thing this guy couldn't hear clearly. So he immediately changed the topic and said that the uncles were back. Let's go to the martial arts arena and assemble. And the smell of alcohol on your body is too great. But that's not the end of the story. I saw the lime pinching her nose and making a long flutter. Zhao Jie was surprised to find, both in the house and on the lime, the original smell of alcohol is gone. While looking at it, Lime changed his robe. He said, "Senior brother, it's a pure place. Don't talk nonsense about the smell of alcohol." Brought the two to the martial arts arena. Lime still finds it funny. It's just tearing a few Bigodan teeth. It gave me the illusion that I was doing penance. As soon as I came back, I felt that I had worked hard. Wine and cow blowing. I still feel good about myself. The doors gradually opened. The head of the house also greeted him personally. 3 generations of disciples have been fascinated by them for a long time. They unconsciously applauded their perseverance. And Qingming is looking at this daytime. Sure enough, this kid is really handsome. But why do I think I'm more handsome? I just feel that senior brother should question himself. Where is the conscience? Something seems to have been exposed. It's a coincidence. Qingming was also found during the day. I don't know if it's an illusion. He sent the gods back. Standing in front of Qing Ling, raised with a thud, his arm covered half of the boy's face. Now it's good to see the daytime grinning. Maybe we don't know each other. Little brother, but such a persistent person. It is also rare for Qing Ling. I don't know what this guy wants to do, though. Or beat him up. Again, suppose you are bullied by elders in the prime of life. Then you, and I may have to endure it most of the time. Especially in the Taoist Huashan, which pays attention to the tradition of etiquette. It's a generation and a ravine. Problems arise. It's just because this generation of Huashan is too special. In the early years, in order to repay the debts of Huayin County, they chose the early. Opened the enrollment ceremony for a new generation of disciples. This also led to the youngest of the 2nd generation of disciples, similar in age to the eldest of the 3 generations of disciples. And it turned out, the 2 generations of disciples unconsciously paid attention to each other. And the 2nd generation of disciples, senior brothers, during the day, is already known as the first genius in Huashan. That's it. Qingming used to have it, but soon became the first little devil in Huashan. But it's a false name. In his opinion, it should also belong to Zhao Jie. Don't say that. During the day, Uncle Sure is a character I will never be able to reach. Qingming smashes the snake. Yesterday, you wanted to beat me. That's all for today. It's not easy. Glancing over. Only then did the young man understand why the other party lived so seriously. The flower of the flock. Let him stand beside this peer who is full of weak chickens. It's a very unnatural thing to do. And because of this, caused him to have a defect that he couldn't even detect. It makes sense just now that I came to recognize it. The mind is thinking. A young girl walked briskly to the group. It was natural to stand at the lead next to the daytime. It's also a white word for this guy. What's called Lu? He probably hasn't told me anything about me yet. Xiaojia suddenly called Qingming. I've seen the world and smiled, I understand. My aunt is the first beauty in Shangxi. The first time I saw it, I definitely couldn't take my eyes off it. But don't dream, you kid. Aunt Lu has long been obsessed with daytime poetry and books. Look at Qingming and senior brother Ian again. I just think that the smell of this kid's words is too heavy. It's completely ignoring him. For a while, a Huashan #1 wizard. For a while, the first beauty in Shangxi. I don't know, I think Huashan can represent Shangxi. You have the leisure to swing your sword one more time. Maybe you'll be famous all over the world. With the lead during the day. The 2nd generation disciples have visited the master. Xian Song understood that it was not easy for them to cultivate. So after a few words of greeting, he asked the junior brother to arrange a banquet. The lord of the lottery pavilion was reluctant. But there was no objection to the boss's arrangement. just muttered unabashedly as he left. Senior brother is big-hearted. Xian Song is also helpless. After the incident with the Galactic Merchant Group, this junior brother always said some strange things. It's all right. So he arranged for Yun Yin and his disciples to drink first. Called Qingming alone. He said he had something to talk to him about. It was normal, but sensitive daytime. Soon caught the grapefruit in the boy's mouth. Prick up your ears and listen. The head of the house is actually coaxing children to say, "I've got sweets for you. Aren't you coming?" Looking at the back of Qingming and the head. During the day, he still couldn't help but ask Uncle Yunjian, what the hell is going on with that child? However, Yunjian was still careless. Ben was kind enough to persuade him that it was best to leave Qingming alone. It's good for their physical and mental health. But it sounds like it is during the day. The taste is completely changed. Sunset over the West Mountains. Looking at the table full of meat in the cafeteria. I couldn't believe my eyes during the day. The sharp-eyed junior brother on the side did not forget to joke. Look at those 3 generations of disciples. Eating meat is greasy. Think of them not there. This year, the sect has undergone a lot of changes. Obviously, the juniors didn't mind this disobedience. But the strangeness in my heart during the day. He couldn't keep his mouth shut. In his memory, Huashan can almost be poorer than beggars. Even the beggars just don't seem to have any money. But what's going on here? Yunjian also saw the strangeness of the day at this time. I learned that this child was confused because of the change in the sect. This is just a sudden occurrence. But it's a long story. We have a lucky star in Huashan. You'll find out later. The more I listen to it during the day, the more confused I become. But at this time, the door of the cafeteria was suddenly kicked open. Everyone was looking to catch up. The guy who made such a big fuss. I saw a boy walking in a hurry. It was as if someone owed him millions. Without saying a word, he came to the dining table and sat down. Senior brother Ian spoke very naturally. Why is it so angry again? I learned that the boss asked him to run the Galaxy Business Group again. That's when they suddenly realized. Run 4 or 5 times a week, although it is only a branch in Huayin County. But being like a carrier pigeon is always unacceptable. However, at this time of the day, he stared at Qingnu. His brothers found that no one blamed him at all. Even Uncle Yunji, who usually pays the most attention to etiquette, also silent. It's as if it's all taken for granted. It would be in his head. Has already made up a series of large-scale seizures of power. Look closely. The kid even sits. It was originally a position in the shadow of their elder brother. This means that this kid is not only famous, he also holds real power. During the day, his brow was furrowed like a rattle. He hadn't realized he was completely trapped. I don't know what kind of means you used, but you control 3 generations of disciples. That's a fact. It seems that it is necessary to find a day to bump into you. The younger brother found out. He barely moved his chopsticks. I asked curiously. Only then did he react during the day. Just ready for dinner. I remembered that I didn't know where senior sister Lu had gone. Mention him as a junior sister. That's a lot better than being there in person. The kid made him care. I'm afraid he'll miss dinner. I'm going to look for it. And the juniors and disciples are also helpless. Whenever you encounter senior sister Lu, he became very reckless. Maybe it's one thing down one thing. However, at this time, another person walked into the cafeteria. Daytime is inherently highly sensitive. Someone was spotted immediately. It is the junior sister Lu Yixue, who is in her heart. But faces greetings. Lu Yixue turned a deaf ear. Look at yourself. As if looking for something. The most engaging daytime was stunned again. I saw him go straight to the table of the 3 generations of disciples. May I sit next to you, please? This goddess of coldness. The first time I took the initiative to talk to a boy, it is comparable to a large-scale melon-eating scene. It's just that Qingming doesn't care about this. He didn't want to have anything to do with this man. Turning his head and making it clear that no. Lu Yixue was anxious. Let's go out and talk. Qingling waved his hand, even more no. I don't want to talk to you. Xiaojia is crazy. What the hell is going on? Hit Yamazaki. I have never seen Aunt Lu take the initiative to talk to anyone. Now he is running to haunt the devil's name. But can this kid pay attention to his tone when he speaks? And Lu Yixue didn't want to give up. He said it would really only take a while. I have something to say to you. The mind is also numb. I said no. I have nothing to say to my aunt. Can't you understand people? He looked at the boy. There's really no good way to do it in my heart. So he sat down next to him with his face on his face. It means that I am here for you. Not really. I'll talk about it when you're done. It's a matter that no one can refuse. Qingming only felt that his head was big. The meat on the table is no longer fragrant. The second-generation disciples approached one after another, waiting to eat melons. Suddenly, a crisp cough rang out. The crowd turned their heads to look. During the day, senior brother would no longer be able to see any emotion. I saw him get up slowly, turning his head to look at the boy. He said, I remember your name is Qingming. Yes, I heard that you gave the head of the house. He often travels between Huashan and Xi'an. It's hard work, and I understand. He closed his eyes. Force yourself to calm the knot in your chest. But my aunt has already begged you like that. Even if you're tired. As a junior, you should also go out and talk to him. Look at what he said. During the day, I feel that there is no leakage. However, Qingming didn't eat this set. Put on a nosy look. Ask me why I have to do that. Fried during the day. He was trembling with anger. But he still has to forcibly smile with the calm smile of the senior brother. He said with an uncomfortable face, because as a disciple of the Daomen, know the rules, especially between the elders and the juniors. Even more so, Qingling Yiren. I see. That's my aunt. Apologize. Uncle sure said you don't understand the rules. Lu Yixue was also stunned, stared blankly at the boy. This is He Yin, who welcomes the return of the second generation of disciples. You're talking about personal matters here. The girl was stunned, immediately bowed to the day and apologized. Said that the junior sister was not thoughtful. Sighed. Qingling also did not forget to remind you that you should apologize to your uncle. After all, you made a mistake in front of your uncle and ancestor. Thereupon, confused, he bowed to Uncle Yunjian again, and Yunjian smiled very naturally. Scolding the girl is too outward. Let him sit down and eat quickly. But this one is a fuss. During the day, I was so angry that I was about to have a heart attack. Yin Zhong and Xiaojia also found out that something was wrong. Scold the bastard. Why do you always make such a big fuss? But the bottom of my heart is scolding. The two of them were still worried about Qingling. Hurriedly got up to play the round. After a long day, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Your name is Qingling? Wrong. Xiaojia looked at the devil's name. Cold sweat pinched my throat and eyes. He really hoped that this kid would be able to behave like that once. However, Qingling returned. It seems that Ning has indeed worked too hard to travel abroad, asking the same question over and over again. If you're tired, go back to rest. I didn't want to pay attention to the teenager's provocation during the day. He said, I'll just ask you a question. Did we see it this morning? And Lime sneered. I said it was the first time I'd seen you. Did you grow up tricked? Daytime at this time? I have long lost my will in my eyes. Although it is not good to know that it is not good. But if you can't, hit this kid's arrogance. The teacher and the disciple have important things to report. As far as the disciples know, 3 generations of disciples, if there are no special instructions. It is not allowed to leave Huashan. However, the disciples saw a 3rd-generation disciple this morning, dressed in private clothes, appeared in Huayin County, and that person is this disciple. Hear this. Yunjian just frowned. Confirm that the person you see during the day is Qingling Hao. But a sentence popped out of his mouth. Confused again during the day, he suddenly began to doubt. Is there something wrong with your ears? Uncle Yunjian, who is already very strict, Not only did I not mean to blame just now, it didn't hurt to say anything. It seemed to see his doubts. Yun Jin added that the disciple did not have the permission of the master. You can also enter and exit the mountain gate freely. This privilege is given by the master. Do you have an opinion? The CPU was burned for a while. I heard another smack. I don't know if it's intentional or not. The fragrance that Qingming ate is so fragrant. The whole cafeteria could be heard. Grit your teeth during the day. A sense of powerlessness grew from the bottom of his heart. It just so happened that another person walked in. It is the master of the financial cabinet. Come and inspect the dinner you have arranged. Although the day is depressing, then I felt a horizontal in my heart. This will only lead him to one way to the dark. And I saw that he was great. Step forward, clenched your fists, and respectfully greeted the elders. And the financial pavilion master doesn't seem to care. Wave his hand. Let them eat and drink well. By the way, he told the cloud arrow, let him take care of his disciples. Don't play too crazy. However, during the day he spoke again. He said, Elder, the disciple has something important to report to you. This morning, I saw 3 generations of disciples in Huashan, drinking in a restaurant in Huayin County. Hear this. The finance pavilion master was also furious. You said that 3 generations of disciples drank alcohol. Tell me which one you're seeing. Seeing seems to work. Only then did he smile, slightly embarrassed during the day. The disciple will never be mistaken. It's the disciple sitting there and chirping, clear and bright. And they looked at each other like this, old and young. During the day, there was no abnormality in the elders. Still talking to himself. But the master of the financial pavilion was already impatiently speaking at this time. Interrupted him. It's Qingming, so what? Are you the ones who set the rules of Huashan? According to you, does Huashan have a rule that disciples are not allowed to go down the mountain to drink? And what does it matter if you have a little wine? You guys, a guy who can't even earn his own food money back, with his money to feed you. There is still a face to sue him. Are you worthy of being called Uncle Sure? Believe it or not, I'm going to blow your head right now. The more he talked, the more excited he became. The anger on his face became more and more obvious. Said almost in a roaring tone, the money you pay for meat is earned by your nephews. What's wrong with him saving a little bit of his own to drink? A bunch of bastards. Don't even eat. What qualifications do you have to eat meat? Seeing that the junior brother is crazy again. Xian Shang was glad that he had arrived in time. I dragged him out. It's only now quiet here. Eat deflated again and again. During the day, he finally came to his senses. But what the hell is going on with this kid? After a while, everyone returned to the dormitory. The day is full of early years. The teacup of the waterline. The junior brother on the side was indignant. Whether it is an elder or an uncle. Even senior sister Lu. They all seem to be too partial to that kid. It's not that he wants to cause trouble. I just feel that it has been hard for 1 year. Not only was he not warmly received when he returned, even the love of the elders. It's also a guy who came out of nowhere, snatched away, put down the teapot during the day. He kept his head down. There are no previous waves in his eyes. He said that we have long passed the stage of being loved by our elders. You should know what I mean. None of this is the point. The crux of the matter is, I always feel it. The dominance of Huashan has fallen into the hands of that guy. Huashan in the past. It's like this teacup with a corner missing. Artifact architecture. It's all old-fashioned, but it's charming. And he was during the day. It is the only hope for this old sect. But just 1 year has passed. This can't even be described as a vicissitudes of life. Now look back. At the beginning, it was really full of poor sourness. It's just that Huashan is still my sect. The one that everyone is looking forward to. It has to be me. Put down the teacup during the day. He said we need to calm down first. Now it's what to do. It is to first understand the days when we are not there. What the hell is going on in Huashan? In this way, the second generation of disciples is in the martial arts hall. An uninvited guest arrived. Daytime motioned for him to come in. The person who came to open the door immediately hugged his fist. Disciple Zhong sees. The two uncles beckoned him to sit down during the day, even filled a cup of tea for him with his own hands. In this scene, it just made Zhong look more nervous. He looked at the boy with deep eyes. I hope that the other party can explain the Qingming matter clearly. Zhong lowered his head. Long before coming here, he was already restless. Mention it to Qingming. I really let him know what to say, although this is the easiest way to do it. But it feels like being a traitor. This makes Zhong. There's always something uneasy in my heart. It's just that he has no idea right now. Take a deep breath. First of all, this thing. It's going to start with the first time Qingming entered Huashan. The two who pretended to be stupid had already heard it with dry mouths. Not only did he discover the martial arts treasures of the master, missing ledgers were also found. Recycle the industry for Huashan. Even Lord Huang of the Galactic Merchant Group was cured. Caused them to raise the power of the entire merchant group. Support Huashan finance. Silence during the day. Motion for Zhong to go back first. He understood what Qingming had done. It can no longer be described as meritorious. I finally understood. Why did the elders of the sect love that kid so much? However, during the day, I was still unwilling. Purse your lips, and so on. Sooner or later, the personal generation will climb on our heads. Until then, Bai Shang suddenly said, let's talk about it from another angle. Huashan is a martial arts sect. If it weren't for the legacy demonstrations, how can you give preferential treatment to one? What about children who can only earn money? Here this day, interrupt immediately, don't talk nonsense. You're asking your uncle and your ancestors. The two were silent for a long time. But what you say is not entirely unreasonable. The China conference is about to be held. Elders will also have no time to care about the children of the word clearing. Bai Shang heard this. Seems to have convulsions. Meaning, in order to prevent the 3 generations of disciples from coming. As elders, we can't just focus on our own cultivation. Senior brother, shouldn't you personally instruct them in martial arts? Finally exhaled a cloudy breath during the day. Brother, you really pay more attention to Huashan than anyone else. I really hope that kid is clear. He is also accomplished in martial arts. Otherwise, that kid's life will be very difficult. After a while, Zhong resolutely returned to the white eyebrow pavilion. Looking at the sleeping Qingming, he really felt like he was messing around. And Xiaojia is still picking stones. He asked where his brother was. What's going on? Zhong's legs also weakened when he heard this. Slumped on the bed, he spread his hands. I can only tell the truth. And even if there is something to hide, you'll always know about it in the future. Look at Qingming again. Neither of them knew. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Xiaojia also sighed. It seems that we have become a thorn in the side of the elder brother. Immediately, the two of them were in Qingming's room. Sighed for a while. In the end, it was reminded in the movie. Let's get everyone together. Let everyone be cautious in their words and deeds in the future. And Xiaojia also felt that there would be no better way. But before leaving, he asked about his senior brother in turn. Do you think that if Uncle Shi and Qingming are on the right side during the day, who's going to win that picture? Zhong is a little fried just thinking about it. Say less useless. Go and call someone. That's it. The elder brother of the 3 generations of disciples looked at Qingming again. What a troublemaker. It seems that the peace of Huashan has also come to an end. Early the next morning, Yun Jian told Xian Song about last night's incident. They all know in their hearts what the crux of the problem is. But neither of them seems to have a good solution. To say that it is still a big heart. He said he couldn't. Let's just trust them. The kid didn't do anything drastic during the day. It's just that Qingming's kid Yun Jian is really not at ease. Take a sip of tea and suppress the shock. He always felt that the mountains were going to be chaotic. Sunshine, 3 poles. Qingming, as always, tortured the senior brothers to the point of blood. But unfortunately, the second-generation disciples suddenly came to the White Eyebrows Pavilion. I can't help but reproach them for being lazy. For the sake of small provinces and big precepts, today's cultivation is over. They had to clean up all parts of the sect. After saying that, he strode out of the yard. This ostentatious presence is to see it clearly, but the children were generally tortured to the point of fainting. I didn't pay attention at all. Something just came and went. Xiao Jie looked at the unusually uncles. I can guess what the situation is with my ass. Find yourself being stared at. Zeroing out is completely free of psychological burden. However, the targeting of the second generation of disciples has only just begun. They don't just ask the children to walk side by side. Permission to drink saliva must be obtained, whether it's eating or bathing. Even sleeping had to be carried with a sword. A series of torments down. Even Xiaojie felt that he had seen them wrong. I didn't expect the uncle's hearts to be so small. He couldn't stand it anymore. So I asked the senior brother in the movie, shouldn't we do something about it? However, Yinzhong only sighed lightly. He glanced at Qingling. The problem was thrown to the initiator. The boy opened his eyes in a daze. What the bunch wants, Qingling knows. Yinzhong also felt that the dragon would not suppress the head snake. I hope Qingling can bow his head and admit that he made a mistake. But seeing the coldness in the other party's eyes, immediately changed his words and explained. It's just that Qingling doesn't blame him. He said, senior brother, except for that method, I have a better idea. And make sure to solve all problems once and for all. I'm going to beat them all up. Surely it will be fine. I'm sick. Everybody catches. Get him. The sudden situation frightened the children. Everybody knows. If only Qingling really went. They're done. However, his body, where was it caught by a few children? Once shaken off, no one can catch up with him anymore. Thanks to Qingling's bedroom, it was in the deepest part. There is also an endless stream of children who raid from the side. But this still didn't touch the corner of the boy. Fortunately, there were still people in front of the gate. They desperately hugged Lime's arm. Now is the time. In an instant, all the senior brothers of the White Eyebrow Pavilion rushed up. Zhao Jie was even more desperate at this time. The ground pounced on the lime. This happened a few months ago. They can't do that. I heard Qingming shouting to let me go. The bastards. Doing something that people didn't bother to do 100 years ago. I only punched them once. The hell I put it up? Xiaojie desperately pressed Qingming. He said that if you beat your uncle, he will definitely be expelled from the division. Yinzhong even added that the China conference will start soon. What if they're beaten by you and can't play? Qingming will still have a temper. He said I didn't let them get hurt. It's my stunt. None of you is clear. That won't work either. Do you think Uncle Sure was beaten by his nephew? And a little bit of confidence. Let's put up with it. At least bullied by them. It's better than losing to the guys in Zhongnan. Please, Qingming, I can't see the joy and anger clearly for a while. But he still agreed to the elder brother's proposal. Xiaojie glanced at the shadow and got a signal. Only then did the boy let go. Qingming reconfirmed. As long as you endure until the end of the Central China Conference. Only then did he sit up slowly. For the sake of the elder brother's face. This time I put up with it. But what if they provoke me? Yunzhang knew about the situation. He couldn't be persuaded either. I had to say that in case this really happened, then I really can't take care of it. Only then did I hear Qingling chuckle. Very well, that's what you said. Following. During the day, he and Bai Shang found that the white eyebrow tube seemed to be moving. These few days of suppression. Not only did they not make any moves, not even words that might cause problems. This made Qingling a little higher in the daytime. Knowing how to forbear is a rare trait. And Bai Shang also thinks the focus should be on the Chinese Congress. But it's a pity that he is a very obsessed person during the day, since there is no time to bend around. and the 3 generations of disciples are still simple in nature. Kid So, he simply looked for an opportunity. Directly deal with the worst one. Hope for such a stick education. One day, he will understand himself. It's just that it's more painful now. Ugly white eyebrow pavilion. Qing Ming quietly opened the door. Seems to be very nervous. Tiptoe out of the yard. I don't know why. In order to hide from a stinky child. It takes so much effort. Qing Ming walked. But there are many thoughts in my heart. Although I really want to flip the table. But what it looks like at that time in the movie. Let me see the shadow of the senior brother in charge. No matter how you look at them, their expressions are becoming more and more similar. It made me feel a little guilty. I'd love to wear those white asses. But I want to kill those guys from Central and South China even more. That's it. Qing Ling picked up the long sword. Pull out a little. Suddenly, another agitation. He was really scared. The elusive woman. It's like water quality. Follow me all day and night. But I'm left alone. He'll just show up out of nowhere. Said they wanted to talk to me or something. The strangest thing is his tracks. I couldn't capture it all. For more than 80 years. I've never met a ghost. A faint call. In exchange for a wail that surrounded the entire valley. Qing Ling clearly felt. My heart was frightened and hurt by this woman. I was about to scold 2 sentences to relieve my anger. Lu Yishue stared with his calm eyes. Young man, I am your aunt. You are my nephew. So be polite to your aunt. Qing Ling only felt that his scalp was numb. Why do you always follow me? Seeing Lu Yishue frowning. He had no choice but to change his name to Lin. If the senior brother in charge saw this scene, I'm afraid I'm going to be laughed out of my big teeth. It's really impermanent. A soft sigh. Qing Ming was very helpless. It's good to have nearly 100 years of experience. But he couldn't see through this man's thoughts. But he seemed to care about it making the plum blossoms bloom. As swordsmanship, even if the other party has been pretending to be crazy and stupid. He didn't mind either. He's serious. Say you want to learn. Qing Ming heard this. There was also a bit of a trance. It turns out that this Lu medicine, I followed myself only for the sake of this. He didn't seem to have any intention of going back to the roots. It's as if he knows what it is. But Qing Ming did not dare to be careless. Still adheres to the appearance of not admitting it to death. He said I'd tell my uncles about it. Even tell the master. But Qing Ming is really not afraid. After all, based on his one-sided words. And a few more will believe. A little kid who has been in Huashan for half a year. You can use the swordsmanship that makes plum blossoms bloom. Besides, you're an orphan. I am remiss in my duty. Shouldn't you teach me swordsmanship? The girl really can't talk about it. Nervously clenched his sword. He said it didn't matter. There is a saying called shameless questioning. Qing Ling is really numb. I'm scolding myself for that. But the girl then said I couldn't be mistaken. Because I've seen it before. The weight of these words is heavy. The girl knows. Qing Ling understands even more. A swordsmanship that can make plum blossoms bloom. Huashan has been passed down from generation to generation. All in the form of mantras. All the Huashan elders that day. They all died on the top of 100,000 mountains. But except for me. He even saw it. In other words, what is the relationship between you and Zhongnan? This is a one-sided battle between fellow disciples. The girl has a cold temperament, but he showed a special dedication to the teenager. It's the ugly moment of midnight. He didn't forget to keep watch over the other party's whereabouts. Follow all the way, until the back mountain woods, however obtained, but it came from Qing Ling's cold eyes, and the unsheathed sword in his hand. To know, the plum blossoms that bloom in Huashan have been lost for 100 years. The girl has seen it. It's hard not to think of the name that once came from the original book. In fact, they are bandits who steal the inheritance of the sect. The Central South faction, Qing Ling died, staring at the girl who was at a loss. In my heart, I measure how true and how false the other party is. Thought-provoking. Half a day. The degree of confusion of this girl seems unlikely. The performance was flawless. Breathe a sigh of relief. It involves the 1,000-year-old inheritance of Huashan. Lime still doesn't dare to take it lightly. However, under inquiry, Lu Yixue had a complicated expression. He said it was a long, long time ago. I've seen this set of swordsmanship myself, but it can't be said. It seemed that his face was becoming more and more miserable. Looking at the lime, his eyes were resentful but firm. He said to teach me, and Lime didn't figure it out before. Of course, it will not be easy to let go. It's just that. The girl's strange appearance was keenly captured. Did he give up? There may be a sudden bleeding. Draw your sword. Then there is no way. You're right. I'm my aunt. You are a nephew. I really should teach you something. Looking at the girl, whose momentum has risen sharply, Qing Ling only felt that this was a crazy criticism. No wonder he is not familiar with the disciples of the white character generation. He's not normal. It's full. The girl's eyes froze. I'm here to come to your sister. I saw him staring down at the boy. The left-hand sword is drawn back. The original spike instantly turned into a meta slash. Sure enough, this woman's swordsmanship is very sharp. But this is a killer move. He really wanted to cut me. Which aunt would use a real sword to cut her nephew? Hear this. Bloodshed, but the eyes became more and more solemn. Because you're better than me. You buy. And with his already light body, he hurried back. Qingming hid as much as he could. But the more I look at it, the more frightened I become. Because from the maiden's sword, he could read Hua Shan's deep sword intent. Looks like Lime, but there is a secret killing move. Don't talk about the green characters. I can't even see it in the sword of the Yunzi generation. This is the closest sword path to the origin of Huashan. There are flaws. The bleeding sword almost touched Lime's ear. If you don't get out of the way, Lime leaps backwards. I couldn't help but scold my mother. Crazy criticism I just wanted. I died before I dodged it. There's no way you can't hide from it. The teenager didn't know either. Where did this girl's confidence in herself come from? But since he does have nothing to do with Zhongnan, it's not that you can't boot it. The girl landed with a sword. The eyes were even more cold. Lime saw that it was another trick. Hurriedly retreated. Don't use a killer move. You crazy woman. However, Lu Yixue attacked sharply. The side effects are obvious. He also noticed the girl's abnormality. The other party's eyes were glazed. It seems that the spirit has been immersed in the sword moves. The physical fitness of the second-generation disciples is too poor. Plus, wielding killer moves to your heart's content made him quickly enter the limit of self-forgetfulness. The benefit is the opportunity to comprehend your own advice. But the downside is that if you're not careful, you'll go crazy. That's when I met. If you were someone else, you'd have long since left. The angle of this move should be increased a little more. Like this. With Qingming's seemingly blocked movements. Lulixu's sword wind has shifted slightly. And the girl looks cute. But the perception is good. Just a moment. It was as if he had entered a state of epiphany. Look at it. This Aunt Lu's talent in using swords should have a fight with Zhao Jie. The girl looked sideways at Qingming. He also found himself completely incomparable to the other party. Do it all over again. It's faster than it was just now. The arms have to be raised a little higher. Only when you wipe your neck like this will you have the strength. It's too low this time. A little bit higher. That's high again. Don't fight here, fools. That's right, that's it. I feel like I'm getting better. But this is only temporary. Look at his state. Give him some time. Look at it, but Qingming didn't notice it. A man also came. Take a deep breath during the day. Almost roaring at the lime, shouting, "What are you doing?" The boy was stunned. This guy is here. However, daylight has only just arrived. He saw senior sister Lu playing with lime on the big night. The vinegar jar turned over and over. So I didn't say a word. Draw your sword. Condensed the sword chi and flew towards the lime. I'm afraid this posture wants to kill the boy on the spot. Lime's eyes also froze. A month of walking immediately greeted the day. Then he condensed on his left foot. In an instant, it kicked at the blade of the day's sword. The moment when the two clashed. The winds around him cleared the spirits. He really used his body to resist the slash of the real sword. During the day, it will also be calm. I saw that the young man was silent. Push under your feet. This big brother of the white generation is like a cannonball. Was slammed to the ground. The dust cleared. The corners of Lime's mouth also brought helplessness. He actually used sword chi against himself. How big your heart is. But suddenly he remembered the state of the girl just now. This trouble won't let him go mad. If you were disturbed by the sound just now, just when the Lime comes closer to take a look, Louis Xue's appearance, apparently still immersed in his own world. Such a big movement. That's too slow, isn't it? But luckily, it is. At this moment, a voice sounded again. You kid, do you know what you're doing? A man who practices martial arts. Don't you know how important the realm of selflessness is? I really didn't like you before, but I didn't expect that. You're so bastard that you want to interfere with my selfless aunt. It was clear that he hadn't noticed his problem at all. You don't even say a word. Carrying the sword chi, he rushed over. What if it hurts your esteemed senior sister Lou? During the day, I still want to defend myself. If you don't resist, how could there be such a big movement? Do you want me to die? It's not just killing intent. There's still a sword aura on the sword. You did what you should do and what you shouldn't do. Dare you say no? The atmosphere between the two fell silent for a moment. Qingming is also served. Are these two generations of disciples full of neuropathy? Even if there is a wind criticism in a group. Not so. Much more, and during the day. He found it even more ridiculous now. I did have a murderous intent just now. A blow that can contain sword energy. This guy didn't hurt at all. But he can't be allowed to continue to be arrogant. Today's events. You leave now. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson as a martial artist. Qingming is very happy to be able to give such a chance during the day. But he glanced behind him. A state of bleeding. Although it would be better to exercise a little. But the help I gave him should be enough for him to last a lifetime. But now there's a guy in the way. In order to help Huashan improve as a whole. It's another thing to teach this idiot a lesson. So Qingming proposed to be his uncle during the day. If the bullying of teachers and nephews spreads, it will not be decent. Or let's make an agreement. However, during the day, he didn't wait for the boy to finish. He interrupted, you think I'm here. We'll also care about decency and indecency. If they want to punish me, it's a big deal to endure it later. It's just that now there is no one to shelter you. Roar these words. Quite a man. But I have a better way. We can swear to each other. Never tell anyone else about this. Other words, even if I get beaten, I will never complain to my uncles and ancestors. So, we don't have to worry about Uncle Sure. Mentorship and stuff. Settle things out neatly. Leave no future behind. It's good for all. Isn't it a frown during the day? He really couldn't understand what Qingming had in mind. But I saw that he couldn't help but hum twice. You're kind of a man. As you wish. I can swear. I'm never going to tell anyone else about tonight. In this contest. I'm not your uncle. You're not my nephew either. I'll be in this tournament again. Get rid of all the bad emotions that are being felt towards you. And before that, impassioned during the day, Qingming suddenly laughed at the competition. What a joust! Who said this is a joust? Sticky boy, you're done. During the day, he looked confused. This kid is just getting started. Why does it look so scary? Under the hair at the bottom of my heart, he shouted. Are you crazy? And Lime is faintly saying that you are wrong. It's not me who is crazy, if not a madman. How could you provoke me? The day of this anger gritted his teeth. Until the end, it's going to be so crazy. He really couldn't take it anymore. I'll kill you. I saw that the daytime shot was full force. Moves with sword energy are formed all around the body. A blade that seems to tear through the air. and Qingming was already powerless to complain about this rough sword change. It's even more ridiculous. During the day, while performing a sword change, the change of tactics is more like a leap forward. This kind of swordsmanship is not a Huashan thing. Li Songbai learned Huashan's sword. This kid also learns the orthodoxy of central and southern China. It's really a group of unfilial descendants. With the rush of the day, he shouted, "I'm going to fix your stinky problem today." And Qingming attacked and dodged at the same time. The fun of the past is long gone. No one has ever been able to fix my stink. Just for a moment, Qingming's fist had already slammed into the face door of the day. He was in an almost distorted posture, was smashed by a punch, and flew upside down. With a loud bang, a blank space in the mind during the day. Faster than physical pain, just a face. I was beaten by the other party and lost my combat power. How so? The voice was faint, but Qing Ling also listened to it really. He said you were free. The sword moves created for change have been changed. How can it not leave a flaw? The reason why you think it's incredible, it's because of the opponents you've met in the past. It's all about the same strength as you. And you may be a little ahead of those juniors now. But the advantage is actually not huge. They'll be able to catch up with you soon. And the day dawned on his feet. He didn't understand. Qing Ling is a disciple who has just started. And how do you know this? But this will no longer want to explain anything. Made the same mistake as Li Songbai during the day. But it's not a big deal anymore. He has the experience to reach the top. Let's take a look at the current situation. It's easy to see the problem. Chastity, then Lime said lightly. We should be grateful for the identity of Huashan disciple. Although I would love to beat you up. But after all, you are still a lovely Huashan disciple. So instead of beating you, it is better to help you on the right path. But don't worry. I'm not going to let you scrap it. Some people say that Huashan swordsmanship is to imitate plum blossoms. But in fact, forget it. You don't understand it. You should understand while being beaten. The boy said. The sword in his hand is obviously very slow, but turned into an afterimage in front of his eyes during the day. His eyes were filled with doubt and disbelief. But the next second, all that was left in front of him was countless sword shadows. Then I heard a sound of the lower limbs. He felt as if he had been pierced by the hilt of his sword. Body, bones, shoulders, wrist, waist, knees and ankles, and then on the shoulder. Qing Ling's voice would have been heard to him. It's as if the devil strikes him every time. They all seem to weigh as much as 1,000 pounds. Fortunately, the boy suddenly stopped the phantom sword. During the day, I thought that the other party had vented enough. Look up, just in front of Qing Ling's demonic face. This time it's a runoff. With Qing Ling's pain, he smashed it. He was beaten during the day and lost consciousness. The last question that came to my mind before fainting was, why did he shout 5 times? But he hit me 6 times. In the middle of the day, I slowly opened my eyes. It happened to the harmless face of Shangqing Ling. He was completely scared. Trembling under stress, he protected his head. See him like this. The boy was still very satisfied. Was unilaterally beaten like this. During the day, there was no discussion of victory or defeat. I want to ask you, why are you so strong? Hear this. Qing Ming was actually quite surprised. This kid's heart is so high. I realized the reality so quickly. Thereupon, only then did he temporarily let go of the idea of continuing to beat him. Squatting down, to put it mildly, it's not that I'm strong. It's that Uncle Sure, you're too weak. I wanted to refute during the day. It can be painful in the body. He really couldn't say a few complete sentences. I had to open my mouth, squeeze out a sentence that I'm daytime. Someday, I will be the leader of Huashan. And Qing Ming heard this. Rare did not laugh at him. He said, even so, that doesn't prove that you're not weak. You are the flower at the bottom of the well. A small world that no one else wants to go into at all. You're eating a lot here. Seeing that he had a stress reaction again, Qingming is also helpless. I had to say it more softly. You should also know that Huashan is finished. But you keep saying that you want Huashan to rise. But what have you done? In my opinion, you are nominally going into retreat. In fact, it's just playing house. On the way back, I didn't forget to drink. Obviously, it hasn't been long since the Central China Conference. But he had to bully and derelict his duties. Is this what you call effort? I look at you. I don't know what hard work is. After you've done everything you want to do, the rest of the time is used to invest. That's not an effort. Do less what you want to do. Do what you have to do. That's called hard work. And you just want to be in the small kingdom of Huashan. It's just a matter of being a king and a hegemon. If you want to talk about who you have fought with, at most it's a member of the central and southern factions. But this quack, there are more people who are stronger than them. It's just a little bit of ability. Do you really think you're strong? So, don't be naive. It's not that I'm too strong. It's that you're really too weak. I obviously didn't try hard. Even the direction is wrong. You think you just have to do it seriously. Can you become a master? However, during the day it seems to be beaten smart. He was silent and half stupid, and suddenly looked up at the devil's name. Then you know the right direction. The reply was not in the affirmative, but at least more accurate than their direction. The half-fool asked again, "So can you make me stronger?" Qing Ling sneered. He said of course he could. I saw him pursing his mouth that was beaten, and his nose was blue, and his face was swollen. Slowly prop him up. The body was full of scars. Hold your fist at Qing Ling. Please make me stronger. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Even if I let me recognize you as a big brother, it's fine. But he wasn't done. Qing Ling had already jumped out and said, I don't want it. The brain is not very smart during the day. At this time, I feel even more confused. Qing Ling said so much. Isn't it to show yourself the way? But what you get is the negation of the pure spirit. Show the way. Such a troublesome thing. Who's going to do it for you? An uncle. You might be mistaken. It's not over yet. Why are people so selfish? Don't even think about what you've done. But softened at the right time. Then I forgave myself. Although you're right. It can indeed be regarded as the crime of bullying 3 generations of disciples. But you have annoyed me with my sin. But it's not that easy. You still can't understand it. Don't worry about the long night. There's still a lot of time. I'll let you understand today. Why are you so weak? And why your swordsmanship is wrong? And most importantly, why can't you mess with me? With a burst of ghosts crying wolf howls, Qingming only felt that his whole body was full of joy. Plop and lie on the ground. It's really a decade of opportunities. After a while, he suddenly sat up again. Turn your head to look. A crumpled lump on the ground just now. It's his masterpiece. Make it look like this. But it didn't really hurt the body. I didn't expect that. This meal can be so comfortable. Qingming opened his eyes. Just right to the upper nosebleed. There was another wail. The teenager's heart attack is about to be scared out. But the girl felt very wronged. She also deliberately made some movement just now. But it was cleared when the boy was doing that lump. Glanced at each other. You see it all. And stared at her with blood. I felt panicked inexplicably. Are you going to kill people? Qing Ling narrowed his eyes instead. It's too radical to say that. While staring at Lu Yishue's head, he noticed something strange about the other party. I don't know what it means when I touch my head. I heard Qing Ling say nothing. I just thought, which part of the back of the brain can make people amnesia? Hear this. Lu Yishue is also a clever one. Hurriedly turned his head. Said he had forgotten everything. Absolutely unaware of what had just happened. I didn't expect it to look silly. The survival instinct is quite strong. He went on to say, I forgot. But yours is going to teach me that swordsmanship. The boy sighed deeply. He knew it should be prevaricated. So I thought about it for a long time. That's when you say you don't have to ask me. This was originally Huashan's swordsmanship. After a while, they'll teach you. Although it is true that there is no Huashan now. But just be ready. They will naturally return to their original position. Then Qingming slowly got up. He condenses his internal forces in his 2 fingers. Then draw arcs of light. Just like that, the arc of light was in front of the girl. It shows a seemingly messy look, but there is a regular situation. This is the new swordsmanship. I've been studying for a long time. I've been practicing for a long time. But why do I always feel that this is different from mine? It seems that there is a fundamental difference. After a long while, Qingming slowly put away his internal force. Do you understand? Lu Yixue shook her head, said that he didn't understand it at all. But I seem to understand what you're trying to say. You're saying I need to figure it out on my own. You can't learn it if you don't have a certain height. Now what I have to do is to lay a solid foundation first. It's rare to meet a child with such a high level of understanding. Qingming is actually quite happy. Thereupon, he said, if you tell me about today, I'm not going to teach you. However, Lu Yixue actually doesn't like big mouths at all. Qingling saw that he had promised himself. It was also natural to pat him on the head, no matter how unhappy the girl is. There doesn't seem to be much that can be done. Before leaving, Qingling also deliberately said that remember to bring that piece back. It's not good to just leave it here. The boy also gradually walked away. Lu Shirgu squatted in place. But the thoughts flew far away. My father's words have always been in my ears. I will definitely restore this sword technique. And someday, I will go back to Huashan to bear the guilt. Share, come with me. Huashan is a particularly beautiful place. In the middle of the morning, he returned to the White Eyebrow Pavilion. I saw everyone awake. He was also surprised. However, Xiaojie suddenly jumped up, said that Uncle Shi was gone during the day. So the uncles suddenly ran to the White Eyebrow Pavilion to find someone. Hearing this, Qingming was actually quite speechless. Do they think? Can the people of the White Eyebrow Pavilion kidnap the day? Yin Zhong asked him tentatively. This matter should have nothing to do with Qingming. What you get is a denial. He said he was with him during the day. And Yun Zhong is extremely amazing. He said you shouldn't have beaten your uncle. Or like last time. Do it. Qingming scratched his face. Then he waved his hand again. He said I wasn't a child. Don't worry. Yin Zhong heard. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, good brother, I still believe in you. No matter how you say it. You're not going to beat Uncle Shi, are you? I didn't hit him. Just beat him up like a dog. The boy is boundless. But he often talks nonsense. But he never lied. I didn't let you go when I beat you. And his temper burned at a moment's notice. This also led to his brothers. The whole day is worrying. Originally, he was the youngest disciple of the 3rd generation. It was already outrageous to be beaten by him. Now even the uncle of the white generation does not let him go. What did you just say? Beat uncle by into a pug. The hatred in the movie. He didn't dare to think about it at all. What will Huashan become in the future? Senior brother and Xiaojie, who finished their morning training early in the morning, stayed outside the White Eyebrow Pavilion early. But the uncles who come to find fault every day. In the past, there was a sudden strange figure that could not be seen. Recalled that last night Qingming said that he had solved everything. Yin Zhong still felt incredulous. But how can you beat up the poetry book? It can solve the problem. Xiaojie also felt weird. They just clubbed together. Now, I have long been doing poetry and books during the day to Qingming. Firmly believe. One thought of the upcoming China Congress. Xiaojie felt that at least Qingming appeared. Can make them Huashan pull back a game. However, the elder brother is not optimistic. He understood that a sect wanted to restore its glory. It is impossible to rely on one disciple alone. So they still have to strengthen themselves. Until this world, no one dared to underestimate the time when Huashan disciples. We are qualified to speak of rejuvenation. However, at this time, a crisp and loud invective sounded out. Qingming was messed up, running after him. It's the plum blossoms in my head. Lu Shirgu, who has nothing else to do, Lu Ishua said that the Yu female sword is a women's swordsmanship. I can't learn well if you ask me to find Uncle Yunjian. Look at what it says. It's as if Qing Ming is not a man. He's also buzzing with a brain. How did I end up with you, scoundrel? Also lacking in brains are Xiaojia and Yin. They had never seen Aunt Lu speak so well. But it doesn't matter. Let's keep training. Meanwhile, not far away on the mountain lumps, Bai Shan looked at the unscrupulous Qing Ming. There are 10,000 unhappiness in my heart. He looked at the elder brother on the side, saying that the guy doesn't mean to introspect at all. Is it that the punishment we give is still too little? And the daytime face on the side is very ugly. He glanced at the junior brother, who didn't know what to do. The punishment is yours. The mountain pimple is very windy. In addition, I don't really want to talk about this during the day. So Bai Shang didn't hear what he was muttering clearly. But during the day, you don't have the heart to explain it. He clutched his stomach. I couldn't believe it at all. I was beaten up last night, and I didn't look like a human. Today. But he can make himself completely flawless on the surface. Clear zero. You're really ruthless. Bai Shan asked him. Why? Suddenly, everyone was not allowed to continue to suppress these 3 generations of disciples. He couldn't understand the thoughts of the senior brother. But what do you think during the day? It's just that I don't want to be beaten. But he couldn't say it explicitly. I had to make excuses. The Chinese Congress is coming. There are many opportunities to discipline the 3 generations of disciples in the future. Now we need to focus on coherence with the outside world. White Wound lowered his head, although he had mentioned this a long time ago. But now that the elder brother can figure it out now. He also felt that there was no need to continue dwelling on this matter. To say that the day is lucky. The juniors and disciples were in awe of him. This did not give him face. So, he is still facing the junior brother who can understand him. Say thank you. Then he glanced at the white eyebrow pavilion again. Wait for the end of the Chinese Congress. Thinking about it, they will see a very ridiculous sight. Perhaps the Central and South factions will be more surprised than we are. And it's time for me to focus on my own business. Although I still think that Qingming Kid is very awkward. But the thought of that bastard would also be at the convention. I don't have time to waste that. I'm sure I'll prove my worth this time. Early the next morning, folk reports say, the people of the Central and Southern factions will be able to reach the mountain gate today, hanging from under the waveless face of the ancient well. But it's still a dignified mood. Although today's mountain gate doesn't look so humiliating anymore. This is also thanks to Qingming's little koi. But he knew. The biggest problem is martial arts. Although part of the inheritance has been recovered. But if you want to change, but it didn't happen overnight. However, he Xuanzang has struggled to support it for so long. It made him understand one thing. Sometimes compared to routines and strategies. Waiting may also be a good idea. Yun Jian heard this. Also bowed his head. He understands the people who have been pushing him to keep improving. It's not just their juniors. The head of the road of the Taoist. Maybe until the day of the dying. I won't stop honing myself. He looked at the head of the house and said, Huashan will definitely regain its glory in your area. Xian Song Yeren. He said that Yun Jian didn't need to comfort himself like this. He knows where he falls short. Even if it really regains its glory. It's all thanks to the disciples. Besides, if it weren't for the senior brothers leaving Huashan, now he is just chanting the scriptures all day. Send it to the bastard. But Yun Jian didn't think so. In his opinion, the uncles have been fighting since the day they left Huashan. It means that they are not qualified to be the head of the house. So please don't be presumptuous. Xian Song looked at him. A rare smile of relief. Only then did I inquire about the current situation of the second-generation disciples. Cloud Sword reported as such. Say they've been trained. Now I have a stable state of mind. But the boss is telling the truth. The disciple was still very scared. Although the disciples also want to believe in the children. But, do you think that the second-generation disciples will not be able to defeat the Central South faction? It seems that the head of the house has long been aware. So I took a light sip of flower tea. Then he asked about the current situation of the 3 generations of disciples. Just speaking of which, Yun Jian's face showed a puzzle that was difficult to hide. To say 3 generations of disciples. It's really serious about preparing for the war. Even overdone. But he didn't want to follow that. The door said, I had to silently look at the flower tea in my hand. And to say, Xinsong. He's really not easy. In order not to let Yun Jian worry too much, he said that the Central China Conference was actually just a stage for exchanges. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. And they were guests from afar. The matter of the Galaxy Business Group is difficult even if Zhongnan has the intention to make trouble. But there is a solution to everything. Don't worry too much about it. Wait until the cloud sword retreats. He was once again the only one left in the room, a dying old man. Xuanzang's bitterness spread at this time. He smiled wryly and laughed at himself. Doesn't it matter if you win or lose? A Taoist priest actually lied as if nothing happened. But even now, 7 sword deer have been recovered. If you want to recreate the glory of the past, it's just a fool's dream. If the plum blossom swordsmanship is still there. Then he let out a cloudy breath. Immortals, please bless Huashan. Although the crowds in Huayin County are not crowded. But you can still see the prosperity of this. It is the county seat at the foot of the mountain. It's not easy to be on this scale. It's just that one person in the crowd looked extremely disdainful of this. Zhongshan asked, Senior brother, is Huashan really the head of a gang of 9 factions? But this village is too depressed. He responded to him with a young man with a very outstanding temperament. You're wrong, brother. It is because of the existence of Huashan. Such a remote place. That's why such a big village and town will appear. And the role here is at best to give people sponsorship. But it can still be on this scale. It shows how tough Huashan was back then. That's just as well. But they're in decline now. Compete with a group of Huashan disciples who are not skilled in swordsmanship. What's the point? Hear this. Senior brother Qin Jinlong's face became serious. He said you have to be careful with your words. This is the case. It could be seen as questioning the elder's arrangement. Zhong Shihan wanted to say something, but glanced behind the elder brother. That's a relief. Come to think of it. After all, it's a shame for this guy. Get back on the field. It's weird, though. This guy's been in trouble since he was out there. Suddenly, they became silent. We're embarrassed to talk about him. What he didn't know, however, was Li Songbai followed his senior brother to this Huashan in previous years. It's all very easy. But now it's just standing at the foot of the mountain. We'll overlap with that person's shadow. This pressure, it made his heart feel like he was holding a big stone on his head. Maybe we're heading to a Longtan tiger's den. The 2nd generation disciples of the end of the year. I have come to the resting place halfway up the mountain. Huashan has the name of the first mountain in the world. Not too high, though. But it is clear that they have physical strength. It's not easy to climb up in one go. But the most unacceptable thing is, even if they arrived in Huashan, I guess I don't even have a decent meal. Even our Zhongnan kennel is better than this. There's only this senior brother Qin Jinlong. He understood the deep affection of the elders for Huashan. Because his family belonged to a famous family. It's somewhat clearer. Once Huashan dominated the horror of Zhongnan. There are only disciples today. They don't have the slightest disdain for this kind of sect that wants to die. And which sect didn't have a heyday? Now they're fighting us. It's a little too weak. That's it. This group of 2nd generation disciples, you say a word to me. All of them regard Huashan relatively low. Cheaper than a dog. Only Li Songbai. He said very untimely, I advise you. It's best not to underestimate Huashan. If you don't do it, you'll suffer a big loss. And yet this kind of talk. Now the eyes are higher than the hands. How can you listen to it? Most people laughed at him in turn, seeing that the brothers are so frivolous. He also knew that he was the same at that time. Just when I was about to ignore it, in the distance, the elder's affirmation was heard. The name of the person who came was Sima Sheng. He said, close to one. The declining sect also lost face on them. How angry is the boss because of this? Our central and southern faction is a sect that wants to dominate the world. So, the head wants to take advantage of this Chinese conference to find the field. Completely sever relations with Huashan. But if anyone is careless because of this, was slapped in the face by a Huashan disciple again, I promise that his life will not be better than that of a mouse. Remember that the lion and the rabbit also use power. This time we don't just have to suppress their momentum. What's more important is to wear out their spirits. Let's go. Don't let that crowd wait. Foolish people pass through winding and rugged mountain roads. I finally came to the Huashan faction. What catches your eye? But it's a brand new looking mountain gate. This also made Qin Jinlong feel a little inexplicable. He knew that the Galactic Merchant Group would fund Huashan, but it's only been a few days. It's possible that their movements will be fast. Not only paid off the debt. Did you even recast the mountain gate? And Elder Sima was relatively calm. Just a mountain gate. There's really nothing to fuss about. With a rattling sound, the doors gradually opened. Elder Hangzhang warmly hugged his fists to welcome. A polite greeting. What I got was Sima Sheng's questioning. Why didn't the head come out to greet him? We've come all the way. But the head didn't even want to show his face. Does this sound like words? Look at his snarky face. Xianshang is to press the blood and pressure again. It seems that he didn't hear the arrogance of the other party just now. I would like to express my respect very naturally. We're ready. A feast to welcome the disciples of Central and South China. Hearing this, the old thief didn't want to pay attention to him at all. Which time is not leftovers at Huashan's banquet. I still want to slap my swollen face and become fat. However, it wasn't until he entered the mountain gate. I was still counting the downfall of Huashan in my mind. But suddenly the harmony from the soles of his feet shook him. Only then did he look down. What their martial arts arena turned out to be not yellow earth. Look up. The state of internal change is greater than ever. Not only is it much cleaner, even places that were once visibly dilapidated have become brand new. He is clearly the Huashan faction, and that's just a superficial overhead. That's a lot of money. This made the old thief Sima turn back coldly. Jumped a sentence. Are you Huashan going to be thieves? At first, the suspense didn't react, but only for a moment. He couldn't hold it anymore. Just about to scold each other. Not far away, there was a sudden congratulatory voice. What the hell are you talking about? Dai, look up. Only to find out that it was a milky little hairy child. But it's because of a hairy boy. Dare to speak out and mock themselves. This made Sima Sheng even more angry. I saw him staring at Qing Lin viciously. Asked what that sentence meant. So Qing Lin glanced at it. Xiao Jie, who was dizzy from torture. He said he had only run a few steps. I just want to rest. Zhao Jie, who asked nonsense, was in the clouds. But suddenly Qingming kicked him in the ankle. Scold and talk less nonsense. Give me a serious run. Didn't wait for Xiao Jie to cry out. Qingming turned back. That's what I mean. I didn't expect you to misunderstand. Don't be surprised. It's just this clumsy acting. Fools don't believe it. Not to mention Sima, a scathing old thief. Fortunately, Qin Jinlong suddenly called out to him. After all, it would be undignified to deal with a small child. So he glanced at the boy. Dare to ask the head of the trail to respect the name. And Qingming's face was still innocent. Are you asking me? I'm telling you. You'll know who I am. Qin Jinlong is a positive first. I didn't expect this little sentence to poke at the man-made cannon. But he doesn't eat it. Chuckled. Maybe I really knew. Can you tell me now? Nails in sight. When he touched cotton, he didn't bother to continue to entangle. So he scratched his ear and said my name was Lime. Qin Jinlong remembered this time in the Galaxy Business Group. Shame on them. It is a Huashan disciple named Lime. I just didn't expect to be so young. And just because of this little guy. The trading rights of the 10 major business groups in Shaanxi were all snatched away by Huashan. It's ridiculous. So he breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the boy coldly, said that it turned out to be the head of the Qinglin Trail. But why don't I think you haven't learned etiquette? It's clear that this is going to be faulty. Qinglin likes others to play like this the most. So he pretended to be behind his ear and asked the other party to come closer. I haven't reacted yet. He deliberately raised dozens of pitches, shouting that you were deaf. I'll let you come over and talk. It's obvious. Qin Jinlong's jaw burst out with a green tendon. He couldn't figure it out. Where did this kid get his confidence so late? It is said that he was in a sparring with Li Songbai. One move was beaten and vomited blood and fell into a coma. It shows that his martial arts are not strong. Qin Jinlong suppressed his temper. I asked, "You are a disciple of 3 generations?" After receiving an affirmative answer, he thought he could do it again. I heard him say so. I'm your uncle. Then let me pass. But if you know a little etiquette, shouldn't it be you? It's just that Qing Ming is waiting for this. He thought about it for a long time. Think about it. You're right. Comparable to Zhongnan's elders. Dictate to our boss. I just think I'm more polite to my uncle. You say yes or no. Qin Jinlong only felt hot on his face. He didn't understand. How could this kid be so easy? Brought himself into this situation. However, this will calm down the old thief. He really didn't want to pretend anymore. He said that his unreasonableness relied on this strength. For there are only those who are blamed, when all the unreasonableness is the fault. But the right to blame itself comes from strength. That's why I'm strong. When you act unreasonably, there will be no blame. And it is still easy to forgive a child for having a temper. But you don't have the strength. This temper will eventually kill you. Remember what I say. Let's go, kid. In this way, Sima Lao Thief took Zhongnan's disciples, left the martial arts arena. In the crowd, Li Songbai peeked at Qingming. The two are in different positions. I had to simply nod my head, and Qingming actually has a good sense of him. Wait until everyone is gone. The boy breathed a sigh of relief. The elves are holding back the fire at this time. It's a group of thieves who steal my Huashan heritage. Swaggered into my Huashan. It's already very disturbing. But they still dare to insult my head of Huashan. Since you guys are opening the show, you want to flip the table. Then don't blame me. It's a side. Xiaojie, who was used as a prop by Qingming. It's that I don't have any eyesight. He just thought this guy was crazy again. Dared to provoke Elder Zhongnan. Then there was another scream. It's obvious that Xiaojie is a bit of a self-inflicted evil. Qingming looked at the 3 generations of disciples. He said, "Brothers, you saw it too. Now listen to me. The bunch of guys. If you dare to lose, I'll beat you to death. Do you understand?" And Zhongnan is here. Zhong Shihan seemed to hear the movement on the field. He also felt ridiculous. In this world, how can there be such a self-defeating person? And Qin Jinlong followed his gaze and looked over. Now he'd love to see it. After tearing that kid's mouth apart, you can't talk nonsense. However, they hold themselves arrogant as disciples of Zhongnan. I didn't feel like I was on my side at all. Something inappropriate. Under the influence of the ears and eyes. Most of the Zhongnan disciples also feel it. He has the strength. What we say is the truth. So, Qingming, I think this China conference will be very interesting. I often hear people say it. There are thieves from afar. To the death. However, Qingming is a dynamite bag. But he's not stupid at all. The central and southern factions are dogs fighting people. Naturally, he won't leave room for them. It's just that. Today's Huashan is like a terminally ill old man. The external injury was finally resolved. But plums can't be saved overnight. However, the Central China Conference is just around the corner. Sima Lao Thief is even more undisguised. It shows what they mean by the head of the South Gate. After this conference, in view of the fact that the gap between Huashan and Zhongnan is too big now, There is no need to continue to communicate in the future. Xuanzong never expected it. It is also a Taoist sect. How could they be so domineering? And Sima Sheng was obviously alone, facing the people at the core of Huashan. But it looks so bad. He said the exchange with Huashan. It is not beneficial to the development of our central and southern factions. And don't you feel hypocritical? For thousands of years, the relationship between Zhongnan and Huashan has never been better. To be more precise, we are more like enemies. It's just up to all of you. I can't wait to chew it up and eat it. It's obvious, even if I've never been disrespectful. The relationship between your Huashan and our faction. It's not like broken porcelain. Is there no possibility of repair? Half a day. The head of the house, Zhong Shi, resisted the impulse in his heart. He understood what Zhongnan meant. After this Central China conference, they will never borrow this form of communication again. Instead, he stepped on Mount Hua under his feet. What could be more shameful than this? And Yunyan was still asking if the incident happened too suddenly. Sima Lao Thief saw that this child was not enlightened. So he asked him, so, what do you think of the current Huashan? Is it qualified to be the opponent of Zhongnan? Looking at the mute junior, Sima Sheng sneered. He said that our Zhongnan faction has been supporting you Huashan for so long. I feel like I've done my best. What is an offering? Don't you think that's too much? However, in the face of the violent Yunyan, he was answered with more indifferent words. The central and southern factions let go of their past grudges. In your downfall, the conference has also been held in Huashan, and every time I will support some money. Now how dare you blame us for the South Central faction? Just see Yunyan's palm. It had already been crunched by his grip. He's not stupid. The reason why the Central China Conference was held in Huashan, just because they want to come in person, laugh at the declining mountain gate, and those that are given in the name of support, just to make barren Huashan. It is impossible to refuse the bait thrown by the holding of the conference, and the head should know better than him. The other party is muddying the waters. But what makes Yun Yin the most angry is, after hearing these words, he couldn't argue with it at all. And Sima Lao Thief saw that these guys had extraordinary endurance. It's also boring. Stand up lazily. He strode away. Xuanzang's voice sounded slowly. The central and southern factions chose to be overbearing. That's right. Only this sentence. Sima Lao Thief couldn't refute it. But he still didn't look back. He said, this matter is not up to his identity. The master of the financial pavilion was the first to be impatient, facing Zhongnan's arrogance. Even the calm cloud soared, unable to calm down, but they also understand. Huashan is weak. In this situation, no matter how they protest, they are the weakest of all. For Nagato, as long as it is for the survival of Huashan, he can endure any disgrace. It's just that what worries him the most, Zhongnan has such determination. The competition of the Central China Conference. I'm afraid for children. It's going to be tougher. This kind of advance cannot be retreated. There is no way to retreat. So they don't know what to do for a while. There is only a cloud sword. Recall, the children are trained like perverts every day. I don't know why there is a little more confidence in my heart. He said that since the central and southern factions want to give us the final blow, let everyone see the gap between Huashan and them. So, as long as we don't lose in the competition, can't we? Master, let's take a look at the children who are working tirelessly. Meanwhile, on the other side in the Huashan Ancestral Hall, the second and third generations of disciples of Zhongnan, eating in a big gulp. Most of the disciples didn't seem to find anything unusual. But this does not include Qin Jinlong. Looking at him, which can almost be described as gorgeous. I just feel nauseous. Bro, Zhong Shihan saw such a serious senior brother. There is also some hair in the bottom of my heart. He said, senior brother, Huashan is indeed a little arrogant. But for a sect, the most important thing is martial arts, isn't it? Take out so much goodies. At most, it's just a strong outsider. However, how could this Li Qin Jinlong not know? But what he wants is a perfect victory. Fame, wealth, martial arts. Any of them. Huashan should not be compared with us. Even if it's just that. It all made him very uncomfortable. And he said, "Have you forgotten? Our determination is to be in our area. Push the central and southern factions to the position of the first gate in the world. But now you're on a tour. So loose. Makes me very angry. Brothers and nephews. Don't forget what we're here for. If anyone loses the face of the central and south factions, before the elders teach you, I can't spare you first. Do you understand?" As everyone expressed their vigilance in unison, applause from outside the house also floated in. The elder brother turned his head to look. Only then did he realize that Elder Sima had already walked in. His face was delighted, although the golden dragon said everything he wanted to say. But it also made him feel more comfortable. As a disciple of Zhongnan, that's how you should have it. And this conference isn't just about winning. It is necessary to make Huashan talk to them from now on. Qin Jinlong still didn't understand. I saw that Sima was an old thief. He said that the competition was to the point, but their momentum was sharper than expected. So, there is also a limit to the mercy of our central and south faction subordinates. Qin Jinlong was for a while. It was immediately clear. His expression was visibly grim and joyful. It is true that in the face of such momentum, we're also prone to injury. Sima Sheng likes this kid's cleverness very much. So he followed his words. Be careful. Try to end the contest without getting hurt, even if one accidentally broke their arm. There's one more thing you want to help me with. That arrogant and impertinent guy must not let him go. A child who is less than the age of a weak crown. But he showed no weakness in front of me. I don't want to see that kind of child grow up in Huashan. Hearing this, Qin Jinlong also understood who the elder was talking about. So he looked back. A third-generation disciple called Yu Yang was called. He said that this child was the best martial artist among the 3 generations of disciples. Fu Qingming should be the best candidate. Tomorrow's conference. It will definitely be as the elders wish. Seeing that Qin Jinlong had no details, Sima Lao Thief's eyes showed a rare joy. I want to come to this conference. It must be the prelude to the opening of the central and southern faction to enter a period of total victory. Dark clouds were gathering at night. There was a slight noise coming from the door of the Bake My Pavilion. In the shadow, I wanted to come out and breathe. Found that Zhao Jie's kid was already outside the club. I saw the boy looking at the sky from time to time. After a while, he sighed softly. It was obvious that both of them were nervous at heart. However, in the shadow, I heard that Qingming was still sleeping. He didn't know. Dao, that kid is iron or something. Sometimes I envy him, but sometimes I think he's crazy. And when it gets dawn, it's the Central China Conference. The boy was still asleep. It's not that I'm too bold. It's just that the brothers are making a big fuss. Sudden sound. Only then did they see clearly. Lime had already changed into a robe. He still has a sword in his hand. He asked them why they hadn't slept yet. Xiao Jie said that they were not nervous. If you lose. However, he was not finished. Lime had already approached them. Interrupted only the kind of people who weren't prepared. I guess I'm nervous. And the film still wants to defend itself. Qing Ling continued to say senior brother without taking care of himself. If the time goes back 10 days ago, can you do better? The first reaction when I heard this movie was, let him go through 10 days of crazy cultivation. Just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm about to throw up. However, the boy continued since everything that had to be done had been done. There's no need to be nervous. At best, you are not confident at best. Be calm. It's not a big deal to admit that you're weak. You've done your best to ask yourself. That's enough. No matter what others say. At least I know. You're really following me this time. So don't think about it. Get enough sleep. Staying in top shape is also a sign of hard work. Looking at the kissing you, who is drifting away in the shadow. He couldn't help but ask where this was going. I learned that he was going to cultivate. I was just surprised. Today is the Central China Conference. Wouldn't it affect your performance if you still go to practice? However, what I got was the voice of Qingming Yuyu. He said that cultivation is 100 times more important than such small things. Disappeared completely from the vision of the two. This guy really went to cultivate. What responded to Xiaojia was the helplessness of senior brothering. Are we asking for trouble? Qingming is right. We've worked hard to the end. At the very least, you should be able to sleep. Is worthy of this torture. Let's go get some sleep. Xiaojia lowered his head. His heart seemed to relax a lot. Then he obediently returned to the dormitory. And the shadow turned back and looked in the direction of Qingming's departure again. He seems to understand now, too. Regardless of the outcome of the conference, as long as there is clarity, the 3 generations of their disciples will continue to grow stronger. Deep in the mountains after half an hour, Qingming poked out his head like a thief. Glancing around, I guess no one will be following me today. Thinking of the woman who left something behind, he was angry. If only he dared to come with him again. Qingming didn't mind having his head open, then tie it up with a rope and throw it down the cliff. The young man sighed again. I can't beat Shirgu. I'm so angry. I was thinking about it when my heart suddenly became excited. He was keenly aware of something strange coming from behind him. I thought it was coming again. I just wanted to scold my mother. But his eyes narrowed again. No, that person doesn't seem to be a lady in waiting. And it's 2 people. 3 watches in the middle of the night. The 2 met in this deep mountain and old forest. No matter how you look at it, it smells of conspiracy. In this way, Qingming seems to have discovered a new continent. Quickly approached the 2, until a tree trunk visible to the naked eye. Before stopping, judging from the back, it turned out to be the guy during the day. The other seems to be from the South Central faction. I heard the other party say slowly, "Looks like you're doing well. My little brother, Little Bronze Dragon." I didn't react much during the day. Qing Ling didn't hold back at all. Poof! The 2 looked up, but nothing unusual was found. Just the sound of the autumn wind passing through the leaves. And Qing Ling really can't help it. During the day, that kid turned out to be called Bronze Dragon. Other words, they're actually brothers. But that's the name. It's too casual. I really want to meet their parents. What the hell do you think? That's the kind of name? And look back during the day. There was stinginess in his voice. Don't call me by that name anymore. I'm Daytime, the elder brother of the 2nd generation of Huashan's disciples. Qin Jinlong didn't seem to care. He said he did. Tong Long, it looks like you're doing well in Huashan. The complexion is also quite good. My mom just wants to see you. This is to defeat my brother. And the stupid brother who ran away from home. Although it was confirmed once 2 years ago. But in the matter of suppressing losers, no matter how many times you go, you won't get tired of it. Though angry when I heard this. But there doesn't seem to be a way. He knew the man well. A gentle smile. It has long been impossible to hide the rod in his heart. As long as he feels weaker than himself. Will be humiliated all the time without mercy. Seeing that there was silence during the day, Qin Jinlong chuckled and said, "As long as you kneel on the ground now and beg for mercy, we Zhongnan can still accept you. And if you really want to beat me, you should join the Central and South factions. That's the only way. There is a 1/10,000 chance. And you're talking about it." But he stupidly chose to vote under the Huashan Gate. Enter a sect that is about to be finished. I still have this kind of spring and autumn dream. It's really funny. This will make Qing Ling unable to laugh anymore. He looked at what was happening now with deep eyes. And during the day, the teeth are almost crushed. But he still restrained his thoughts. He said yes. The reason why I worship Huashan in the first place. It's because of you. At that time, I was naive to think. Led your most hated Huashan faction. Defeating you is the most relieving. But that's just the beginning. And now I really like Huashan. can be the second-generation disciple of Huashan, and the identity life of the elder brother during the day. I couldn't be prouder. Hear this. Qing Ling recalls the day, hoping that I will make him stronger. This scene is understood. That kid wasn't on a whim, but as a disciple of a sect that is about to finish. It made him proud. It's really if you're not in your right mind. Qin Jinlong's sudden words. In an instant, the attributes of the elven calf protector were full. Does this kid want to die? However, it was the day that was more excited than him. Don't underestimate the Huashan faction. It may seem strange to you, but I didn't understand until I came here. It's not that the sect will be happy if it eats well and dresses well. I'm needed here. The same is Huashan. It gave me the goal of leading him to his rise. It even made me feel the corners of Qin Jinlong's mouth twitching. He really felt that his brother was not only weak, and there is no recognition of reality. Actually said love. Let me tell you, you're done. A wrong choice. The price to pay. It's that you'll only be a third-rate swordsman for the rest of your life. Humiliation. And you will watch me become the head of the central and southern faction. Let's put it this way. Look at your garbage-like life. It's actually quite interesting. Today you will understand. How stupid is the life you choose. Declining sects and fools. It's a seamless combination. I can't stand it anymore during the day. Reprimanded Qin Jinlong angrily. Don't use that stinky mouth to sarcastically mock Huashan. Believe it or not, I'm torn. But he wasn't done. Qin Jinlong's shameful laughter had already sounded. Immediately, his body gradually glowed blue. The tyrannical internal force spreads out around him. He said, "What can you do to me? Just garbage like you. It's past today. You, in your Huashan faction. I will no longer have the face to roam the rivers and lakes." After a while, Qin Jinlong put away his internal strength. He enjoyed the daytime expression, but crushed this kind of thing. He still felt that it would be more appropriate at the conference. And during the day, he looked at Qin Jinlong and gradually walked away. The corners of the mouth can't bear it. Bite your lower lip, constantly forcing myself not to waver. I'm daytime. Someday, I will take Huashan to regain its former glory. It was only after a while that he turned around and planned to go back. But the doctor's cough came from above. Qin was looking at him and smiling. This scared the day. However, the boy jumped down. I still couldn't hold back for a while. Poof! A gong sounded. It seems that he heard it all. However, Zero is interesting, but it's appreciation from the heart. He thinks so much about Huashan. During the day, I hope he doesn't tell anyone else. He was afraid that some people would think in a bad direction. And the young man patted his chest and said that Uncle Sure was relieved. Qing Ling is under the sky, the last one who is the best at keeping secrets. Daytime breathed a sigh of relief. But I always felt that something was wrong. And Qing Ling asked again, so, Uncle Sure is Qin Jinlong's younger brother, right? There was silence for a long time during the day. Only then did he speak, although I am his brother. But we're not close. And though we are fathers, but not the same mother. I've been talking about this since I was a child. Was suddenly interrupted by Qing Ling. I don't want to know anything else. Anyway, it's either a concubine. Either it's the youngest son in the family, equipped with talent for suppression and the like. In the end, he ran away from home and came to Huashan. I don't want to listen to the plot of the rotten street. Speechless during the day. Can you not put a person's life on the ground? It's so simple. However, he just wanted to explain something. But I heard Qing Ling pop out a good sentence, seeing that he didn't seem to hear clearly. Qing Ling repeated it again. I said it was a good time. You can come to Huashan, regardless of origin, or what kind of story there is, as long as you choose to come to Huashan. Then, Uncle, you are Huashan's disciple. We'll prove it to you. You abandoned the central and south factions. Choosing Huashan is definitely not a wrong decision. Although during the day, I felt this. It shouldn't come out of the mouth of such a small guy. But after listening to Qingming's words, I finally had some comfort in my heart. He asked the teenager. How are you going to prove it? When is it again? And Qing Ming pointed to the bright moon in the sky. Today, of course. Now is the time to crush that group of disciples of the central and southern sects. Let's make a big fuss. Uncle sure early in the morning. The second generation of disciples and the third generation of disciples. It's a rare thing to get together, hanging from the face with peace. He said he could see it. Everyone was nervous, but it doesn't have to be so stiff. It's just a matter of winning or losing. You don't need to be so attached. Regardless of the outcome, you are still the proudest disciples of Huashan. Qing Ling listened, but he slowly closed his eyes. It's all nonsense, though. Not only did it not improve the morale of the disciples, there is no idea of letting the disciples bear the honor and disgrace of Huashan. But it's clear, these words of the master. But let the disciples who are carrying a huge burden relaxed. I saw that Xuanzang's hands behind his back were clenched harder and harder. But the corners of his mouth tried to show a smile. He told everyone in his own way, Huashan will be your eternal backing. In the middle of the day, Sima Sheng also took the disciples of Zhongnan, came to the martial arts arena that had been arranged long ago. The disciples of both sides sat looking at each other on either side of the ring. And the disciples of Zhongnan seem to have been trained for a long time. Wait until Elder Sima is seated. They were seated in turn. Can be sudden. Outside the mountain gate, there was a sudden noise of clouds and smoke. A group of people who seemed to have never seen each other. Mighty broke into the gate of Huashan. Not only are they gorgeously dressed, even a few of them obviously knew the financial pavilion master, Xuanzang. It was learned that this group of people was either the leader of the 10 major merchant groups. Either it is the squire of Shangxi in the time of the celebrity. It seems that something is understood in an instant, turning his head to look at the old thief Sima. He really didn't expect it. In order to make Huashan unable to raise his head again, will use such despicable means. However, this time, Xuanzang was mistaken. Even Sima Sheng didn't know. Why did it become like this? When I saw the other party questioning the head in turn, they were also confused, turning his head to look at Yunyan. He said that he originally wanted to stop it. I am the one who can bring them. The head looked at the visitor in astonishment. He didn't expect that. It turned out to be Lord Huang of the Galaxy Business Group. He said he was sorry. The boss has not informed you in advance. But the old man felt that if there was no audience for this kind of conference, it's just so boring. So the old man took it upon himself to bring some people over. You won't mind. I saw that this was the end of it. Xian Song had no choice but to accept it. Immediately, Master Huang turned his head and glanced at Qing Ming behind him. That innocent look. He seems to have been spotted as well. It turned out to be earlier. Qing Ming sent him a letter. Hopefully he will bring influential people with him. Come to central China to watch the battle. This kind of thing is not difficult for him. The naturally unhappy my boy rides alone. Wait until everyone is seated one by one. Yun Yin slowly walked into the ring at this time. I saw him take a deep breath. I declare this year's Central China Conference officially open. Soon, the first group on the field was the second-generation disciples of both sides, accompanied by the cheers of the disciples on both sides. During the day, he slowly walked into the ring with the golden dragon. The squires and gentlemen outside the venue also seemed to be happy. After all, they had long heard that the golden dragon was extremely talented. He's a talent who can lead Zhongnan to a higher place. And just look at the style. Huashan's disciple is also very good. This makes them look forward to it. And the daytime passed before the meeting. He knew very well that the strength of the other party was unfathomable. So at this moment, it is also extremely dignified. Qin Jinlong smiled lightly and was surprised. You didn't run away. And the sword pointed at each other during the day. How could I have been scared away by the Zhongnan faction? Not to mention being in front of you. I am a second-generation disciple of Huashan. It is also the head of Huashan who will lead Huashan in the future. During the day, he was the first to attack. The phantom sword is in the hand of the day. It seems to be more sophisticated than in previous days. The move is his best Fuhu Qingyang sword. Suddenly, the field was full of dust and smoke. Huashan's gorgeous sword moves. Seeing that the old guys are also enthusiastic. Even Yin Zhong and Xiaojia outside the court were surprised. Uncle Shi's trick they had seen before. But this time to see the power of this sword seems to be more irritable. And when I saw the two of them, Qin Jinlong also seemed to be able to retreat and dodge. With the day landing again, there seemed to be a light in his eyes. The changing sword jumped out with sword aura. Even Xian Song couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. When did this child have such a state? The heads are like this. The disciples were even more excited. In the shadow, he pulled Qing Ling's sleeve and kept dangling. Clear, clear. You see Uncle Shi is chasing that Qin Jinlong to fight. Maybe. I can really win. However, Qing Ming was very helpless. He said it couldn't be. I haven't even touched that guy during the day. In your opinion, is he going to win now? Above the ring, the dust cleared, and the day was already sweating profusely. Looking at the man who was gradually revealing his figure. He was angry. He was helpless. Why? Exactly. Why is this the case? The man slashed hard. But he was lonely. He is proud of his swordsmanship. It's like child's play in front of each other. He was furious, and he didn't know why. Even the corners of the other party's clothes can't be touched. For him, 2 years of retreat, in order to be able to be ashamed today. But you look at the other person's appearance. The atmosphere is not breathing. It's too slim. It's as if you're looking at a cliff that towers into the sky. The courage to even flip through are unmentionable cliffs. But the effort I put in, those times, where the hell did they go? I'm not convinced, however, at this time. The days have long been exhausted. But he still chose to explode his internal strength. Perfusion of the whole body. I saw a surge of sword chi, densely flocked towards Qin Jinlong. He roared. But this Zhongnan disciple, there was not even a trace of ripple in his eyes. Even approached step by step against the sword chi of the day. The weirdness of this scene, during the day, the heart is full of misfortune. Then he changed his sword move again. Just look at its stance. But it is Zhongnan's strong orthodoxy. But that doesn't mean he's stupid. The doomed break 10,000 laws with force. It's not impossible. However, it's a pity. The result of his hard fight with the Golden Dragon. It doesn't seem to change. Plop. During the day, I didn't even have the strength to stand up. Looking at his stupid brother. He couldn't help laughing. Look at the way you look. Have fun. Daytime glanced at the disgusting man. Unexpectedly, Qin Jinlong stabbed with a sword, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. This is the elder brother of the second generation of Huashan's disciples. Consciousness gradually blurred. Just like that, he fell in the ring, but Qin Jinlong's next corner. The pain pulled back the day that was about to lose consciousness. Fool! You want to rely on Huashan's martial arts to practice well. It's impossible to touch a single hair of mine. This gives you a good feel for it. You and those you hold dear. How stupid it is. With a loud bang. Qing Ling at this time. I couldn't hold back the urge to go up and kill the other party. Look at the daytime again. He was almost kicked as a ball by the opponent. But it's clear. He used trembling hands. Hold on to the wooden sword that has long been broken. Even if you can't win against each other. He didn't want to throw in the towel. Stand up with your will. At this time, the golden dragon struck again. During the day, the lychee color in his eyes suddenly rose. He swung his broken sword at the other again. But he was constantly drawn on himself by his fast sword. The blow is just a blink of an eye. Was punched by him 360 degrees during the day. But the physical pain didn't bring him down. Even it would hurt his head. It has long been impossible to receive images from the naked eye. He still relied on his will to stabilize his game. But where there is blood, He would never allow himself to be beaten like this. However, now it is also the limit. So, during the day, they rushed to each other again. The miracle didn't happen. Qin Jinlong's elbow bit. It's faster than it was just now. Seeing this day, I know that I am finished. The wooden sword is in the opponent's hand, but now it ran through his shoulders. This scene, Ling's second-generation disciples and third-generation disciples died in shock, lying in the ring like this during the day. But once again, he chose to prop up his body. Qin Jinlong's voice did not carry the slightest pity. That's the end of his story. You're never going to touch the corner of my clothes in your life. The gap between your Huashan and our central and southern regions. It's as big as you see it now. Just your little bit of martial arts. It is simply impossible to be an opponent of our central and south faction. I think the same will be true for 100 or even 1,000 years. If you still want to catch up with me, I advise you to leave Huashan as soon as possible. A sect that is about to finish. The rest is only to be ridiculed. Xing Jinlong said. What I got was the strength that came from nowhere. Trembling, he stood up again. He gasped. There was a determination in his eyes that was enough for death. Say I'm a disciple of Huashan. We'll never leave. I heard a stupid laugh. Indeed, if you're still a man, nature is meant to do so. But it's a pity. I'm still not going to show mercy. In this way, he completely lost consciousness during the day. It slammed into the ground with a thud. Several second-generation disciples rushed into the ring like crazy. White merchants are even more muddy. His body trembled, and he gently helped his senior brother up. By this time, he was already unconscious during the day. Bai Shang gritted his teeth. His anger had long since reached its peak. It's just that when he confronts the other party too much, what he got was another ridicule from Qin Jinlong. He said that it was because it was just a competition. That's how it will end. If I were holding a real sword, what do you think he will become now? Besides, how did I know he was so weak? Hear this. The anger of the white wound seemed to be uncontrollable any longer. He ordered the two junior brothers to take the senior brother to the medicine hall immediately. Then he slowly got up. Let me teach you your great swordsmanship. Qin Jinlong didn't mind who came to deliver it first. Generous expression is indispensable, turning around and shouting forgiveness. You could be his opponent. Ironically, the squires and gentlemen enjoyed the pastries provided by Huashan. I don't care how many injuries the loser was injured in the competition. They praised Qin Jinlong vigorously. Sure enough, she lived up to the saint of Shangshi's first genius. And Lord Huang was helpless when he looked at them like this. No wonder people like to scold businessmen. A man was beaten so miserably. They only think about making money, although I'm also from above. Can't end in the south. It's really a bunch of guys that I can't help but hate. Just then again, what do you think, Chief? I thought you would let me make this game bigger. It's because you've already figured out how to deal with it. No, to keep going. Huashan will only accelerate its decline, fall into eternal calamity. I hope you don't let me look away. At this time, Yin Zhong looked into the distance. He was also terrified in the bottom of his heart. I'm worried about whether Uncle Sure will be fine. And the Qing Ling on the side was very clear. It is impossible to be okay during the day. I'm afraid that such a serious injury will not heal for a while. In the film, it will only feel mixed. Encounter such a result. He couldn't see a trace of waves in his clear eyes. Seriously, he's a little raw. Qi, no matter how bad the relationship between Qing Ming and Uncle Sure is. But he is an uncle after all. Why don't you really feel it at all? The more Yin Zhong spoke, the more excited he became. He didn't find out. On weekdays, I don't dare to be so fierce to Qing Ling. However, the teenager was rarely not angry. He stared at Yin Zhong and said, You calm me down. Brother, what are you expecting? You don't really think he has a chance of winning. The current situation, isn't it something that everyone should have recognized a long time ago? If that kind of effort alone can succeed, then the world will be full of masters. Look at it. All the second-generation disciples will lose. There was one that could have been won, but it seems that he has no intention of playing. When I heard this, the bottom of the center became a twist. He didn't understand. Is the 9 faction really that unattainable? Qingming looked at him in surprise. He said, "Brother, you're mistaken. We're not going to lose. I said that only the second generation of disciples would lose. Let's warm up. We're going to play nicely." At the same time, Bai Shang was also defeated, and the number of hatred stepped on his chest. I thought you'd make it a little longer. His current angle is just looking at Qingming. I saw the corners of his mouth twitch. It seems that Huashan is full of guys with strong mouths. It didn't take long. The result was as expected by the Zero. The second-generation disciples were seriously injured by the Central and Southern factions. It's a 9-game losing streak. A wooden sword that flew down at the foot of the hanging mountain. It seemed to remind him Huashan was never saved again. However, he tried to get the boss to stop the game. Didn't find that Xuanzong was already dead at this time. Celebrities are all here. All he had to do was to propose the termination of the General Assembly. It is equivalent to announcing to the whole of Shangxi, they are dead. This is not a question of his own reputation as the head of the house. Now they have only a glimmer of hope. Just keep fighting. Xianshang us. Now it's hard to ride a tiger. Accompanied by the last second-generation disciple who was seriously injured and fell to the ground. The smug look on the face of the old thief Sima. It has long been impossible to hide. He clenched his fists with excitement. He is very satisfied with the results of 10 consecutive wins. This scene is the countless ancestors of their central and southern faction. The look of dreams. Maybe this long-cherished wish is about to be fulfilled in his own hands. An Yin came to the field. If you can. He really wanted to find a hole to get into. But then came the contempt of 3 generations of disciples. 10 consecutive defeats. In the movie, they're already depressed and out of breath. The defeat of the uncles. It seems to tell them the gap between their dreams and reality. However, there was an inexplicable creaking sound beside him. Frightened a spirit in the shadow. Qingming's appearance was a rage he had never seen before. The film wants to persuade him to calm down. The mad dog almost bit him. Yin also noticed the noise of his own disciples. Far away, I heard them shouting that they should not let go. "You kid, calm me down. You're the last one to play. You can't do this." However, where can they stop the perverted Lime? Then I heard a boom. Lime slammed into the ring with a near-leap gesture. When he stood still, Yin was also taken aback. Why did this kid rush up first? But before he could ask anything, then I heard Lime's son say coldly, "Before I kill you, it doesn't matter who it is. Hurry up and get one first." How to look at this scene? It doesn't look like a 10-game losing streak should look like. Even Qin Jinlong thought that this kid was a crazy critic. But it doesn't matter. There's a quantity. You go and tell him. What the hell is he? Yu Bai's first figure came to the stage in an instant. These days, I've been listening to my uncles talk about Qingming. I'm going to tear your mouth to shreds today. I'm Zhongnan. The pie is manifest. When was he? Qing Ling disappeared from an instant to a punch that slammed into his face. Not to mention that he and Xiaojia were dumbfounded in this scene. Even Sima, Sheng couldn't control the excitement on his face. A waste? That's a lot of nonsense. If you want to die, I'll help you. There's a large figure. It flew upside down in the air like mud. Yes, for the old thief Sima. What shocked him the most was the way the kid did just now. As an elder of the Central South Sect, he couldn't see it clearly. Is this reasonable? Bang! The boy fell to the ground and almost died. I saw Qing Lin pick up the wooden sword. While walking, he said that he would sell less miserably here. Your grandfather and I don't have the charm yet. Suddenly, the disciples of Zhongnan outside the arena began to scold their mothers. They say that there is no martial virtue in Huashan. There is no politeness at all. However, at this time, Tian Youliang's body trembled. slowly grasped the wooden sword, finally got up. However, at this time, Qingming found out. I didn't pay attention just now. It seems that the shot is a bit heavy. Are you okay? The boy's nosebleeds spurted out of the rainbow. But he had to insist that he could still fight. But Lime was a little stunned in the bottom of her heart. If he had been killed in a joust, wouldn't it be too good? Turning his head to look at Yunyan, he said, should this case be sent for treatment? However, Yunyan was also confused. I just wanted to ask the elders on both sides what they meant. The boy tore off his sleeve, then tear it in half. Just plugged the surging blood. You can see it. He also wanted to continue. Qingming's eyes narrowed. Although this kid is from Central and Southern, but it's still quite flattering. Just thought of this, and heard his roar. You despicable villain. I'm going to chop you up and feed it to the dogs. Even if you kneel now, it's too late. It's just that he just finished speaking. An inexplicable cold wind blew through him. Obviously, in the eyes of Zhang Yuliang, it was just carelessness. But why? The kid looked a little creepy all of a sudden. Very good, I just felt a little guilty. Come on, I'll make you understand. What is called not a single hair can be touched. Apparently the boy was already gritting his teeth in anger. It's just a sudden loud sound outside the field. Look back. Qin Jinlong told him not to get excited. But there was coldness in his eyes. Qian Yuliang is not stupid. He knows the consequences of losing. When I look back again, I was much calmer. Gradually pointing to Qingming, he said, your agitation method is really good. Qingming was disdainful. Whatever you want. With the roar of the teenager, he just rushed up with a funny look. And Qingming spread his hands unhurriedly and unhurriedly. Sizzle. His figure seemed to tremble. Appeared behind the other party in the next second. First, there was a frightened, wide-eyed car. Just for a moment, his body was slashed by a force that stopped him. However, Qingling didn't seem to have any intention of stopping there. Really, the kids have been very rude lately. Let Grandpa tell you. What exactly is polite? With a devastating blow coming from the lower body. The boy looked like he was in pain. Flew out. Heart-wrenching tingling and powerlessness. Make his consciousness. Soon it was in a state of obscurity. Even Qin Jinlong would be embarrassed. And Xing Yuliang trembled and fell to the ground. Qing Ling walked in front of him. First glanced at this little bastard who didn't know what to do. Then pick up the rag he had gagged his nose on. I just pulled it out. Suddenly the rainbow appeared again. This scene. It can be seen that the disciples of the Central and Southern sect are very nervous. However, Qingming will be considered comfortable. He looked out of the audience. Don't panic with a smile. This kid can't die. You buy. He just swaggered out of the ring, back to where it was. And the master of the financial pavilion hasn't understood it yet. Our Huashan won the game at an overwhelming speed. He seriously doubted that he was daydreaming. So he turned his head and asked the senior brother in charge. This is the end. Hey boss, why is it that senior brother Xuanshang is not either? How could that kid be so strong? Yes. Obviously I should have lost. How did he win? Xianshang gave himself a slap in the face. Sure it's not a dream. He quickly turned his head to look at the cloud arrow. It has been less than half a year since I learned that Qingling was introduced. He began to wonder if he was in a dream again. It only took half a year to cultivate to that level. Cloud Sword. Didn't he learn other martial arts before he started? Yun Jian said yes. But the child hardly ever showed his quality. Therefore, the disciple did not know exactly what extent he was. Xian finally came back to his senses from this meeting. Originally, he thought that Qingling was just a lucky star. Never had an extravagant expectation. This kid can do more for Huashan. But the martial arts talent that the young man showed just now was extremely high. Obviously, put aside the strength and weakness, he is also a genius like no other, and the master of the financial cabinet. It seems that it is not possible to analyze the current situation. He asked the boss, this life of clearing, Is it possible to save Huashan's face? However, what he got was Xuanzang's denial. Because Qingming just saved Huashan's face. He could even be sure this child will surely be able to take on the responsibility for the next 100 years. At this time, the most calm person in the audience belonged to Lord Huang. In his opinion, Qingming's victory is deserved. He understood that the little Taoist was a master who would never defeat the battle. Think about today's results. Quite possibly, it will be completely different from what everyone expected. Though, these squires also found the child extraordinary. But they're finding out too late now. The trail chief has long been mine. Person, and he should be clear. This battle did not really save Huashan. Come on, let me see. How did the Qingling Dao elder stop Huashan from counterattacking? However, at this time, the young man's whole person was 10,000 times more comfortable. Yin Zhongyu Xiaojia also saw it. The devil beats people from the bottom of my heart. And this time, it seems very different. Uncles who can still watch the battle. Almost all of them were applauding him. That's what they look like. It seems to have been completely forgotten. How weird it was to look at Qingming before. Then I saw the boy wave his hand. Don't let them babble here. Yin Zhong is so happy. In his eyes, nothing can be more harmonious than the same door. It made him laugh even more. However, Qingming suddenly stopped him at this time. Zhong knew it was time to play on his own. As a big brother, let the little junior brother complete what he should have done. So what he's going to do? It's that we have to continue the victory. Qingming, don't you have any suggestions? Qingling looked at Yin Zhong, who seemed to be too tense. He said he had nothing to suggest. Even if I tell you now, you don't need it. Let's get up there. Remember to see the head hit. That's it. Yin Zhong slowly walked into the ring with a wooden sword. It was clear that the kid was trying not to stretch himself too hard. But when I think about it, I'm going to lose. The senior brother was frightened in the shadow. He looked back. I heard Qingling say that if you dare to lose, it's dead. The boy has been in the middle for a long time. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes, the wind is blowing towards Huashan now. Brought to the middle of the ring in the shadow. Shouted loudly Huashan's 3 generations of disciples. In the film, the disciples of the central and southern factions are invited to compete on stage. This voice was originally nothing but in Qin Jinlong's ears. But it was Huashan's naked provocation. Because in his eyes, Huashan should have stood trembling in front of Zhongnan. But now what's going on? Just because there is, personally, the appearance of that kid. So he suppressed his anger and shouted Kongzhen. Go and defeat that arrogant thing. Immediately, the boy came to the ring, and the sword pointed in the shadows. See this familiar look? The film remembers 2 years ago. Himself is under his sword. He was beaten to the point where he was powerless. He was a strong bandit. At that time, I couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. It would have been defeated if there had not been the appearance of Qingming. Perhaps the same result today. Every time we compete with Zhongnan, it is a fiasco. It even makes people feel that all the cultivation is meaningless. Maybe that's it. When everyone is faced with despair and wants to give up, only one did not give in. During the day is to lose. Because of his existence, we almost all stayed. However, this time, it was as if a man had fallen from the sky, appeared in front of us. Each and every one of us was tortured by him for half a year. At the same time, he is also doing his best to cultivate. I do not know. Can this really close the gap with him? But regardless of the outcome, I will not be defeated easily. Ishikorama, a brief greeting to the defeated men of 2 years ago. I didn't plan to give the movie a chance to talk nonsense. I saw that his eyes were solemn. In an instant, he rushed to the front of the shadow. It's obviously the same move as last time. I can clearly guess the next sword path, but I just can't stop it. But this time it won't be so easy for you to win. What he actually blocked. It seems that you haven't lost your mind in the past 2 years. But even so, You're still not going to be my match. Injong saw him move so fast, shouting in my heart, subconsciously raise your sword to block. Really? His sword is amazing in both power and speed. I feel more than twice as strong as the last time I competed in martial arts. Could it be that this is Kong Zhen's strength? But why? Why can I see clearly his every move? With a roar, Kong Zhen was pushed back a few steps by Inzhou. Although his mind was suddenly a little confused at this time, this guy not only blocked his own swordsmanship, you can even have the strength to interrupt your own attack. Inzhou at this time still can't believe what I've just done. He looked up at Kong Zhen, asked the other party coldly. That's it. It seems that he found that what he said was a bit rude. Hurriedly spoke again to explain. You're not here to disgrace me. I deliberately put it into the sea. What he didn't know, however, was these words are so angry that Kong is really smoking. He roared and rushed again. Inzhou tentatively kicked back. Unexpectedly, he was really beaten far away. However, compared to the surprise of the other party, at this time, senior brother Yin's mind was even more chaotic, and he turned his head and looked. What the hell did this guy do to us? However, Kong Zhen's roar pulled him back into the moment. Boom! Kong Zhen just burst out with all his power, rushed over, and Inzhou seems to have finally gained confidence in his heart at this time. He wanted to try his own day, the trick to practice every day, and he lifted up his sword. Silent in my heart, gather all the variations and moves at your fingertips. The next plate must be as stable as Mount Hua. Don't let go of any change in your eyes. And most importantly, when the decisive moment comes, must have the consciousness not to wield the second sword again. I don't hesitate. Kill him. This is the sword of the young man who is righteous for himself. It contained him for half a year, trapeze like pain and torment. He was curious to know, what the hell has that kid done to us in the past 6 months? I saw the young man slashing with all his strength, and the opponent's horizontal sword resisted. A thud ensued. The broken blade flew far away. Look at Kong Zhen again. It's been personnel for a long time. I don't know if it's a scene. Only Xiaojia was dumbfounded. Sima Lao Thief and Capture Golden Dragon felt even more incredible. That's not right. Obviously, that kid didn't use any moves. He doesn't look like a second-generation disciple either. That age. And by what did he defeat Kong Zhen? And in the movie, even he himself thinks it's incredible. There was silence for a long time. The cultivation of the young man brought him back to his senses. So he took the initiative to hold his fist to show that he was taught. Suddenly, the Huashan disciples outside the arena also came back to their senses. They're crazy, screaming what seems to be a multi-year affair. It's all swept away at this moment. Look at the boss again. This happiness came too quickly. He almost died on the spot. Yes, they're older generations. The struggle and powerlessness suffered in Huashan. And how could children understand it? It's just a complete victory for the zero-clearing party. It is already great news for Huashan. Now, even Inzhou has won. How can their hearts not be agitated at this time? Xiaojia was curious. He desperately wanted to know, how did the big brother do it? However, it was Inzhou who responded to him. Let him rest assured and bold, because even if you want to lose, it's hard. Then he looked at Qing Ling again. I asked the question from the bottom of my heart, but what I got was a chuckle from Qing Ling. He said, I'm just telling you how to win. Do you know? Disciple of the Central and Southern sects. It's really strong at their age, but because I learned too much, something you shouldn't learn at this age. So in a sense, they're also weak, and the shadow is in the clouds. I had to look at him with a puzzled look, but intimacy stares at itself in turn. He said that his brother's martial arts practice is like building a tower, and the foundation of the tower determines where its highest point is. But they haven't secured the first layer yet. Start building the second and third layers. Do you think that such a tower with only one floor? But it's very strong. What happens when a solid tower hits hard? In fact, the basics of martial arts. It is perfect to use one's body, hit the opponent accurately. And because of this, it gradually extended branches such as slashing and stabbing. As you go deeper and deeper, there will be a variety of move choices. And I did. It's just to make you more focused on the basics. Look at senior brother Zhao Jie's movements. Isn't it completely different from before? Stability of the lower plate. In order to simply unfold their own movements. Solid foundation. In order to separate more concentration. Observe your opponent's moves. And the 3 generations of disciples are all very young. So now just get this thing right. Children about your age. Basically, it won't be your opponent. However, such a simple truth. Yin Zhong felt even more strange. I couldn't help but ask, why don't other sects do this? However, when he saw the young man's kind face, the voice that came out was getting quieter and quieter. Fortunately, in the heart is patiently explained. There is a limit to the amount of time a person has in a day. Do you think anyone can do both? While maintaining a high level of learning. On the one hand, it ensures self-cultivation, respects the old, and loves the young. Be sincere with people and so on. The way of a gentleman. Everybody knows how to be a gentleman. People who may comply with these conditions. From ancient times to the present, there are very few. That's why our ancestors asked us to keep going in, because people can't do it. That's why I have to work hard to do it. And that's what you've been trying to do for half a year. You don't have to thank me. When you succeed in persevering, today's contest has already decided the winner and loser. This is probably a bird whose wings are not yet hardened. After jumping out of the nest, you will realize how important the space for takeoff is. Yu Bai Elf didn't bother to explain again. What is in the shadow? He was surprised. Where the hell did this guy learn this knowledge? But only for a moment. Huashan has ushered in 4 consecutive wins. Let's look at the juniors and disciples. Now it's almost time to jump on the chair. With the victory of another person. Each one of them is just like himself. Wake up from a big dream. It is clear that the 3 generations of disciples have succeeded. In terms of momentum, it is our Huashan that is more turbulent. After the last junior brother also won Zhongnan, Yin Zhong shouted Qing Ming excitedly. He said, "We won. Thank you. Thank you so much." However, in response to him, but it's a youthful look. Everyone was originally happy. At this time, I didn't understand what the boy meant. Brother, you may not know. In my dictionary, there is no such thing as a tie. At this time, the eyes of the shadow are wide open. This familiar feeling. Please do your job. I was scared, yet obviously. Qingming can't listen to a word. Not only did they snatch Huashan's swordsmanship, I also insulted the head in front of all the disciples. Such people come to our Huashan. I also let them go back on all 4s. That's not my style. Immediately, I heard Qing Ling say, "Senior brothers, I'm going to do one thing right now. Don't miss a single detail. Be sure to see from beginning to end." The gibbon took the wooden sword and walked to the ring. And he just said that. Everyone looked at him like a ghost. Even the children themselves didn't find out. Qing Ling has already become their guide. Yet at this moment, Xuanzong's little heart was already jumping to death. Look at the way he wept with joy. This will make the disciples both surprised and delighted. He's just going to keep repeating yes. Oh yes. Finally, after his death, he had the face to go to the ancestors. Just when his eyes were moss. But they found that the child was. Ran walked into the ring, and the central and southern factions are all burying their heads in their brothers. It doesn't seem to be anything unusual on the field. Sima Lao Thief's lungs are about to explode. How did this group of fools have the face to do it after 10 consecutive defeats? Qin Jinlong was even more furious at this time. In his opinion, it was supposed to be a perfect victory. Why do they dare to draw with me? And yet at this very moment, an abrupt voice rang out from the ring. Look up. Just listen to the most hateful guy talking about Lord Huang. You see the end from the beginning. There should be a reasonable judgment. So I want to ask you, who won this conference? He looked at the boy's sudden question. That's what I understand. The trail chief didn't plan to let this conference go. It ended in a draw. He was delighted. There is such a terrible guy as an ally. Naturally, he was happy to cooperate. So he took advantage of the situation to put the problem thrown to the squires and gentlemen present. And just as he expected, merchants are human spirits. To see them, you say a word, I say a word. I haven't been able to come up with one. A conclusion that satisfies everyone. So Qing Ming took over the conversation. He said I had a way to directly separate the winners and losers. It's just 10 people over there who just won. One more fight with the 10 people who won against us. It's just that one-on-one is not much to look at. So let's just will war. The winner goes on to play with the next one, until the last person on one side loses. On the other hand, the winner of this conference is counted. Of course, if you Zhongnan admit it. Just when I didn't say it. Yu Bai's entire martial arts arena was suddenly quiet and terrifying. Sima Sheng was the first to react. A disciple of 3 generations. How dare you propose to Zhongnan on behalf of Huashan? Hear this. Qing Ming behaved very casually. Anyway, the boss is right next to you. If only you asked him. Seeing that the little ghost head is so no. Politeness, the old thief just wanted to get angry. But keenly heard. Those squires and gentlemen. There seems to be a lot of interest in this proposal. This makes Sima Sheng obviously in the bottom of his heart. Unconsciously weighed the pros and cons. It's just that Xian Song will be blinded by this. Qing Ming's proposal. It doesn't seem to be any good for Huashan. Fortunately, the cloud sword exploded. He said the master. The kid was sometimes excessive, but he was by no means stupid. More often than not. Instead, I felt that I was ashamed of his intelligence. So let's trust him. Xian looked up at Emperor Xuanshang. Found. It seems that all of them have a similar feeling to Cloud Sword. Finally, he let out a long breath. That being the case, he still has the courage to gamble again. However, when Sima Sheng heard Xuanzang's sentence, Huashan agreed. I still can't help but feel Harry in the bottom of my heart. He's not really stupid. The current situation must be the trap of that kid. But now he is the same as Huashan before. It's hard to ride a tiger. This means that the central and southern factions also agree. Can be sudden. Qing Ling was dragged out with anger in the shadow. He was angry. He said there should be a limit to fooling around. Actually let them be disciples for 3 generations. Deal with Zhongnan's 2nd generation disciples. What's more, there is also a golden dragon in it. Do you think we're that strong? The boy was speechless. He said, don't dream, brother. Among the 3 generations of disciples present, it's just Zhao Jie. It can be compared with other 2nd generation disciples. But if it's a golden dragon, the end will only be a touch and tear collapse. This is no longer a fundamental issue. He is not at all on the same level as you. But you don't have to worry. I'm not going to let any of them pass my level. At this time, the central and southern side. To tell the truth, the old thief Sima is already very clear-sighted. He felt that this guy would definitely let the rest of the disciples drain their stamina. Finally, he came up again. The fisherman prophets. And Zhongnan has already suffered a big loss here. This battle would rather win the ugly points. There must be no more surprises. So, eventually, he chose to let Qin Jinlong finale. In this way, Zhongnan took the lead in sending his disciple Lu Bo. Yet these hearts are like teenagers. I don't care at all, because it is necessary to let the whole rivers and lakes know the changes in Huashan. Only by the victory or defeat of 3 generations of disciples. At most, it's an after-dinner joke, even if it is the 3rd generation of disciples of Rang Huashan. When the 2nd generation disciples of Zhongnan, it's surprising at best, but if it's just a 3rd generation disciple of Huashan, defeated all the 2nd generation disciples of the central and southern sect. Such a Huashan, it will inevitably become a legend on the rivers and lakes. So, senior brother, remember what I say. Don't let go of a single detail. I saw Qing Ming clasping his hands into fists. Shout out the 3 generations of disciples of Huashan. Qing Ming sincerely invites the younger brothers of the central and southern sects to teach. Just for a moment, keen to find in the shadow Qing Ling's original trace of casualness. Completely gone. At this moment, it's like a swordsman who goes to war. I saw that in the shadow. He suddenly got up. He knows it well. Next, I'm afraid I'll regret missing a moment. And clear his eyes. It had already flashed with a strange light. Today, I want to create a legend for Huashan. It's just that Uncle Lu is a disciple of Zhongnan. His hand is the 12th snowflake. And this is a suggestion that contains the essence of Huashan. How can you hide it from the master? The original Qing Ming. Seeing this move appear in the hands of the Zhongnan disciples. Surely, we will not rest on our laurels. But you look at his movements. Raise your sword and thrust. Basic sword-breaking pose. Cleanly interrupted Uncle Lu's sword change. Then from the bottom of the force, the long sword slashed at Uncle Lu's entire arm. It was like being run over by 1,000 pounds of boulders. The focus of the whole person is only one photo. Lost balance. And it's obvious. Qing Ming didn't intend to give him any chance, forcing Lu Bo to step back. Soon, and he found out, he has been forced to the edge of the ring by the other party. But it was a momentary loss of consciousness. The gradual change of the teenager is already on the horizon. Although the blade of the sword did not completely fall on his head, but the light sword instantly retracted. Still give the whole ring. It brought a fierce, strong wind. Han Sung's eyes widened as Uncle Lu fell out of the ring. He still couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Look at the young man's upright posture again. It's as if nothing had just happened. Raise your cold eyes. Coldly, said the next one. And Sima Sheng is an elder in Zhongnan. It's still incredible. Because even if it's him, I don't know if it's my own mind. With basic swordsmanship, he was able to suppress Uncle Lu instantly. Is it possible? His instincts told him, if you let this little ghost grow, someday, his shadow will hang over the entire central and southern factions. Just like when the Plum Blossom Sword Venerable was active. Forgive the above. Don't let him win so easily. I saw him nod, then came to the ring. Forgiveness is not an overconfident guy. After Uncle Lu's complete defeat just now, he won't underestimate Qing Ming. Only when he opened his eyes again. What he saw was something he had never seen in his life. A feeling of pressure swept through the body. However, he can't be blamed for that. Sharp intuition, a quality that must be possessed by a good swordsman. But it also made him in the battle with Qing Ming. The opportunity was lost more quickly. Every sort of the teenager. It seems to be all on display. The limit of what this trick can reach. Didn't wait for the tree to react. Qing Ling completely knocked him down in the next second, and his consciousness was out of his brain in an instant. Then I heard a thud. The boy stood still. And this weird scene, one after another, it hit the hearts of young people. Looked carefully in the shadows. But he couldn't understand it. Why can Qing Ling rely on only 2 arrows? Defeat the second-rank tree hatred among the second-generation disciples. Bring 2 disciples to drag the fainting tree hatred down. Qing Ling returned to the center of the ring at this time. In the bottom of his heart. And that's just the beginning. I don't just want them to experience defeat. Most importantly, to this group of thieves, branded with a mark that can never be erased. They did the last thing they should have done. Huashan gave everything in order to save the world. However, the world is guarded by us. It also includes you Central and South factions. But not only did you not repay the kindness, steal the sword, despise me, Huashan even wants to trample us under our feet forever. I suppress my anger every day. Until now. I'll make you understand how terrible Huashan's anger was, now that the Liuhe swordsmanship has been displayed. Then the next step is the Plum Blossom swordsmanship. However, the current Zhongnan disciples, elves have long been treated like monsters. So he cautiously picked up the wooden sword. The original intention was to resist his attack first. Can be a second. The elves had appeared behind him. The disciple looked back in surprise. It doesn't seem to have reacted yet. But in the next second, he was completely reduced to Jian Gang's plaything. Fear and horror immediately crept all over his body. He screamed and rushed towards the boy. Unexpectedly, the elf came behind him again in the blink of an eye. The wind continued to tear through his body. At the moment when he fell to the ground, Qingming's gradual change had reached his neck. The sword stood still for a moment, removed most of the damage from this one, but to this disciple's heart, brought the soul of the Van scattered. Even more terrifying. That's it. Once again, the teenager won seemingly with ease. Until now, Yin Zhong finally understood Qing Ling's intentions. He thought, the plum blossom sword technique is not a very powerful move. But in the hands of Qing Ling, it is like killing a god. It seems to be telling us with practical actions. Huashan's swordsmanship. What kind of existence is he as he is? Half a day. 6 Zhongnan disciples were all defeated by the clearing. The second-generation disciple of the Central and Southern School. This will already be like an ant on a hot pan. But now none of them dare to go up and send it again. Until a congratulatory voice rang out. Qin Jinlong had already gritted his teeth with anger from this group of wastes. I was scared by a 10-year-old kid who was younger than me. There is no shame in it. Why do you just keep your eyes open? How did I get the reputation of the Central South faction back? But he said that. But it was clear in my heart. He alone defeated 6 second-generation disciples in a row. I'm afraid, even if I win now, Zhongnan's reputation can't be recovered. It's just that Qin Jinlong was about to step into the ring. Originally, the elder who cared most about honor not only prevented him from acting, and another disciple was assigned. He said there was only one requirement. It is to consume as much physical strength as possible. And Qin Jinlong was called over by him instead. The two of them came behind the screen. Sima Sheng turned his back and spoke slowly. Do you think anyone else can win? Obviously, you should have guessed that too. That kid is a monster at all. But luckily, he's just a monster cub now. But let him continue to develop like this. One day, it will grow into a real monster. And he will surely become a stumbling block to our faction. Golden Dragon, you are a genius. But how many geniuses do you think there are in this huge world? I'm afraid it's only in your generation. There will be no less than 10. And compete for the title of the first in the world. It's never been a genius like you. It's monsters like them. Qin Jinlong listened to the elder's words. I thought I was saying that I couldn't win my family. You are reasonable. He was unconvinced in his heart. But Sima Sheng's next words made him feel for a while. The Golden Dragon took advantage of the fact that he was still a monster cub. Kill him with a sudden whisper. Even Qin Jinlong was taken aback. And Sima Sheng continued, there is such a thing as talent. Just snap it before he can show it. After this time, it is likely that there will never be a chance to kill him again. Looking at the elder who seemed to be crazy, Qin Jinlong also wanted him to calm down. What I got was Sima Sheng's rhetorical question. Do you want to live in his shadow for the rest of your life? And you don't have to worry either. All the responsibility is on my own. You're just lost. Is it inevitable that there will be unexpected discomfort in the competition? After a while, Qin Jinlong seemed to have finally made a choice. He looked at Elder Sima very seriously, said that if that child would hinder the prosperity of the Central and South factions, then I can accept any means. Hearing this, Sima Sheng's expression could no longer be controlled. Compared to a momentary humiliation, never to be troubled is the most important thing. At this time in the ring, Lime has already defeated the 8th Zhongnan disciple. Looking at the Lime of the Central South School, which had already been frightened, I thought, probably Qin Jinlong was left alone to dare to fight. It's a coincidence. At this time a person came to the stage again. I know the trail chief. Now is not the time to go head-to-head. But it was humiliating to look at the teacher from behind. I can't do it. And this one who speaks. It was Li Songbai. He is also the only Zhongnan disciple in Qingming who is not hated. Come to think of it, let's take a look. Someday you will reach the realm. As Li Songbai gathered his breath and stared. Soon he was ready to do the chess game of the world of broken swords. And Qingming also poured internal force into the sword body. As long as you can overcome this obstacle, it will be a good medicine for you. But the other way around, maybe you won't be able to move forward again. Although this is just the introductory thing. But this advice, it was the ancestors of your Zhongnan back then. The forbidden place of the sword that is pursued. With the approach of Li Songbai, his vision suddenly became pitch black. It's a strange state. Scratching his head. However, the next second, his body is completely uncontrolled by the brain. Intended to run away immediately. All that was left was his eyes fixed on the front. Because the spirit has turned into a giant. A sword slashed at him. Yes, it's not true. But even if you perceive the problem. But he still couldn't escape the lock of this sword. With a boom, the ring behind Li Songbai. A deep pit with a long ridge suddenly appeared. Just a face. He lost the ability to stand up completely. But it's weird. There was a smile on his lips. I saw the realm of the unity of the sword and the body. That's how Li Songbai fell. It also means that Qingming's 9 victories have come to an end. Glanced at the two behind the screen. I don't know what they're talking about, though. But Qin Jinlong. Your turn. It's the most useless generation I've ever seen. He doesn't have great kung fu. Even the heritage of the sect for thousands of years. So close to him. But it's like a moat. And this secret, it was only after the boy returned to the sect that he found out. He didn't show the slightest flaw. Just because he doesn't want the entire sect to be with him. Caught in a daily panic. If it is said that the head of the sect is the heaven of a sect, then he is more like a sunny sun. The thunderclouds, which were already full of devastation, were like poison. It's different. The muscles of the sky will collapse, and he can only bear it. Every time there is a wash from above the sky, until it dies out completely. And yet all this, in front of a boy who fell from the sky. All changed. He looked at Qingming in the jousting arena as a disciple of 3 generations. The second generation of disciples in the battle and married 9 consecutive victories. He knows that the whole Huashan is from today on. It's going to change completely. Don't say anything. Let's just watch quietly. The last of the last. He'll show us something. However, Qin Jinglong at this time. He could feel it keenly. The gaze of 3 generations of disciples. It's worry and anxiety. Contrary to previous expectations or worship. That's what he's worked so hard to get all his life. But this is the guy. It only took half a day. Change all of that. He stared at Qingming with cold eyes. The man in front of him didn't like him very much from the beginning. It was indifferent throughout. As if in his eyes, whether it's yourself or an elder, it's all about flattering him. At this moment, even he didn't find out about it himself. There is an indescribable sourness towards Qingming in the bottom of my heart. I heard him say that I should not praise you. With your talent, there is indeed arrogance in capital. But it's a pity that he was born in Huashan. If it's in the South Central School, maybe there's a chance to win me. And unfortunately, you were born in the same era as me. I'll brand you one today. A shadow that cannot be overcome in this life. And Qingming heard this. Instead, he sighed. First of all, there is no need for praise. After all, defeating someone weaker than yourself is not worth showing off. And then you're pretty confident. You can win in Zhongnan. Not so in Huashan. How could you have such an idea? Finally, Qin Jinlong expressed the greatest glory in his heart. In his eyes. Huashan, it's just a sect struggling in past dreams. But Zhongnam is different. Because they've been creating better martial arts, a better system, and a better future. They are always living in the present and looking forward. The powerhouse of the future. Hearing this, Qing Ling also understood the source of his self-confidence. But it's a pity. If the guy is called the future, it didn't come by stealing Huashan martial arts. Maybe there will really be a day when you look down on the world. And now it seems they have long gone astray. I've just left a seed for Central and South Orthodoxy. Regardless of whether this seed will germinate or not, I think I've done my last life. Cast a shadow on their reflections. And this group of fools covets my Huashan martial arts, but they can't understand the true meaning. So now I'm going to do something. It's no longer the task of clearing up as a disciple of 3 generations. Qin Jinlong come. I've prepared a great gift for you, Zhongnan, guaranteed to last a lifetime. Just when the two were in tension, there was a low roar behind him. He looked back. It was the scarred daytime uncle who came. It turned out that he had just regained consciousness during the day. I heard that Qingming has won 9 consecutive victories. That's when he didn't care about his injuries at all. As a second-generation disciple of the elder brother, he wouldn't be able to be there at such a moment. I'm afraid that I will leave regrets in this life. So Qingming, you got to win. At this time, in the ring, an autumn wind blows. The next second, the figures of both of them disappeared in front of them at the same time. When it reappears, obviously, both of them used wooden swords. But the impact of the explosion was extremely violent. Their figures landed almost at the same time. Then it was another encounter. It seems that they are evenly matched. But look closely. You will find out. Qingming's sword blade slashes the golden dragon of the order. Can only be fended off with a sword. It's just a small gap. Makes the two in a close confrontation. Every piece of the elf is more stable. And Qin Jinlong in order not to let him achieve suppression, bordering on madness. With another loud bang, the two disappeared again with each other's strength. Every time they appear, when viewed with the naked eye, all that was left was an afterimage. However, this kind of game consumes a lot of physical energy. It shouldn't have lasted too long, but they were forced to live in the air. Dozens of figures were left behind. Sure enough, Qin Jinlong saw that he was free from Qing Yun's suppression. He decisively chose to be the first to attack. Snowflake 12 came out against Qing Yun's face. Suddenly, the boy was smashed to the ground like a cannonball. Wait until the dust clears. Qing Yun in this life. Finally a little hurt by an opponent. It's just a pity. This is not because Qin Jinlong is strong enough. It's more about understanding. Stolen 24-handed plum blossom swordsmanship. In the Central South faction, where exactly has it gone? It was obvious that Qin Jinrong's phantom sword did have a good look. It is not at the same level as Li Songbai's performance. This Snowflake 12 is in his hands. The interpretation is almost perfect. Even Qingming couldn't help but sigh. But I saw Qin Jinlong's snowflakes. It's like snow around the boy. Each piece is a lonely shadow. We'll bring him once. It's like a sense of tearing through the sword chi. Lime strode back. Experience the falling snowflakes for yourself. He seemed more convinced of the conjecture in his mind. And Qin Jinlong saw that the lime was finally forced back by himself. He was delighted. Not long since. Your Huashan's swordsmanship. It is famous all over the world because it is like a flower. Now, your symbols will be overshadowed by the new swordsmanship of our fashion. The reason why the ancestors created this set of swordsmanship, so that the world may see it. My Zhongnan's martial arts are stronger than the Huashan's swordsmanship. Originally, I didn't think it made sense. If you use this set of swordsmanship to cut off your future in Huashan, it's funny just thinking about it. However, Sergeant Qingling, who had been silent for a long time, poof laughed. Is it just that clown-like swordsmanship? Underestimating him one after another. It made the anger in Qin Jinlong's eyes even stronger. It's just that Qingling hurriedly explained. Let him not get me wrong. He was referring to the Central and Southern faction that created that set of swordsmanship. You can see, the Central South faction has a great influence on you. You really get it. What is the meaning of that set of swordsmanship? Hearing this, Qin Jinlong also didn't understand. What does Qingming mean? I see that this guy really doesn't understand. Qingming happened to borrow his own words. He said, although this set of swordsmanship is very similar to Huashan's swordsmanship, but it's clear that he showed up in the middle and south. If it isn't Huashan, I think it'll get sharper, also more gorgeous. Just this sentence. Qin Jinlong didn't think deeply. His opinion, Qingming just said this for the sake of bickering. This also made him completely impatient. I saw that the internal force was surging all over his body. He's going to show this kid. The phantom sword that belongs to Zhongnan. It will cover the sky like a blade. Even the sunlight can't shine in. Similarly, there was no way his opponent could have escaped with this move. And this is the snowflake that he has refined to the extreme. That day, the entire Huashan faction. It was as if it were about to be torn to pieces by the white blade. Everyone's heart. It seems to be covered in an invisible face. There was no fear, even if one disciple escapes from it. Even the plum blossoms that Lu Yixue once longed for. At this moment, there is only incomparable depression left. Only Qingming. The scene is a little different, but it still made him dream back to the big war 100 years ago. Maybe the guys from the demon cult. When you see plum blossoms in the sky. That's the mood. Although this is just a showcase without recommendations. But it's not without threat. However, when Yun Xin saw Qingyun's driving, the elders also found out. He actually wanted to use the Adrian martial arts to learn the 7 sword paths. But this set of swordsmanship, compared to the 12 histories of snowflakes used by the other party, the choice of Qingling, who is too weak, is undoubtedly to hit the stone with egg. But what they don't know is, even if it was 100 years ago, is also only the true meaning that a pure soul can comprehend. Huashan swordsmanship was never for the purpose of evolving plum blossoms. Rather, let the plum blossoms bloom. And as long as you can master the sword intent of Huashan, any Huashan swordsmanship can make him bloom. At this moment, Qin Jinlong seemed to see it. A scene that I would never have seen in this life. The plum blossoms had disappeared in Huashan for 100 years. He appeared in front of him. And what he never expected was, the moment the snow falls in the sky and touches the plum blossoms, it seems to have become a moon in the water. The speed of disintegration is like a pool of water being hit by a pebble. All reflections will disappear in the next second. Qin Jinlong was puzzled at this time. His snowflake sword has long been perfected. But why this antique swordsmanship from 100 years ago? He was able to dismantle his illusion. And Qingming finally spoke again. Zhongnan's biggest mistake is the swordsmanship of Huashan, just chasing the pattern of plum blossom. But how is this possible? However, Qingming did not. It's talking about all the Tao gates and the rivers and lakes are all sustenance with something. The Tai Chi of Taoist Wudong, the collection of the 5 elements of the sun. Only Huashan is a plum blossom. What is essence? It is to let a new life bloom under the sword. It doesn't matter what the flower is. However, the mountains are full of plum blossoms. Therefore, it became the belief that people here needed to live. But for thousands of years, most people are attracted by its magnificence, be dazzled by the sharpness of the sword. So instead they are mired in the mud of appearances. It's like the current golden dragon. And this is the great gift prepared by Qingming for the central and southern faction. Let them see for themselves. This weapon has its own swordsmanship behind the barrel. How to be crushed by me. From now on, every time you swing your sword, I will unconsciously think of today's situation. Eventually, you will find out, no matter how powerful the martial arts are in your minds, none of them can get rid of this set of swordsmanship. They'll do it for you thieves. Put on an invisible shackle. Even if one day you can get rid of it. For you guys, wasted time will also be devastating. We, Huashan, will never disappear. Jimei Jinlu is the successor of Liu's sword and Plum Blossom sword, the first martial arts that set the sword wings of Huashan. With the basic slashing technique of Liuha, form the wings of the Plum Blossom sword into a sword arm. Then the sword arms are brought together. Make it bloom into a chaotic fireworks. Flying petals melt into the wind. Qin Jinlong understood. That's what I suggested. Accompanied by a loud bang that seemed to change the world. The hand of this second-generation disciple of Zhongnan, completely swallowed by the dazzling plum blossoms. Until now, he seemed to be finally able to feel it. What is Huashan's swordsmanship? It's beautiful. But why can't my sword be so beautiful? That's it. He was completely defeated in the plum blossoms that bloomed in Qingming. And this will be in the ring. It's already devastated. But I waited a long time. In the entire martial arts arena, the noisiest thing seems to be the autumn wind. Until the boys spoke slowly. This Central China Conference is our Huashan faction. Hum won. Suddenly, everyone came to their senses. During the day, he seemed to have completely forgotten about himself. The scarred body. This is the 100 years of Huashan's repression. For the first time, I raised my eyebrows in the real sense. Even the head of the house. None of them could resist the wind and sand in his eyes. Come to think of it, That's a rock. Qingming, that sealed the approval. And it did. Let's look at the second generation of disciples. Although not a single game was won. Although it was so pretentious before. But when the name Huashan appeared, that kind of feeling is not worth mentioning. And that's the meaning of the sect, thinking in his eyes. But someone suddenly grabbed him. Xiaojia also seems to have completely forgotten who he is. Shout at that one, brother. Senior brother, that fart is too fierce. What everyone doesn't know, however. At this time, the inner breath of the pure soul is disordered. This battle. It takes a long, long time just to heal from internal injuries. But he didn't care. Although Zhongnan and Huashan are very close to each other, there will be no fewer disputes in the future. But that's enough for now. Wait until Yunyan walks into the ring. He still couldn't believe it. Such a terrifying battle is clearing. If it weren't for the teenager nodding and mentioning, he didn't even dare to publish the dream he had just had. The half-hour meeting was over. Qingling looked up. Senior brother, is this okay? You praise me. But the thought came to this. The boy laughed to himself. After all, senior brother is a stingy person. At this time, the 3 generations of disciples had already rushed forward excitedly. It doesn't matter that Qingling is screaming pain at that point. And so celebrated. Chuanzong looked at this scene. He had almost forgotten. How long has it been since I saw my disciples? I was so happy as I am today. In the next situation, it's about him as the head of Huashan, in order not to be rude to Count. Although he knew that Sima Shang couldn't spit out ivory in his mouth, but he could only listen quietly to the other party's roar. Also, you remember, only by virtue of the competition between the second and third generations of disciples, it is simply impossible to change anything. I'm from the Zhongnan faction. The loud voice of Qingming's mouth came again. Why are you still so rude? Senior brother Xiaojia has won a few competitions. But seriously, Xiaojia is indeed upright. Twice used as a gun, stun was completely unnoticed. That's it. I don't know why the talent in martial arts is so good. But Qingming doesn't care about that at this time. It's the same kick again. Same location. The painful little Jia rolled on the ground. He said that you were a senior brother. It's the elders. How can you lose your physique? That's rude. However, this refers to Sang's trick of scolding Why. Sima Lao thief didn't understand it again. And Qingming completely ignored his angry gaze. 3 generations of disciples. At the same time, he also saluted to the head of the sect Xianzong. Take a closer look at this scourge. Sima Sheng's anger had reached its peak. Suddenly, a terrible thought grew in his mind. But what came was the sound of young Qingqing's blood. Are you sure you can kill with one hit? Then Qingming turned around. He seems to be able to see through everything. But there is no trace on his face to indicate next time. I'll buddy you first. That's it. The old thief suddenly let out an inexplicable roar. He strode out. Even the children of the sect didn't bother to take another look. That's it, elders. It's no wonder that most of the central and southern factions are arrogant hairy children. At this time, Xuanzong's soft call pulled him back. But what he never expected was that. The voice of the boss has worked hard for you. He actually saw the shadow of his senior brother. The boy lowered his head. Sure enough, I still want to hear you praise me. Even if it's just a misplaced time and space. Qingling seemed to answer. Xuanzong also seemed to be answering his senior brother. You see me outside. But suddenly, the noise on the side gradually approached. The squires and celebrities invited by Lord Wang. They are clamoring to talk to the boss. Everyone said that there was a business that they wanted to cooperate with Huashan. To make it, one old and one young. At the same time, he looked at the man who was the most suitable for the matter. I saw that the eyes of the master of the financial pavilion were full of gold. Shouting about this kind of thing. Look for me. Come, and we have a lot of time. Let's talk slowly. Seeing this, Xuanzong didn't say anything more. Said he should go back too. The disciples congratulated the head of the house. There was another man behind him. It is said that is looking for Qingming. Originally, Li Songbai found him regardless of the current form of the 2 factions. He did care, even if he will become a traitor in the eyes of his disciples. He also felt compelled to come here to thank Qingming for his teachings. He now finally understood the meaning of that sentence. The heart looked at Li Songbai, who expressed kindness to himself. Sergeant Banyan reminded, the path you choose can be tough. Even so, are you going to go down too? And Li Songbai smiled calmly. He also knew what he was up against. But this is not the path he wants to take. It's that he has to go. This is also the purpose of the Taoist many instructions. Isn't it? Wait until Li Songbai limps away from Qingming. Knowing that this guy is going to have a lonely fight. This post-war period, the disciples of Central South Sect are afraid that they will completely fall into an illusion. Obsession. He alone wanted to keep their true lineage. It's hard to think about. But anyway, if he succeeds, maybe it will become the hope of the Central South faction. And yet for a moment, Yin Zhong suddenly turned back and came to him. Said that the boss wanted to talk to him alone. Isn't it? This kind of commotion is coming. It's going to make him so foolish. It's not normal. Long. Ming keeps making excuses for himself. Let's just say that I am actually your ancestor. Definitely not. But that kind of martial arts adventure seems too stupid. Unconsciously, the boy had already arrived at the council chamber. The master of the finance pavilion liked him very much when he saw him. After all, he really hadn't seen it. After the competition, a large amount of investment can pour into Huashan. And Xian Shang will also be very happy. He said the wound on his face was small. But in case of suppuration, it is not good. I'll ask the medicine hall master to come over. I'm going to give you medicine myself. Nagato looked at them like this. It's also helpless. So he got up slowly. He said, Ming, can you go out with me and talk? In this way, the boy is like amnesty. Hurley followed. However, the two were speechless all the way. Unconsciously, he has walked into the depths of Huashan. Ling can be keenly discovered. The back of the current head. Compare it to when you were in the secret cave. It's a lot taller. In this way, they came to the highest peak of Huashan. The afterglow of the setting sun went straight to their figures. Xian Song glanced at Ming. He said that your swordsmanship made the plum blossoms bloom. I saw a young man who was excited. He almost forgot about it. But no matter what, as long as the donkey's lips are not right on the horse's mouth, it should be fine. However, this time, Ming thought too much. The head bowed to him very sincerely. He said that I am now thanking you as Xuanzong. You helped me fulfill the greatest wish of my life. But the identity of the head of Huashan, it's much more important than me. So I had to ask at least one thing. How did you do it with 7 swords? Let the plum blossoms bloom. Ming at this time, it seems that he finally understands the mind of this master. So he told Xuanzong, there is no way to do this. When the 7 sword paths have been practiced to a certain level, sometime it starts. It will be natural for the plum blossoms to bloom, although the disciples don't quite know why. But I want to come to Huashan for all the swordsmanship. Eventually it should all be done. Xuanzong breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, this is Huashan's swordsmanship. He just got ahead of the others. Maybe someday, all the disciples of Huashan, maybe they can make the plum blossoms bloom. Huashan at that time, he was thinking. Ling said coldly. It's just everyone now. There's still a lot to lose. Although it is to ruin the rare atmosphere. But Xuanzong didn't care too much. He asked what Ling Huashan is to you. Maybe it's because the problem comes from this boss. Ling's thoughts suddenly returned to 100 years ago. Hit yourself for as long as you can remember. It is thanks to the blessing of Huashan. Teach me martial arts. Take care of me. At that time, I also asked my senior brother this sentence. But I seem to have been beaten by him. His answer. Now I want to come. It seems that I finally understand something. The meaning of senior brother. The head of the sect is for the disciples. Huashan is Huashan. It's not anything or anything. In this way, Xuanzong's eyes looked at the young man for a long time. He was actually very happy, because no matter what the circumstances come into the future, for Ling, this will always be Huashan, and he is a disciple of Huashan. That's enough. Thereupon, Xuanzong patted his own poo and said your performance today, even if you want to stay where you want to go in the future. Presumably, the world will not ignore it. And I'm with Huashan. I'll definitely help you stop it. Hearing this, Ming's eyes were full of surprise. He probably had many questions for me. In the end, it was changed to protect me. Xian Song, although he has neither attained, there is no reputation either. But I still respect him from the bottom of my heart. So the boss, you shouldn't protect me. Even if it's for Huashan, we should also move forward together. Today's Bake My Pavilion is particularly lively. The children reminisced about the battle with Zhongnan, especially those. The children who have defeated the disciples of Zhongnan with their own hands. It's even more exciting. But Xiaojia's brain is in seeds. It was filled with 7 swords of Ming. This feeling is also felt in the shadows. It's as if the whole person has been sucked in. He didn't know how to express it. If you could perform that fantastic sword technique yourself. The 2 children haven't found out yet. So far, they never thought about what they could reach. The goal has always been to become stronger. But when they saw the swordsmanship performed by Ling, there was already a strong desire in my heart. They wanted to be able to perform that sword technique themselves. No, as a disciple of Huashan, how could it be that he couldn't use Huashan's swordsmanship? Xiao Jie Yeren is right. Think about it. But suddenly, the door was violently kicked open. When I watched it, I realized that it was the devil fan who came back. He said that you are like that. There is still a face to gossip here. How to win the competition? Is life over? Brothers, you went against imps who were generally 5 or 6 years younger than you. Happy. In other words, just 2 years ago, you're a bunch of kids who are still having a runny nose. Beating Zhong is indeed a little embarrassed. I made an excuse and said that it was inevitable to make mistakes. The line of this transformation looks even more fiery. Big brother, you were stabbed on the battlefield. Can you still smile and tell me that it was a mistake after you fell? You cultivate with this kind of thinking. And then what to say? Be later. Is it possible to perform that kind of swordsmanship? Listen to them all. It's just one win. There will be countless battles in the future. This is in your life. Not a thing at all. Do you understand? The mentality in the film adjusts quickly. Seize the opportunity. I asked the question I was most concerned about. Is it to cultivate according to the requirements of Qingming? They really have a day to perform that set of swordsmanship. However, what he got was the devil's true face. It has nothing to do with whether each of you wants to do it or not. Unless you want to die. Otherwise, I'll have to do it all. I'm still stunned for what to do. Now, give me the cultivation right now. Mexican, the originally lively White Plum Pavilion was left with Qingling alone. Although 3 generations of disciples. Indeed, it was the most exaggerated rate of progress he had ever seen. But if it's floating now, I'm afraid suddenly, Qingling noticed some movement outside the house. While the 3 generations of disciples are all gone. That's when he showed up. It was the daytime when he was supposed to be lying in a hospital bed. Uncle Shi pulled Qingming to the back mountain. Seems to want to say something, but it's fragmented. Look at his disgusted look again. During the day, Zhongshi breathed a long sigh of relief. He said that you have a competition with Qing Jinro. It was a landslide victory. Your uncles are shocked. But after everyone calmed down, at the bottom of my heart, I still can't help but have mixed feelings. So I want to be stronger. Although I am my uncle. It's a shame to say that. But I know it's the best way to go. Although I don't want to admit it. But it's clear. And so on. It is very likely that we will be surpassed by 3 generations of disciples. So you're trying to let go of your self-esteem. Let me teach the 2nd generation of disciples, including you. But why should I teach you? Think about it. What I can't get from the 2nd generation of disciples. They could be obtained from 3 generations of disciples. During the day, his brow was furrowed. Because he's very keenly aware. Qingling wants it. It was all the 2nd generation disciples who bowed their heads to him. But this kind of thing is unprecedented. And during the day, he's a lord with a strong sense of self-esteem. Qingling didn't care about holding his hands on his chest. He said, Uncle Shi, have you seen the cultivation of 3 generations of disciples with your own eyes? If you're always as an elder, then can I still treat you like I did to 3 generations of disciples? Originally, my training brothers were reasonable. But if do you think Uncle Shi will spare me? During the day, I was glad that Qingming didn't say anything to death. But he was so entangled in his heart. In the middle of the day, the sergeant bit his lower lip hard. He said all the 2nd generation disciples. You can respect him as a teacher during the Qingming teaching. But this proposal was rejected again by Qingming. Because after the cultivation is over, if they curse themselves behind their backs, he still suffers. Isn't it, since you want me to teach you? Just bow my head completely. If not, the matter is abandoned. He recalled the battle between Lime and Qin Jinlong, even though he didn't want to. But if you can surpass that mountain, it's all worth it. Stared at him during the day and said yes. I promise you, from now on, you are not my teacher. 2nd generation disciple of Huashan will not question your leadership and behavior. I vouch for it in my name. That's it when I took the bait. Classes will start at midnight the next day. The children walked out of the white eyebrow pavilion again with sleepy eyes. I was almost frightened by the scene in front of me. I saw that all the uncles were standing in a row. At this time, Qingming also slowly came to the outside of the house. Although there seems to be a guess in my heart, but he still couldn't believe it. Qingming patted him on the shoulder. He said that the senior brothers were bullied too badly by the senior uncles before. I watched from the sidelines. It's heart-wrenching. I saw the young man grinning. The smile is yes. Now you can rest assured. From today, the cultivation time will be opened. A beautiful era of equality for all. Billy, Zhong has already begun to worry about his uncles. I saw Qingming clasping his hands into fists. He said everyone knows that. Only when you feel hard can you call it cultivation. There are no shortcuts to become strong. So doing our best is the only way we can do it. Do you understand? In this way, with the participation of the 2nd generation of disciples, a new round of magic has begun. But Zhong didn't understand. Why is there no new arrangement for such a day? But I didn't expect the meaning of clearing. It is for them to tell the uncles themselves how to build muscles. Meet, you see the happy appearance of the children. It seems that the next 3 months and 10 days, Huashan will remember the fresh whale. However, just as the children scrambled to go, and instructing teachers and uncles to practice, leading but walking out abruptly, it turned out that none of the 3 generations of disciples dared to go, touching the brow of the goddess of coldness. He also hoped that the other party would teach him personally, and Qingling wanted him to retreat. He said that if he learned from him, no matter how much he begs for mercy in the future, he will not be relentless. Louis Xue was full of stiffness. The only thing he wanted to be sure of was, not as long as he can persevere. You can perform a sword technique that makes plum blossoms bloom. But it reminded him. So Qing Zero shouted to everyone. He said, I'm going to say hello to you guys in advance. The disciple of Huashan. You can't just aim for the plum blossoms. because that's just a process. Remember your goals. You should learn to make plum blossoms bloom. Suggested that Lu Yixue be thoughtful. Only then did he accept the guidance of the rest. Fooling everyone is finally ready. Qingming is actually very happy. In the past, she only cared about her own strength. Come on now. That's not right. After all, Huashan has to face not a strong opponent. It's other sects on the rivers and lakes. And all of them, when they all grow to the point where they can make plum blossoms bloom. The other sects are finished. I want to dominate the rivers and lakes. It is best to draw plum blossoms on the heads of the bald donkeys in Shaolin. At this time, not far from the mountain lump, Yun Jin looked at his white eyebrows. Unbelievable. Even the white characters practiced with Qingming. Although about that child, there are so many things that cannot be understood, but not to satisfy my curiosity. And it made him resist. Maybe that's what the boss said. Let it be. As long as Qingling is still my brother in Huashan, there was no reason for the son to stop him from doing these things. But now I'm idle. If only he had taught me the same. Wouldn't it seem too greedy? That's it. Qingling's Song helped Huashan overcome the first hurdle. For him, the growth of the 3 generations of disciples is indeed very exaggerated. The near future can be imagined. They're all going to be real masters. The bottom of my heart will be inexplicably impatient, and a sense of burden on the shoulders. It was already very heavy when it was found. It turns out that this is the mood of the leader. Although my internal strength is growing slowly. But there really isn't a thing to rush at the moment. And later, Huashan is always protected from this steep cliff. I had to do that before that. Build a backer they can trust. For this I have to be stronger. It is more powerful than the former plum blossom sword venerable. Even beyond the heavenly demons. Someday, the whole day will be enveloped in the fragrance of plum blossoms. Senior brother in charge. Don't worry, I'll be able to do it. Because I'm clear. And the time of Huashan passed quietly. Every season seems so careless. 2 years seem to stand still here in Huashan. This day is cold in spring. A small figure slowly climbed the dangerous road of Huashan. Didn't know how long it took. Finally came to the Huashan faction that I had in mind. Since the Central China Congress 2 years ago, their status today is completely different. I hope my father's judgment is not wrong. Then he saw the boy knocking on the door. After that, there was a quiet wait. You can see it. He was in rags. But the upbringing was excellent. In the middle of the night, he opened the door. Only then did the boy learn that Huashan did not receive visitors today. No wonder there was no one on his way up the mountain. But the boy did have something to worry about. Asked to see the boss. He said I wasn't an outsider. My name is Wei Xiaoxing. It was sent by Huashan folk sect Wine sect. I didn't take into account the situation of your faction and went up the mountain. It's true that I'm wrong. But can you bother for the sake of Huanmin? Tell the boss about it. After a while, Xiaoxing successfully came to the conference hall. The master of finance pavilion heard that he was from a Chinese-speaking family. Say everything you have come and see. After all the past 30 years, all the laymen in Huashan have 5 doors. Only this one is offered every year. And that's why. The head will lead the people. The reason for meeting this teenager together. Chuanzeng told him not to worry. Things are coming slowly. Available to everyone here. In his eyes, they're all big shots. Plus, he was already anxious in his heart. So, I forgot about it completely. People don't know what's going on. The opening is. I hope that Huashan Shenlong Qingming Dao is long. You can go to Huanmin to relieve the siege. This really startled everyone. Fortunately, Xian Song is quite calm. Remind him to tell the whole story. That's what I learned. The reason was that a new martial arts gym had opened opposite their house. And it's from the Wu-Tang clan. Lei sects. Originally it was nothing, but they did it for discipleship. Has always provoked the Chinese language. Finally his father, that is, the owner of Huanmin Camp Barrett, chose to compete with the other party. Father won though, but he was also seriously injured. And now, they have now gone to Wudong Mountain to find reinforcements, saying everything is going to take off the plaque of their house and drive out an Nanyang. That's why it's here. My father hurriedly sent him here. Hearing this, although Xian Song felt that this matter was not simple, but it is also true that the problem cannot be allowed to develop. After all, the size and number of secular martial arts halls. This is the government affairs at the peak of the sect. And quickly, some of the second generation of disciples. I want to talk to the Jinshan disciples who are still in Huashan. The museum opened on the mountain. From any point of view, they should be in charge of this matter. But look at the appearance of this little guy. Vowed to be invited 2 years ago. Defeat the line of the Central South faction alone and go back. Although it's true. But I always felt that the big hero was pressed on the child's head. It's kind of outrageous. Half a day from the Xian Song let him out. Later, everyone began to discuss what you said and what I said. It's just the focus of their considerations. It's not about helping Huanmin at all. Can you let that kid out of line? Obviously, that guy hasn't stopped in the past 2 years. I'm afraid that Qingling will be released. Huang Gate has not been dealt with yet. He rushed to Wudong to make a big fuss. Yun Jian can see it. Anyway, sooner or later, I'll have to let him go down the mountain. Something like a walking star. It's better to wake up later than to open your mind earlier. Hearing this, Xian Song also felt right. From Yun Yin, I learned that Qingling was in retreat, and he will be out of customs in a few days. The head asked him to call Yin Zhong first. However, it was learned that the elders planned to release Qingling. There was almost a stress reaction in the movie. Actually, he can't be blamed for this. After all, everything is a normal thing. Get involved with Qingling. In an instant, life and death became unpredictable. In desperation, the elders had no choice but to let him, with the young master of Huang Gate, go meet the green spirit. The boy was born at Noonmin. He makes sense to practice martial arts since childhood, but in his eyes, this Shinshan disciple in front of him, it's like a calm lake. Had no bottom. He also talked a lot about the movie along the way. The legend of the Qing spirit Tao on the rivers and lakes. There are all sorts of sayings. It's staggering to hear. But it's a pity. None of them were the devil's names in his memory. The two chatted. Before you know it, you have come to the Plum Blossom Cave. Isn't this retreat that the pure soul is retreating? It's just that when I want to shout out Qingling in the shadow, I couldn't help but be stunned in my heart. I saw him quietly shouting a few times. I'm afraid that the other party will really hear it. Such a move makes. The Xiaoxing was very puzzled. However, just as Yinzhong was going to take him away, more on that tomorrow, the boulder behind him suddenly burst open with a bang. Xiaoxing looked back. A figure slowly walked out of the dust and smoke. That person is legendary. One of the few rising stars in the world. It's just that the other party hasn't come out yet. Nana's voice was already heard. I eat Big Dan every day. I'm tired of it. Next time, I will have a junior retreat. I'm going to change my name and surname. What's going on? This person shouldn't be Qing Ming. He is the first day of the popular people today. He is also the mad dog of Huashan in the eyes of the same door. Under his careful cultivation, today's Huashan disciple is already a generation of masters who are not inferior to any sect. And on this day, the Lei family woman sent people to the mountain gate. I heard that the Wudong faction would intervene in the battle of the woman this time. In this matter, the boss has a lot of questions in his heart. First of all, Wudong is known as the head of the Taoist sect in the rivers and lakes. There is no reason to do so. Then Anyang's originally a land of projectiles. Not rich, but it must be overbearingly occupied, and dissidents must be excluded. This has to be reminiscent. They're coming for zero. After all, the battle with Zhongnan 2 years ago. Qingling has been exaggerated by the entire rivers and lakes. Yun Jin comforted the master. Qingling's nickname in Huashan is Mad Dog. It's a bit excessive, though. But the children have suffered so much in the past 2 years. With their current strength, even if there are some targets. Presumably, those people don't like much. The only thing we have to worry about. I'm afraid that the kid won't be too fierce when he goes out. There has to be the right person to dissuade it in time. So the boss. About the children who went with Qing Ming. I have a few candidates in mind. The other side. Yin Zhong reluctantly took Qing Ming, who was in retreat. Shouted out. It means that the head of the house is looking for him. Qing Ming glanced at the boy. It turned out that he was Wei Xiaoxin, the young master of Huanman. He remembered 100 years ago. Among the secular sects of Huashan, there is one named Huanman. I didn't expect it to come down after so many years. They're still alive. Only this time his mouth was bitter. All I could think about was seeing Nagato quickly. I went to the cafeteria to eat and drink. Seeing this, Yin Zhong had no choice but to beckon Xiaoxing to follow. He was in a hurry. Obviously, if you can't see the Huashan Shenlong today, I don't want to go back at all. However, Yin Zhong didn't know either. Will Mingming's virtue ruin the expectations of young people? I saw him helplessly expressed, although I don't know what Huashan Shenlong is. But the guy we're looking for is that guy. He is Qing Ming. Half a day. There was a violent invective from the council chamber. That's it. Xiaoxing, who met for the first time, was also scared. To see Qing Ming patting his chest, rest assured, boss. I'll leave this to me. Make sure that the treatment is clean. Can I ask you what you want to do with it? Do you need to ask? Smash their heads, of course. By the way of fire. Burn that thing clean from the gym. This will make Yun Jian panic too. Quietly asked the master. About the matter of letting the spirit go down the mountain. Shouldn't we think again? It's weird. Qingling's words were heard by the master of the finance and economics pavilion. There is nothing wrong with it. Especially when he heard Qingling say that we are not like this. In the future, who will be willing to give silver to honor us? And Xuanzang only feels a headache. I really wanted to go down the mountain. I need to find a few more children to watch. But as long as he can see those guys, Qingling doesn't matter. Who will stop him? That's it. The head asked the film to settle Wei Xiaoxia today. The three of them left the chamber like that. Hanging Tsong turned around and shouted Qingming. Ask him if the retreat has been fruitful. I saw the boy smile at my harvest. The Wudong guys will experience it for themselves. Huashan Canteen Teenager. It's like never eating in your life. Gobble up. You see, he shoved it into his mouth first. Then pull it out when you pull it out. The bones were as if they had been washed. Xiaoxing's heart only felt. This person is typically known for meating as well. Such a vulgar person said that he was the Huashan Divine Dragon. He preferred to believe. The slow-swallowing Yin Daxia beside him. And Qingming seems to have finally eaten a little refreshing. Look up. Ask coldly about when I wasn't there. You've all cultivated seriously, right? Suddenly, in the cafeteria, no one thinks that eating is fragrant. Basically, they all blame senior brother Ian in their hearts. It's hard to enjoy life. I have to call this mad dog out in advance. Qingming just wanted to say that I would check your results later. Was persuaded by Yin Zhong. The most important thing at the moment is to solve the matter of human first. This barely allowed everyone to escape. Stay until you're full. Qingming leaves the cafeteria. The disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoxing listened to it clearly. Bai Shang thought he was going to be beaten again. He was taken back. Isn't that guy the youngest? But why even these uncles? It all depends on his face. Yin Zhong will also have palpitations. But he didn't want to reminisce about it at all. Can only say that it is good that Wei Xiaoxia does not have to bother to understand. After all, even if you don't want to know, you'll understand it in the future. Early the next morning, Xiaoxing waited outside the head of the house early with his luggage. Look at his anxious appearance. Yin Zhong did not forget to comfort him. You won't be late. Slight footsteps. Xiaojia was the first to discover. It seems that Uncle Shi has also arrived during the day. Hear the name. Xiaoxing hurriedly looked back. He heard a lot about flower credentials. Rumors of the day. Only one person went down the mountain to exterminate dozens of bandit dens. Look at this heroism again. The admiration of the young man can be seen at a glance. Yin Zhongxiao is a book during the day. Had a good night's sleep last night. But obviously, it's not good at all during the day. Qingming's exit from the customs is already very disturbing. As a result, I had to go down the mountain with him. What kind of iniquity have I done? After whining. That's when I remembered. There was also a child I had never seen before. Xiaoxing hasn't come out of the painting style just now. This will introduce himself in a hurry. However, there was an eerie feeling behind him. It scared him out again. Take a closer look. Only then did I find out that it was a woman. And it's beautiful, isn't it? Grows so big. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful person. But he quickly came to his senses. Obviously, there are not many disciples in Huashan now. But everyone is exaggerated in their hearts. And the most special of them is still to talk about that person. 3 generations of disciples. The 3 of them in Qingming were as if they had eaten flies. My heart tightened. Seriously, they actually hoped for it. This guy can miss the meeting time. However, Lan was also surprised. It's not just Uncle Shi who is going. Even my aunt has to follow. I really thought of it. The head of the house just pushed the room open. The disciples finished their salutes. Xian Song said seriously about Wei Xiaoxia at this time. These children are trustworthy people. I think I will definitely be able to help the Gui fashion. And you have to take care of them during the day. In the snow shadows. And Sister Zhao. 3. And you 3 will help well. That's all for the day. Just turned his head. Especially Qingming. Don't get into trouble. What? Why is my advice different from theirs? However, Xuanzang did not pay attention to Qingming's complaints. Go with a smile. Go tell the world. Huashan is still alive. It's been 2 years, it's time. Let the world see the rejuvenated appearance of Huashan. But 2 years ago, we are still worried that the disciples will be humiliated by Zhongnan. Even if I am given 10,000 chances to do it all over again, I wouldn't have thought it that soon. I'm gonna worry. Will they be too ruthless against other sects? Although I know that they're traveling to the South Seas, it shouldn't be that simple. But think to come to the abilities of those children. There shouldn't be any problems. Half an hour later, the group has already come to Huayin County. It's not a long way to go. But if it doesn't, it will definitely not be able to catch up with the speed of Wudong's departure. But Wei Xiaoxing's physical strength. It's impossible to follow them all the way there. When the frown is worried, Qingming suddenly stood up. He arrogantly took out strings of silver from his pockets. That's it. They managed to get a 2-horse carriage. Qingming also did not forget to buy some fine wine. This look at Xiaoxing is even more outrageous. Daytime knew that this was the kid's prerogative. I had to explain. Huashan does not have a ban on drinking outside. Wei Xiaoxia. Let's tell us about the whole story. And what kind of noon gate is Huayin Gate? Hearing this, Xiaoxing lowered his head. He said that there is nothing special about our human. It's just that my father has always been proud to be a disciple of Huashan. 2 years ago, my father was very happy when he heard about the Central China Conference. He said that Huashan will be like a kuinping spreading its wings and soaring again. Then pull me, watch him drink up 2 pots of wine that had been treasured for many years. Although, exactly, my great-grandfather was a lay disciple of Huashan, but he has always kept this identity in his heart. And the father was lucky. Woman has been doing well. That didn't make our family hungry. Here this daytime face policy. He knew when Huashan was down. Only Huayan Gate is there. The dignified self-proclaimed Huashan layman. That's it alone. Huangmin is a very extraordinary martial arts. Qing Ling listened to their conversation. That's what I understand. In order to keep the identity of Huashan layman, they are willing. I must have suffered a lot. And the most bizarre thing is, his father had been practicing martial arts for many years. It will be easy to lose to the owner of a young martial arts sect. It's anomalous. After all, the deeper the internal force in the rivers and lakes, the slower the body ages. This is also why many seniors, if not too weak. It must be because of the first-class master. Problems were also found during the day. If it is a battle between lay sects, there are too many suspicious things. And Xiaoqing at this time, I don't know what this Hua Zhongjian is thinking. He was ashamed now, although it was to seek help from Huashan, but he never thought that Huashan would really make a move, especially what they have to face. It is still a Wudong faction supported by the First Gate, so this time regardless of the outcome, I will be grateful to this sect for the rest of my life. But the boy's confession was cleared. I saw him sit up. What's there? Regardless of the outcome, I'm telling you, there is only one result. It's just that I'm going to smash those guys' heads. Xiao Hang was curious. Why is this guy so obsessed with his head? Yin Zhong also asked him to restrain himself. If you continue like this, you'll be angry with the boss. The head can be mentioned. Qing Ming is even more excited. It's because he doesn't have many days left in his old man's house. So I have to do it before he returns to the west. Let him see me blow up the heads of those guys. So he could leave with a smile. Isn't that good, guys? A word from him. It can be expressed as respect for Nagato and disobedience to colleagues. I heard Qing Ling shouting senior brother. Hurry up. Those heads are still waiting for me. How expensive these two carriages are. Don't worry, they'll be able to withstand it. The next day, the sky was cloudy and rainy, like a thick ink splashing open. The man counted the days with a trembling body. The people who want to come to this sect are also about to arrive. And he is the owner of this generation of Huayan Gate. Wei Lishan just took care of his younger brother. The son is still persuading, although Huashan has become famous in recent years. But Wudong is the head of today's Taoism. No one is a fool, and how could he be willing? Get involved in this kind of fighting. Wake up, master. However, the truth is understood by the Wei sect master. But he always believed in it. Huayan Gate is a secular martial arts gate of Huashan. They are an inseparable part of Huashan. Let him give up this identity. This martial arts sect has no meaning of existence. So Yiping, I'm just holding on. It's just something I should be holding on to. And I saw him clenching his fists. He also understood that it was impossible for the master of the sect to give up Huashan. That's why. I will admire the master. But it goes on like this. Huamin is afraid. At this moment, there was a sharp knock on the door outside. You can hear the voices outside from afar. They said they had come today to negotiate with the master. So hurry up and open the door. It is clear that the people of Wudong have arrived. But being the master of the door is only for a moment. His eyes changed from hunger to determination. So he slowly got out of bed. At all costs. He can't be ridiculed. Hua Yemen is a gawless rat. And so the door slowly opened. The owner of the door did not say politely. He had nothing to say to the owner. I said it was okay. Whoever loses will get out of Nanyang. But he's still here today, completely disregarding his own face. Don't you care about Wudong's face? But the other party seems to have a thicker skin than the city walls. The rules of the rivers and lakes are anyone's fists, and whoever says it. I went from the Taoist hall to now being run by Wudong disciples. So now I want you to leave Nanyang within today. It makes sense, but the attitude of the owner of the door is very tough. This also made the hall owner have a little murderous intent in his eyes. Lightning and thunder followed in the sky. It seems to set off the tense atmosphere between the two sides at this time. At this time, a man walked out slowly. I hope to be able to personally communicate with the Lord of Wayman. Let's negotiate. But his appearance, the Lord of the Wei sect immediately trembled. A Taoist temple overhead. Black robes, as well as embroidery on the chest. It's all illustrative. The other party is a genuine Wudong sect disciple. First meeting, in Xiao Wudong, the second-generation disciple Shinxian. Hear this, the Lord of the Wei sect had goosebumps. I didn't notice Shinxian. That is the first person in the Wudong Junior. It is even said that he's the first person in a young generation in the world. It's not exaggeration, but he didn't understand. Nanyang is such a small land. Why would such a figure be sent to fight? I just didn't wait for him to have the slightest clue. Jinchuan opened his mouth to speak. Nanyang is originally 1 acre of 3-point land. If there are 2 martial arts halls, there will be constant strife. It's bad for both sides. It's obvious. This is for Huanmin. The damage was even more severe. That's why I saw him chuckle. Wudong will also be willing to give you a piece of compensation. That's why I said, as if Huanmin should be grateful to them. What a bunch of robbers. Everything we have is in Nanyang. If you leave and abandon this 100-year-old martial arts, and what's the difference? However, Jinqian also saw it. He could not accept the offer, so he was given a second option. There's still room to hear. The Hua Sect Lord was very excited, but when he heard the condition was, and you have to remove the plum blossoms from the Shadow Gate. He was stunned. Jin Hyun told him, Wudong could not accept coexistence with other Dao men. So the choice is yours. It is to make the name of Huanmin completely disappear in Nanyang, or erase the name of Huashan. Continue to stay in Nanyang. Wei Lishan's body was already seriously injured. At this time, he was even more angry and trembling. Where is this? What is the choice? However, Jin Hyun's patience has also run out. Since you don't want to. Then, 3 hours later, if you haven't departed, then I'll beat this place myself. Don't be angry when you sweep it clean. It's precisely because of my Wudong power to shock the rivers and lakes. Now I'll give you a choice. Be benevolent and righteous. It's just that you, the doorman, rejected our suggestion. You by Jin Hyun wanted to leave. Before leaving, he turned around and asked, you were so insistent. It shouldn't be waiting for Huashan's support. It's ridiculous that you think they're going to be a layman for you. Fight against this Wudong. However, at this time, an abrupt voice came from not far away. What nonsense are you talking about? I saw Qing Lin slowly coming to the crowd. Push away the Wudong disciples who were blocking the way. Even if they've been walking the rivers and lakes for so long. I've never seen this before. Even if the person in front of him didn't recognize Wudong's identity. But normal people don't dare to use their hands. Go and push away so many people with swords. What I never expected. Another group of people pushed and shoved them. Indicates, let's make. Jin Xian's brows furrowed. At this time, Xiaoxing suddenly shook. He found his father also standing at the door of the martial arts hall. Hurriedly ran up. Said the child, live up to the trust. I came back with the Huashan disciples. It's amazing to hear. I was suddenly shocked. It turned out that they were all from Huashan. The way these people appeared was really unexpected. So much, so they didn't even notice. This will be clear. Their chests seemed to be embroidered with plum blossoms. As he watched, one of them slowly came to the door. The man hung his head. Shocked the second-generation disciples of Dao Huashan. During the day, I saw the master of Huan Gate and Willie Mountain. It's going to be so exciting that tears are going to spill out. Unexpectedly, the head of the sect would send out flower certificates for Huanmin. Come over during the day. It seems that it is really magnificent. Although it wasn't the Huashan Divine Dragon who came, but that flattered. It still made his body tremble, and he didn't know how to speak. However, at this time, Qing Ling suddenly jumped and ran over. I heard about it for 30 years. You've been rain or shine. Filial piety of resistance to Huashan. In the lower Huashan, Qing Ling is so happy to see you. Bach said, Huanmin is the most important among Huashan folklore. At this time, it is obvious that the door owner's mind is not yet turned. He didn't understand. How could the word Qing Ling be so familiar? But when he heard it, he couldn't believe it. But Qing Ling looked disdainful of his question. How? Do you want me to show evidence to prove my identity? But this looks like a market. He couldn't match that supposedly. Huashan Shenlong, who was better than himself. Overlapping each other. At this point, he only felt ridiculous. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly said to him that we are here. It is for the lay people who are sliding down the mountain. During the day, you seem to be talking to the doorman. Now if there is anything to say directly to me, it was a burst of needle dizziness. Unexpectedly, Huashan did not stay out of the matter. That's arrogant. Even if some fame has now been restored. Where did you get the courage to be against my martial arts? Thereupon, he tentatively asked what he was going to do about it. What was given was an even more arrogant answer. He said we were coming. If you can value harmony. Nature is the best. In my opinion, Wudong doesn't seem to have this attention. Jin Xian was surprised by his aggressiveness. But after all, he is an endless sword. He is not afraid of martial arts at all. However, an abrupt taunt came. I'm afraid there's something big wrong. Jin Xian heard Qingming's words. Immediately, his face changed. On the one hand, they reprimanded the Huashan disciples for not being polite, while clenching the sword in his hand. But obviously, that's the momentum. Even Zhao Jie just glanced at it lightly. And Qingming didn't bother to go back. He said you have trespassed into someone else's new gate. Let people get out if they don't want to die. Such a guy would even talk about etiquette. Looks like this thing is only for you. It works. However, Qingming did not intend to do it immediately. Learn Zhen Hyun's words and style. 3 hours later. Come, I'll compete with you when the time comes. But you'd better be prepared to have your head hammered. Hearing this, he was furious. He said I could not understand that. This is the attitude of your Huashan faction. Daytime at this time, saying grinning, there is no reason to take back what you say. And it seems that you have already made up your mind in your heart. Hear this. The needle and thread unexpectedly put away the sword that was about to be unsheathed. He looked at Qingming. He said coldly at this hour tomorrow. and I will come to your door as you wish. But no matter what the tragic situation of human will be tomorrow, I can't blame us anymore. Look at Qingming again. One will say 3 hours. One will talk about the day. It's all up to you. It's better for you to just say that you were scared and want to run away. Wouldn't it be better? And Qingming's trick of picking on sore spots. Yin Zhong and Xiaojie were deeply touched. Look at Jin Xian's hand. It was trembling with anger. It's clear. However, unexpectedly, Zhang Yan didn't mean to act immediately. In the rain, he didn't forget to clench his fists. He said he would come back at this hour tomorrow. Then he left the place without looking back. Don't say they can bear it so much. Even Nosebleed took a look at it more, but only at a glance. In this scene, even the Wei sect master was stunned. Looked at Qing Ling's seemingly indifferent appearance. He finally couldn't hold it anymore. The poignant voice was like that of a little resentful woman. He said, I wanted you to mediate. But how can you have a head-on conflict with Wudong? The more I talked, the more excited I became. He was really furious all at once. Just fainted. The Wudong disciple in the rain was still asking the senior brother. Why not choose? Break a few of their bones on the spot. However, what he got was Zhang Xian's denial. Because in his opinion, do it now. I'm afraid he can't help but ask for that life called Qingming. And they will soon understand what will happen to being an enemy of Wudong. In the middle of the night, the alliance leader woke up from the bed. He turned his head to look at Yanping, who was guarding the side. That's what I understand. It seems that he has just fainted. On the other side, Qingming and several people were eating and drinking at his house. Xiaoxing was also speechless. Now he can't tell the difference, whether the situation is good or bad now. But soon Wei Lishan rushed over panting. He was angry. Now it's time. Why they still drink here? I don't know why the dorm master is like this. But he also quickly apologized. The elf asked the dorm master instead, would you like a drink? The more they do, the more disappointed the heart of the door owner. After a while, he finally sighed, said that Human intends to give up Nanyang. Leave it at that. Such a decision. Xiaoxin knows very well how difficult it is for his father. But Wei Lishan said, that's it. There was nothing he could do about it. Anyway, thanks to all of you. Bought us a day. I want to say something more during the day. It can be said that the master of the door said that I don't believe you. But the opponent is the Wudong faction. Make enemies of them. Even if we get through this time, the same thing keeps going on until they force us out of the South Seas. Qingling took a few gulps. That's when he raised his own questions. Wudong did things so out of line this time. Isn't there some genius treasure here? But what you get is a negative. After all, there really is some treasure. It's not going to be calm forever. But Qingling felt even more strange in his heart. After all, he knew a Wudong disciple. It is very protective of the image of its own sect. We'll do this. There must be something that most people don't know. But for now, Qingming means that we will not leave. The boss has an order. We must deal with the aftermath of Huanmin. Go back to Huashan, because Huashan will not forget the kindness of Huanmin. It will never ignore the vulgar. The world will soon understand this. Perhaps the young man's words moved the Lord of Weimin. Just Wei Lishan felt. I had suspected that he was too arbitrary. The elf asked him very seriously, can you have another pot of this superb? Well, there's one more person whose brains have been dry by him. Meanwhile, in the den, the Wudong disciple asked Jin Xian, why don't you send someone to spy on Huanmin? What you get is a really dazzling Yaren. After all, Huashan has just regained some fame. Escaping at this point will only be beaten back to its original form again. Want to come to that guy? I can't let go of the name of Huashan Shenlong. If it was before, he may also weigh the opponent's pounds and tails more. But just a look. Everyone understands. That's just a shameless hairy kid. At a young age, he is prestigious. Kill his sharpness. It is also our responsibility as elders. But let's not forget what we're here for. No matter who it is, none of this can be an obstacle to our faction. If all goes well, we will definitely be able to achieve something beyond Shaolin, the world's largest faction. That man's sword mound is for us Wudong. It's more precious than anything in the world. With just one bowl, I drank myself to the malaise. Seeing the stinky face of the senior brother, he blamed the owner of the collection teddy. I just can't stand the temptation. The result is that Wudong is close to the door. His brain was still buzzing. Qingming had no choice but to pinch his nose, disperse the smell of alcohol, and then the crazy batch lay down again. Front nonstop. See, he's enjoying it. Looked at the time and asked Uncle Sure why. Those people haven't called yet. Hearing this day, he sighed softly. He said, listen everyone, the situation is different now. Our primary purpose is to tell the world. Huashan is about to reappear in the rivers and lakes. So today's battle is not just our battle. It is also a battle in which we shoulder the name of Huashan. There is also Qingming. Since this matter, we can't be kind to Wudong. Then don't hold back when you start. Qingming was quite surprised to hear this. But didn't the boss say let's stop causing trouble? Speechless during the day. This guy was the one who caused this situation. You're still here, cheap and good. However, at this time, the movement at the gate attracted the attention of several people, and he saw a field of black land. I don't know why I left Huang Gate at this time. The master of the door, father and son, will also find them. It turned out that Rosewood didn't fall asleep last night. He knew it very well in his heart. It was not Huimin who provoked Wudong this time. If Huashan, if they leave the South Seas now, Hua Yinmin naturally had a chance to escape. So, whether it is nearly 100 disciples or Shaoxing, all are safe and sound. But such a decision was so difficult for him. What do you think we should do, child? Shaoxing looked at his father. I don't understand this little mind. But he could see his father's frustration very clearly. Huashan is the pride of his father. But my father is also my pride. I saw Shaoxing raise his head. He said, Father, do you need to ask me? This is Huang Gate. It is the 5 doors of the layman in Huashan. How can we watch Huashan fight for us alone? And indifferent to it. And this time I went up the mountain to meet the master. He didn't hesitate. He sent his disciples to help. Maybe there's something wrong with them, but their hearts that want to help us are pure. So today I am even dead. Be with them. Fight to the end. Hearing this, Wei Lishan was silent, because these words are on his lips on weekdays. But now, but his faith was shaken by the crisis in front of him. Shaoxing's words hit his heart, made this middle-aged man seem to have regained his original intention. So the master of the door suddenly said, Yanping, you go and open the door, and tell the disciples who are unwilling to fight. Let them go home immediately. If Huimin can survive the crisis, they can come back at any time in the future. I am willing to accept them unconditionally. Yanping was worried. So, I'm afraid there will be no one left. What I got was a hearty smile for the door owner. He said, Huang Door, the person who shouldered the name of Huashan to face Wudong. Even if it's just us father and son, it's enough. He was speechless. Took a deep look at the doormaster and the young doormaster. That's when I went back and carried it out. Maybe it's the last mission in Huang Gate. Wei Lishan was a little reluctant. I couldn't help but ask if he was going to leave too. Yanping said without looking back, I will not bear the name of Huashan, but I will shoulder the name of Huimin. Advance and retreat together with the door owner. That's it. A scene where a large number of disciples have just left. And Qingming at this time turned her head to look. To his surprise, there are still many people who are willing to stay, whether it is Huimin or their disciples. It's really good. Just like Huashan at that time. Wei Lishan said that I was delirious last night. I was not able to entertain you well. Huashan specially came to help my Huang Gate. I would like to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. During the day, it was actually quite unexpected. The master of the Wei Sect even dared to stay and make friends with Huashan. I had heard of the wind of the main canyon of Huang Gate before. That seems to be the case today. It's just that Qingming will shout again. Billy, he is really worthy of being a person who has been sticking to his love for 30 years. But you don't have to do it. You'll look at it for a while. It just so happened that they came too. Yinzhong and Zhao Jia also found out. Unexpectedly, there were quite a few people sent by Wudong this time. At this time, Huang didn't say a word about the truth outside the door. Immediately, give the order to do it. 3 disciples were ordered. Suddenly he jumped out. This made Zhao Jia and Yinzhong immediately tighten their posture. At the eyes of the day, he stared. There were 3 people coming. They're fast. Momentum is overwhelming. Lisa, Qingling didn't know when he had come behind the day. It seems that he is also in a hurry. Use the domineering internal force to compress the air into palm of your hand. The 3 people who had just rushed him were immediately blasted out. He is also speechless during the day. Glancing at Qingming, I shouldn't have said anything to this monster. Don't leave him behind. At this late hour, we can all watch the show. On the other hand, a few people were blasted out of the house. Even what hit it. I didn't see it. Jing Yun just thinks it's ridiculous. Unless the people in here are dozens of times stronger than us. But how is this possible? You follow me. Come in with me. Be careful. Maybe there's a catch. I saw Jinchuan's sword pointing at the door. In his hand, a torsion was infused into the sword. With his eyes in unison, the originally closed gate of Huang Gate was bombed. Nozomi was originally a heavy wooden block. It twisted away in a whirlwind with his strength. Stepping in here, Jinchuan was surprised not to find any traps. This scene was also cleared. Seized the opportunity to say that they have no courtesy at all. The man's brow furrowed. He stared at the scattered few people not far away. Only then did he gradually let down his guard. You're not going to use people like that. Let's do it with my Wudong disciple. I really don't know if you're confident or arrogant. This familiar expression and tone, Xiaojie and Yingzhong always feel familiar. The loss is a Qingming reminder. Isn't this the same virtue as the previous Uncle Baishir? This can make Uncle Shir very ashamed. Qingming learned a mouthful in style. Don't say it. Xiaojie is speechless. This is also Qingming. I guess it's a different person. Uncle Bai has to go up and fight hard. But they look so good. The more I look at it, the more confused I've become. Why do they seem so calm? I couldn't hold back for a while. It is said that Wudong has been the head of the Taoist gate since ancient times. Can't you Huashan think that you can be our enemy? And Qingming only sounds funny. Let's not go far. It was 100 years ago. Have you not also surrendered to us? Jin Yun was for a while. Then he smiled very well. You're talking about the Plum Blossom Sword Venerable. But you know, he had been defeated at the hands of our Taiji, Sword Emperor. What depends on your reaction? I don't know for sure. At that time, the two of them had a competition. And your Plum Blossom Sword Venerable lost to the ground. It's just that the Taiji Sword Emperor is generous. Afterwards, the results of the contest were hidden. Qing Ling hadn't reacted yet. The rest drew their swords and rebuked. Even more so, during the day. His name is not something you can just mention. Hey, I'm the Plum Blossom Sword Venerable. You guys are a little nicer to me. I thought to myself. Only then did I recall the person of Taiji, Sword Emperor. I did have a fight with the old man at that time. It's just that he himself proposed that the results of the competition should not be publicized. I remember he was old and back then. If you want me to say Wudong's suggestion, the special effects definitely added chicken legs to the author. I didn't hold back. Beat him unclothed. I remember I wasn't really good at that time. If it weren't for his false palm, how old would I be? They call me Big Brother. I guess I had to be beaten up at the time. But now it seems, at that time I was still too kind. Thinking of this, Qingming suddenly asked Wei Xiaoxia. I've done everything I asked you to do last night. After receiving an affirmative answer, Qingming smiled with satisfaction. Then he shook the long one violently. The sword flew out in an instant. Jinchuan is like a great enemy. But it felt as if nothing had happened. In the middle of the night he suddenly convulsed. The gatehouse of Huang Gate slammed. It shattered and collapsed in his stunned gaze. And outside of Charming, the crowd was bustling. Talk. And this is what Qingming is best at, and it's not a big deal to watch the excitement. Learned that Yin Zhong and Xiaojie could deal with 5 people. So he narrowed his eyes. Then Aunt Lu can deal with 4. During the day, Uncle sure concentrated on dealing with the one named Jinchuan. Do you still need me to do it? Okay, uncles, aunts, and brothers. Hurry. During the day, it always feels like things are going the other way around. But Wudong disciples. Indeed, you can effectively test the results of your own cultivation. Thinking of this, he had no choice but to look ahead again. Let's let them see the Huashan swordsmanship. In this way, the disciples on both sides quickly rushed forward. It's just that Wudong seemed to be in a way of face. And not all of them. This also gave Zhao Jie the opportunity to adjust his mentality. For him, this is the first time to go down the mountain. That crazy critic used all means to torture himself. I thought I could get stronger as long as I could. Zhao Jie can stand any hardship. But I was wrong. Just 2 months after the Central China Conference, I realized that I was completely wrong. The endless cultivation has exhausted me. And I can't escape. Get through that time. The strength of the person in front of him is clear at a glance. The direction of his sword and his eyes. And the balance of the body. I want to point out the flaws in every single place. Looks like I've won. Unlike Xiaojie, Love in the film, Wudong's swordsmanship pays attention to the preemptive strike. They will be fully exposed to their opponent's moves. They make a decisive move. It is said that this is the use of strength. However, to correct this trick, it just needs to be fast. As long as the fire is big enough. Water can't be easily extinguished. It's too slow. It's clear. It is obvious that although the two of them are fighting for the first time, but they were at their best very quickly. The Wudong disciples couldn't figure it out until they fainted. Why can Huashan's disciples win over them? The world's first sword gate. That's it. Their battle was somewhat cathartic. The shadow glanced at the summary. I heard him look back at himself, excitedly. Aren't we getting a little too strong? It just didn't take 2 seconds for them to be happy. The anger behind him rang like a bell. It burned on both of them. Have the senior brother. Lost 3 times. The senior brother in the film is 4 times. You both waited for me afterwards. However, even so, after the battle, just now, their toughness in Huashan's swordsmanship. There is also a deeper understanding. And this is not only for Wudong to know. It's time for the world to know. This scene probed the door owner is dry mouth. I can't see the difference in generations at all. The Huashan disciples defeated Wudong so easily. He clutched his chest. At this time, my heart was already surging. Huashan has really transformed. The disciples have all become top masters. This madman also appeared. Although previously these 2 types of people, Huashan should not have any. Your brothers and uncles are fighting each other. Why can you still drink? And Qingming said that they trained hard during these days. If you can lose, I'm really looking for a crack in the ground to get into. And don't look at who taught them. Meanwhile, It has been a long time since the confrontation with Zheng Hyun during the day, but Jin Xian couldn't understand why this person was so strong. And look at what he looks like. It doesn't seem to take much energy. But how is this possible? Just this battle. You can't afford to lose, even if it costs my reputation. The Wudong disciples all started their hands. Hearing this, the Wudong disciples also had amnesia. But then it was all right. They all gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Just for a moment, they surrounded the Huashan disciples separately. Daytime glanced behind him. Such a situation of more and less fighting. I can't imagine that it was still done by the Wudong faction. My Huashan disciple's face is really big. It's really dizzy, and his heart is very uncomfortable. If it weren't for the fact that this time the matter was too big, even if you lose the contest today, he's not going to do that. And I saw him raise his eyes and stare at the day. I admit you guys are strong, but why didn't the kid do it? Don't you look down on us, Wudong? However, during the day, he didn't look back to tell him. You're thinking too much. With your strength, you really didn't need to do it. Don't be angry. Because I'm just like you. None of them are qualified to let him shoot. There's always something strange about this world. Since there is a three-legged, two-headed snake, then naturally there are also those 3 heads. A monster with 6 arms. And he's that kind of thing. But you don't have to feel sorry. I'm here to play with you. Let Huashan Shenlong make a move. It's just too overkill. For this, Jin Chuan only felt that Hua Jingjian was insulting himself. But what he didn't know was, during the day, my heart has been measuring. I don't see real blood. I've heard it all along. He is known as one of the 6 constellations in the world. If it weren't for the Central China Conference, I think Xin Jinlong will also be one of them. In other words, he and Xin Jinlong, it's a master in the same realm. See for yourself. It can be felt very clearly during the day. Needlework, his deep internal strength, and calm sword moves. But that's about it. Because I can make plum blossoms bloom too. 7 swords reveal what? I saw Jin Chuan's dragon-like dancing sword energy. The 7 figures that were transformed by the day were instantly cut off. Although the footsteps are only 1 person. But 7 attacks. But it hit him solidly. Accompanied by the magic sword of the day. The plum blossoms that dissipated in the sky flew freely. In the moment when Jin Chuan's body dissipated in this plum blossom exhibition, also burst out 7 plum blossom sword chi. Just one move. He lost consciousness completely. He fell to the ground with a thud. But the residents here, all of them seemed to be attracted by the plum blossoms in the sky. Even Xing Ming couldn't hold back. Where did this kid grow? The doormaster. It was also the first time he had seen such a spectacular scene. Flowers seen in the daytime. He seemed to give to everyone present. All left an unforgettable figure. It won't be pretended to be Xing Ming. Shouted vigorously during the day, Uncle Sure was really powerful. Immediately pulled his vanity back. And Yin Zhong on the side was crying out again and again. He said, I was the weakest of them all. Why do you have to use the most people to besiege me? Then he hurriedly pointed to the side, and you went to find him. Lu Shibu is the second strongest of the 4 of us. Look at Lu Yixue again. His sword is like a graceful dancer. Movements are clean and clean. Wudong's disciples couldn't find any flaws in it. I wanted to attack from a dead end. But I saw that his eyes were staring. The whole person is raised downward. That's it. Made the Wudong disciples also stunned. However, this one will be. Lu Yixue immediately slashed them into the air. Seeing this scene, the 3 people in the besieging film were stunned. Suddenly Daytime asked them if they wanted to continue. After all, these disciples were injured. If you don't get medical treatment immediately, I'm afraid something will happen. Will this dispute take the life of your brother? Actually, they know it. I can't win now. Hear the words of the day. Only then did he hurriedly hold up the injured fellow doorman. He staggered and was about to leave Huang Gate. Warn them during the day before leaving. Your brother has gambled on endless insight. If you don't want his name to be disgraced, don't go near Huang Gate in the future. Speaking of this, he bowed slightly and walked slowly. I don't stand here. Only then did he put away his sword. Slowly came to Wei Lishan. He said to the Lord of the Wei Sect, from now on, Huang Gate is safe. A few words. Hearing this, the Lord of Wei Min burst into tears. God knows what a lot of pressure Wudong has put on in these days. However, in face of his inexhaustible thanks, the 4 of them returned the salute very solemnly. For the doormaster to speak heavily. This is my responsibility. Until his clarity, finally smiled lightly. It's a touching scene. At night, he sent away the juniors and disciples who came from afar. Although the gate was ruined. But at the moment, he didn't care at all. Remembering my father's words, he couldn't help but sigh. When I look back, presumably, they are now celebrating today's feat. I couldn't help but be angry at them before. I have to apologize to them for all this. Wei Lishan pushed open the door. Happily said that everyone has been waiting for a long time. However, what greeted me was a house full of messes. They shouted there to catch Qing Ming, but the people had kicked one by one turned on their backs. I can't stop it during the day. Hurley shouted to him to calm down. After all, the people in Wudong are gone. There's no need to do that now. And the boss told you not to get into trouble in 3. I beg you, boy. Don't go. I saw Lime arranging her night clothes, while saying that although you are better than the samurai, I'm not satisfied. But for your sake, I don't care. However, except for senior brother Xiaojia. But here's what happened. It has nothing to do with uncles, aunts, and brothers. You don't have to worry about it. And the Lime jumped out like a cannonball. The smell of Wudong's conspiracy is so strong. How could he just let them go? However, at this moment the scene of the first disaster. The Lord of Wei was still stunned. He really couldn't figure it out. What the hell is going on in Huashan? Nanyang is not big. Soon Qingming chased out of the city, and the disciples of Wudong dragged the seriously injured senior brother. I have already reached the halfway point of the mountain. The needle and thread slowly opened his eyes. The junior disciples on the side immediately surrounded him. But when he heard that this was going to leave for Wu, he sat up suddenly. It's just a stinging pain coming from my body. This reminded him that he had lost. And then I learned, in order to preserve his reputation as a true trainer, from the gym is also to clean up the bags today. Evacuation of Xianyang will be made tomorrow morning. At this time, he only felt hot on his face. Just the thought of that building. He immediately called the senior brother of Shinfu. He said you return to Wudong as fast as possible. Be sure to inform the door of the situation. You can't just go back, even if it's on standby in the mountains. No need. The sudden sound scared really a fierce one. Look closely. Only then did they find out that the person who came was their Uncle Wuzhen. He's one of the disciples of the current Wudong generation, one of the 3 strongest people. But why is he the 3 swords of Wudong? Now I'm in Nanyang. Just who he is enough to attract the attention of many people in the rivers and lakes. In such doubts, Wuzhen didn't care too much. But when he learned what happened to his disciples in Huimin, only then did his face show deep displeasure. Jin Hyun didn't lose his fame alone. Because of his every move, the world laughs or scolds. Will always be the Wudong standing behind him. Jin Hyun actually understands. Therefore, Uncle Shirs was fully accepted by him. But the key is in. His heart could not be calm. But Wu Jin said, Nanyang, they were going to give up. Because the mystery of the sword mound has been solved inside their door. So I plan to bypass Nanyang directly. Take only the secret treasure. But the shame of losing to Huashan is necessary in future. Get it back from me. Now what you have to do is cheer me up. The injured disciples return to Wudong first. The rest will go with me. In Jin Xian, your injury should be calmly judged by yourself. That's not something to be ashamed of. Just point. Wu Jinming turned his head. Needlework was also taken aback. I don't know what happened to Uncle Shir all of a sudden. I heard Wu Zhen's cold voice coming out slowly. Show up now. Take a closer look. The person who came was dressed in black. Wu Zhen could feel that the other party was not simple. So he didn't continue to speak. Until a man in black jumped off. He just stared at each other. The two looked at each other. The visitor suddenly said that he was a passing robber. I wanted to ask, the sword mound you just talked about, can you tell me what it is? I'm so stunned. Ask coldly. It must be a bandit who came here to rob. Suddenly, in this case, then I am a bandit. It's clear that this man is absolutely insane, and there are patterns engraved on the sword. He's a madman of the Huashan faction. You are the Huashan Divan Dragon. No, I'm not. You're too obvious, isn't it? The bastard was so angry that he smoked. He really didn't expect it. This man did not care about Huashan's reputation at all. And Qing Ming heard this. Instead, he scratched his ears. I don't know if it's possible. But suddenly Wu Zhen turned around. It seems that you are indeed not a disciple of Huashan. Absolutely not. No, it's just that. Cut down a robber who threatened us. I saw Qing Ming squinting his eyes. He didn't expect this uncle to be quite smart. At this time, Wu Zhen finally confirmed. Will Qing Ling take off his mask? Pout out and admit your mistakes. What I got was a chuckle from Qing Ling. He said if only you could be honest. Explain the matter of the sword mount clearly. I can really make you good. Get out of here. Otherwise, Wu Zhenyiren saw him slowly draw out his long sword. That being the case, even if I beat you to a serious injury, it makes sense. Clear Zero saw the other party's appearance. Suddenly in the bottom of my heart. Just the momentum that emanates from this person. It was already in harmony with a long sword in his hand. Even if it is a second-generation disciple. After all, martial arts are only the level of young descendants. But this man is the real sword cultivation of Wudong. Let me give you one last word of advice. It's best to be careful with your head. I'm a man. It's just a little fetish. Huashan has a seal. He was ordered by his master to relieve the siege of the lame martial arts. However, not only did he not do anything, brought the uncles and drove away the Wudong disciples, but he had to go and beat them up again. However, when he followed the group of people who had left Xinshin, when he met Wu Zhen, the first disciple of Wudong. And Junhyun only felt in a trance. Recalled Hua Jingjin's words. This guy can't really be 3-headed and 6-armed. But it said that he's not even 15 years old. How could he be better than Uncle Wujin, who is 30 years older than him? Look at Qingming again. He said, let's make a bet. If I win, then I want to know about the sword shrine. And Wujin only thought it was funny. A hairy boy, even if you beat your mother's womb, you will practice martial arts. It's impossible to win against yourself. But as Wudong is the first gate in the world, today's dereliction of duty in Nanyang is indescribable. I have to get it back if I have this opportunity. So Wujin said, if you lose, I want you to kowtow to me and apologize. And admits that Huashan is not as good as Wudong at all. Clear and right. Water urged him to hurry up and do it when he decided. This made Wu Jun very surprised, angry and arrogant. Even his eyes were a little colder. But the young man didn't care how much pride he had in his heart. A sword swinched. Wu Jun's face suddenly had a trace of blood. Look at the repertoire behind him that was cut off by the other party. It seems to be up to this moment. He finally took it completely. The previous contempt was raised. And Qingming's way of greeting is a little rougher. But he didn't want to be distracted by Wu Jun's distraction. Let him lose. It is a rare opportunity to experience the changes in martial arts of the rivers and lakes in the past 100 years. Thank you for your mercy. Qingming is so drooping. Fitness trifles. Now it's time to do your best. However, the next second, Qingling shook suddenly. Wu Jun actually escaped his lock. Suddenly appeared in front of the teenager. But this scene appeared. Qingling looked very happy. Wu Jun's sword was only in a moment. It went from a straight stab to a gray card. With a boom. It was obvious that his basic swordsmanship was already on fire. Pure green dust in the smoke. Wu Jun jumped out suddenly. It seems that there is no need for the help of vision at all. He locked onto the lime's position completely. And his sword, hit by momentum. As a result, the lime had to resort to the power of the mountain. In order not to be upset by it, Lime had to use the word sucking trick all the time. Control your body shape. The confrontation between the two. Wu Jun didn't give him any breathing space. But he's always relied on. It's more about the endless internal force of Wudong. Even how Wu Jun changed his sword moves. Lime did not immediately mobilize its internal forces to contend with it. And it seems the teenager can basically hide. Never resist. Take advantage of his nimble form. Instead, let it find an opportunity. A kick at Wu Jun's front door. I dodged it, but the shock still throws it off balance. See the scene? It's a big surprise. But before he could call out his uncle, suddenly stopped. A sword chi that stretched into the river suddenly rose into the sky. This scene is very clear. The first generation of disciples and the second generation of disciples of Wudong. The reason why there is a difference between cloud and mud, fundamentally, is the difference in internal forces. This clear stream sword. If it weren't for the internal strength of accumulation, it is impossible to show such momentum as it is now. But this move is not enough to see. Seeing Qingling's sword splitting his own Qinglu's sword technique, Wu Jun was also taken aback. But then his eyes flickered. I saw a majestic internal force in his body. Crazy poured into the long sword in his hand. The sword chi formed by the internal force. Immediately, it gushed out like a river into the sea. The light is a windswept needle and thread that is rolled up. There is an illusion of being swallowed by it. His mind. Uncle Wu Jun's Taishing swordsmanship is a great success. No matter how perverted this kid is, he should be able to stop it. Seeing that the young man was devoured by his uncle's sword chi, Wu Jun also exerted his strength. However, his face was suddenly covered with horror. Qingling actually only used the sword. He split his sword chi again. Suddenly, the sword chi regurgitated back into Wu Jun's body with a bang. The sudden rise made him almost faint on the spot. When looking at teenagers, his eyes were already full of punishments. Today's Wudong, 3 swords. It's not at the same level as it was 100 years ago. That being the case, you could have beat me up first. And the sword in Wu Jun's eyes was rapidly approaching. In a panic, he immediately rolled and dodged. But with that comes a shock. But he was immediately shocked away. At this time, Wu Jun's fighting spirit decreased sharply. If I ate it by myself just now, the biggest possibility is to be wiped out on the spot. I'm much weaker than him. The moment this thought sprung up in his heart, and was immediately snuffed out by him, I saw him staggering to his feet. Since a piece of breath can't hurt you, and I'll show you it. The real horror of Mianchi. The river flows endlessly. I saw the original green lotus chi. In Wu Jun's hands, it split into countless paths and flocked to the lime. Seeing this young man, he smiled lightly. I wouldn't have been so bored if I did. See the lime's body. Suddenly it became like a flower petal, elegantly and smartly. As a matter of course, he passed through the fluttering lotus energy. The scene is too weird. It's really dazzling to see that the scalp is numb. After all, let God go. In the face of this, A large-scale move like an internal catharsis. It's not going to be hard, is it? However, the action of Qingming, Wu Zhen seems to have been prepared. He even hid a lingering aura around him, in order to prevent similar accidents. Seeing that the shock flew away from each other, Michi couldn't reach that far for a while. But what are the shortcomings of his own moves? He knows best. So Wu Zhen immediately burst out with the palm. Another fierce and furious slammed into the body of the Qingming sword. And I saw him with his sword raised. This changed the original long trajectory. But how could Wu Zhen only have this kind of means? The long change made his palm wriggle immediately. The whirling palm struck from behind Qingming in an instant. Seriously, he didn't expect it. This Wu Zhen can even come up with this kind of move. It's really a lot of hard work. But I saw Qingling kicking on his hind feet. Suddenly, an extremely powerful explosion was generated in midair. Even if there is no ray, it's hard to see what just happened. But it's clear. Qingming swooped all the way, with the strength just now. It's approaching at breakneck speed. Seeing this, Wu Zhen jumped back violently. His cut instantaneous. He cracked all his opponents. It made him feel extremely powerless. So on. It didn't work. Must win although there is an order in the door. I'm not allowed to use this trick yet. But Jin Xuan also discovered Uncle Shi's movements. That's the writer's style of Tai Chi Hui Jian. It symbolizes the commanding heights of Wudong swordsmanship. The door has already taught Uncle Shi this trick. And Qingming looked at this familiar Taiji diagram. But in his eyes, it was like eating. He was angry. Indeed, this trick is very strong. Use your own skillful swordsmanship. They can't beat me. He even dared to use unfamiliar swordsmanship. Are you looking for death? That's it. Qingming simply used the long sword as a hammer and smashed it. Wu Zhen could hear it very clearly. A crunch came from his own waist. He couldn't figure it out. Originally thought that this move would definitely be able to turn the tables. But why is it clear this time? It has been determined that this person has a hole in his brain. These are the famous disciples. Even after 100 years, it's not any growth at all. It's not a question of strength or weakness. It's just that there are too few people to fight. There is no performance in a heart. In a daze, Wu Zhen seemed to hear a brain. All he could think about was getting out of the way. So he slammed his sword across his head. But what he didn't expect was this. Qingling used it as a long sword to smash with a hammer. Suddenly he paused in midair. Wu Zhen, who wanted to borrow his strength to leave, was also stunned. To be a second, Lime's fist was already in his face. Seeing Uncle Shi being abused like this, the disciples of Wudong have long been like frightened birds. Until this time, Wu Zhenjiang is unconscious. And Lime looks like a fool. Glanced at him. Let him protect his head. Only know how to resist with the horizontal sword. This time, you should teach you a lesson. It's just that he's suddenly a spirit. I knocked him unconscious. What about the news of the sword mound? So he scratched his head, and the roll call was made. Qingming hooked his fingers. Motioned for him to come over. Needlework and thread will blow up your head. That's it now. Who would dare to go over? But he didn't dare to disobey the other party. I had to come over slowly. However, Qingming asked him about the sword shrine. But the needle and thread would not say a word. Qingming guessed that he should be a hardbone. But since you don't want to say, then I'll wake up this guy who should be talking. After all, Mei was between me and him. Oh, over the years, I have always felt that the five forces cannot be solved. All the things in this world. But most of them I think can be solved. Either I'll beat him up until I wake up, or beaten to death. Don't tell me. In this way, the needlework is under the obscenity of this devil. A wooden word was spoken. He said you should put Uncle Shi down first. And Qingling lifted him up instead. After shaking it, Wu Zhen smiled and said, don't worry. Just make it clear. At this time, the needle and thread were already numb and unconscious. As explained a while ago, Wudong, a layman, was robbed. In the course of their hunting investigation, stumbled upon a treasure map. And we unraveled the secrets of the treasure map, only to find out that it was a sword mound, and the location is near Nanyang. But now only the directions are known. It's not clear. This is to avoid people's eyes. Deliberately made it difficult for human. Hear this. Qingming felt that they were chasing after Nanyang. It also makes sense. But what the hell is this sword shrine? The needle and thread had to continue to explain. The sword mound they were looking for was actually a tomb. And the owner of that tomb is named Sword Snatcher. At this time, Qingming's reaction was finally a little intense. Grabbing the sword without a trace is the Plum Blossom sword owner. The first person in the world in the previous generation. It is a character who was active 200 years ago. No wonder they called this man's tomb a sword mound. But that's not right. The name of the first in the world. There are countless in the history of the trickle. And Wudong. It's not a small sect that hasn't seen the world. So what's in that sword shrine? It was clear that Qingming asked. I don't want to talk about the key training. But the young man shook Wu Zhen in his hand. It scared him out again. In desperation, He had to continue to say, grabbing the sword without a trace. There is no door and no faction, with an almost sideways attitude. Issued a challenge to the swordsmen of the world. And every time he triumphed, we'll take away those masters, weapons. So after the sword disappeared on the rivers and lakes without a trace, there was a rumor in the world. He is a magic weapon to usher in. All of them were placed in their own tombs. Even that place must have his martial arts secrets. If anyone can find a master of the sword, whoever can say that. Qing Ling interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Don't tell this cliché story. So you're trying to dig up his grave. Take away the divine soldiers and martial arts. Seeing Zhun Xian nodding. Only then did Qingming stretch out his hand to catch Wu Zhen. A big fight called out. There's not a word of truth in your mouth. Wu Zhen, this kid, is this how to educate the people under you? Zhun Xian also wanted to explain. Was pulled over by him. You really didn't lie to me. I just didn't say it all. Okay, you don't have to say it. Wait until I wake this guy up. Let him tell me for himself. I believe. Wudong made such a fuss just for those things. If Zhang Jinyue heard this, I'm afraid I'm going to come down from heaven. I'm going to smash all your heads. Seeing that his uncle was about to be killed by Qingming. It's a really dazzling jump, and Qingming suddenly stopped the movement in his hand. Even if you don't say it, I've robbed you of your treasure map. The scent can be found by doing your own research. But dare to fool me. Naturally, there's a price. At the moment when Qingming started, Jinchuan stared at Uncle Shi, who had already turned into a pig's head. He shouted violently that it was the medicine fairy. Then I heard a clatter. The wind rose in the woods. And Qing Ling's fist also stopped. At this time, he couldn't take care of the man in his hand, looking at the needle and thread squarely. Capture the sword without a trace. It turned out to be the first alchemy in ancient and modern times. Is it a medicine fairy? After receiving an affirmative reply from the other party, even Qing Ling's eyes couldn't help but widen. Then he laughed stupidly. That's right, it should be the medicine fairy. Does that make sense? The world knows almost nothing about him except for alchemy. The mixed yuan pill he refined contained extremely strong internal force. Even if it was 100 years ago, but where there is a mixed yuan dan in the world, it will inevitably cause a bloody storm. And now this is the wrath of the immortals. What would that mean? There will also be a danfang of the mixed yuan dan there. Seeing that Uncle Shi was saved, the needle and thread trembled. Take a long sigh of relief. Raise your eyes to look at this devil-like boy. His mask was stained with saliva. Think about coming and going. There is no point in hiding anything. So Zhun Xian brought everything together. He said that the sword was inexplicably powerful back then. There are already many people who suspect that he is a medicine immortal, although he himself denied it. But after his death, a friend of his Niclia, but secretly shook out his identity. Today, only a very small number of sects are aware of this. So now, can you let us go? I saw Qing Ling patting his chest. He said reassuring, bring the treasure map and go. Looking at Zhun Xian's frightened eyes, Qing Ling even felt that it should be taken for granted. After all, you've cracked the treasure map too. I know the news. Sooner or later, you Wudong will be lucky at. Chase me for revenge. I won't even have a treasure map by then. Isn't it that there is no benefit at all? So at least you have to give me the treasure map. Am I not losing money on this deal? If not, I saw Qing Ling slowly raise one foot. There was a loud bang throughout the valley. The choice is yours. It's to hand over the treasure map. Let me bury you here, going ahead until I found the sword shrine. And Jin Yun trembled and looked at the devil in front of him. As one of the 6 major stars in the world, he's here. This will not be able to hold back the grievances. Cry out. There is group in Huashan. It's hard to crack the whole family's efforts. Their brains are hot. I'm going to use it for one night. Find the first treasure in the world. Dare to give a seal. They dare to take it. The love of the same door is vivid. It's no wonder that Qingming just dropped the treasure map from Wudong. Look up. He knew every single one. Put it together. It becomes a foggy flower. But he wasn't convinced. Can this little thing stomp my plum blossom, sword venerable? That's it. Qingming's eyes are almost cut into the sheepskin sebum. What I got was a lot of trouble. Blame him for embarrassment. People's specialty is to knock people's heads and use their brains. When have you ever done such a thing? Thereupon, he pinned his hopes on his uncle and brothers. It's just that the Wudong sect will definitely send a large number of disciples to come. The time left for Qing Ling is only 3 days. However, the danfang of the mixed yuan dan is to make Huashan an important thrust to become the first sword gate in the world. At all costs, this thing can't be given to them. Just stay in the film center of Huayan Gate. That's amazing. He wanted his uncles to go with him to get Qing Ling back. But what you get is the appearance of being tired and unloved during the day. That guy even found it. Can we stop him? I don't know what sins I did in my previous life. In this life, he has such a nephew as him. However, Xiaojie is quite optimistic. He said, Is that guy really going to get into trouble? But these words were heard in their hearts. It blew up. Qingming Chuang's disaster has been settled by itself every time, yes. But we are put on hold by the suffering that we have been implicated in. Who's going to talk to? Obviously, there are nosebleeds now. It seems to be quite calm. But suddenly he seemed to feel something back. I heard a clang. The place where Qingming landed. It seems to have knocked out another door to the heart. I saw him take out the scroll and say, "Let's take a look." Behind this picture is hidden and slow. You're saying you just beat someone up. Seeing that Uncle Sure was probably behind his ears, Qingming said impatiently again, "Qinglu's sword has no shock." Well, just look at this little expression during the day. He finally understood. This guy just went to rob the Wudong sect. Also beat up the strongest disciple of the generation. You're a madman. How to solve the consequences of this matter? You're more arrogant than plucking a feather in a tiger's mouth. It was clear that there was no strength to think during the day. What's next? But Qingming suddenly stopped his uncle. This is a treasure map of the tomb of the medicine immortal. What does mixed yuan dan mean? Need I tell you? If Uncle sure thinks it's inappropriate, I'll give him back. Hearing this day is also like a stalk in the throat. This thing is absolute poison. Why is it a mixed yuan dan? It is rumored that this thing can increase its power for several years with a single pill. How does this make me give up? Coupled with the agitation of the Qingling. Finally, everyone had different expressions. Xiaojie also thinks, now that the disaster is over. So now, before they swarm in, cracking the gangsters is the best policy. Unexpectedly, even Yin Zhong felt it. Now we can only take a hard bet. And during the day, the skull will crack open. He gritted his teeth. Just crack this picture. Right here this. Qingming smiled instead. Indeed, as long as you can crack this picture, he'll find a way to get into the sword shrine no matter what. Seeing that there is no room for maneuver. During the day, I really had to leave behind those messy thoughts. One way to the dark, and Senior Sister Lu. We must do whatever it takes. Crack this picture tonight, for the sake of mixing Yuan Dan. I was glad to see this clear spirit, obviously forced to get on a thief ship, but it's going to be just as enthusiastic. Even not far from Huang Gate, the owner of the door pushed open the door in surprise. He was helpless. There was not even a single intact wall left that had been torn down, hid from where they came. My own heart pattern is getting worse day by day. Just as he was thinking about it, the dorm master suddenly covered his chest. He coughed violently. He understood. Internal injuries are not healed by medication. But now Hua Lingmin has finally survived the crisis. He can't let people see him like that. Staggered to the couch. The middle-aged man could only pin his hopes on it. Get another sleep. Maybe it could be better, as long as we settle down. And he handed it over to his son to take over. There won't be much resistance either.
Although Xiaoxing is still young, but suddenly, Xingling broke in with a bang. This scene frightened him and hurriedly tightened his mind. Wait until you can see the person by candlelight. He breathed a sigh of relief. However, the elf's eyes were as sharp as a loss at this time. I saw him crunch and close the door. Then he swaggered to the man, the master of the door. I'm going to address something very important now. With the man's wail rang out. The palms of the elves. Suddenly, an extremely pure internal force poured out. Don't open your mouth. You're suffering from internal injuries. If you don't treat it, you'll die. However, the owner of the door still wants to struggle. How could he not know the crux of the problem? But the treatment of internal injuries. In addition to using one's own luck to dredge the deranged meridians, the only way to do that is through others. Use the strong internal force to forcibly repair. But the internal injuries suffered by myself were too severe. Risks to be taken by rescuers. It will be more than 10 times more dangerous than normal. My own life. How can you be gracious to China? The heroes of the hidden door are going to take risks. It's just that the assistant hasn't been shouted yet. Was forcibly held down by Qingling. That's when he found out. I don't know when. The boy had already instilled internal force into himself. Meridians everywhere. I just shouted at myself. I'm afraid that I will immediately go crazy. However, what surprised him most was that pain in your own body. It gradually dissipated in the hands of this young man. This pure Tao Gate aura is mild and scorching. Just thinking about it. The voice of the teenager came unrealistically. Fortunately, it didn't hurt the foundation. Patience will soon be better. This scene made the master of the gate completely calm. Inject internal force into others, while still being able to speak. This uncanny control. I'm afraid that even the elders of ordinary sects can't do it. Huashan Shenlong Qingming. Who the hell is he? Next you have luck. Turn a big week. I've put together your wounds. Follow my lead. You can completely open up these meridians. It's just a kick in the door. In this way, Qingming looked at the master of the gate. His luck flowed like a river all over his body. Finally reunited in a dantian. With his luck, The risk has undoubtedly increased several times. Slightly worse fool. I'm afraid I'm going to be more traumatized. But now, time is limited. And for the sake of the master's body, it will be delayed any longer. I'm afraid it's going to collapse soon. So bear with me. I'll clean you up. So far, with the filth stacked in the man's body, they were forced out of the body together. Qingming gradually withdrew his aura. That's a completed week, but I didn't tell the doorman. To heal his internal wounds once and for all. It's like this big week. Now I'm going to repeat it to him 12 times. It's been a long night. The owner's house was glowing. Until Qingming retracted the internal force for the last time. The whole man was smoking. Wait until Qingming completely lets go. Feel the physical change for the door owner. It would make him feel like he was dreaming. The pain of the internal injuries is now completely unfelt. Even the strength seems to have increased a little. He shuddered and asked Qingming what was going on. What I got was a sentence that Huashan would remember. The kindness of the door owner to Huashan in the past few decades. He will not forget. So please be like this. It has always guarded the name of Huashan. Until the name of Huingman. Enjoy a day with us. Hearing this, the man had already burst into tears. Isn't that what he has been for so many years? The moment of your dreams. So he said in a trembling voice. I will definitely protect Huashan. It must be early the next morning. The sun is shining. But Qingming's eyes were full of doubts. Inside the house at this time, it's not just messy. Look at the appearance of scratching your ears and cheeks during the day. Even Xiaojia are all scolding themselves for being a waste. Obviously, the Mediterranean Sea is also just around the corner. To say the darkest of the whole room. It belongs to Lu Shigu's gloomy corner. But Qingming asked coldly, what are you doing? Look at their resentful eyes like little daughters-in-law. Qingming only found out. It seems to have stimulated them by itself. But Wudong unlocked the treasure map. During the day, I had to turn my head in embarrassment. Actually, he can't be blamed for that. It took a few months for a sect to solve it. Let the four of them break 100 million in one night. It's true that some of the powers are hard. But that's not the worst problem right now. If the Wu-Tang clan pours out, even the current Qingming is difficult to spread its hands and feet. And watch them take away the unilateral side of the mixed Yuandan. He was even more unwilling. Just now, although it is certain that the treasure map is not a fake. But he couldn't help it. Inzhong persuaded. Even as a last resort. Just a few of us. It won't be Wudong's opponent. So wait brother, what you just said is right. Of course, we alone are no match for Wudong. It's obvious that Qingming looks like this. Again thought of his most usual trick. And no wonder. Previously, Taibao was almost forgotten by this message. They can also make it known to the world. So, once the situation is opened, the soul will also have a chance to fish in troubled waters. Although, I still can't accept such a crazy approach during the day. But Inzhong thought about it. It does seem to work. After all, the Wudong faction is for us. It's just too big. But all the sects and factions of the world are coming at the same time. Hear this. Even Zhao Jie's brain has figured it out. Something like that. So during the day is a loss. It seems that this is the only way we can now have a chance. After a long day, he finally exhaled a breath of turbidity. But how do we get the word out? Just go out and hype it up. I'm afraid I'm not going to be taken for a fool. And we don't have time to spread the word. Hearing this, the green spirit already had an idea. He said, don't worry. I thought of it. A guy who can stand for us. Let's rest first. I'll go and I'll be back. Meanwhile, the other side. The news that Wu Zhan was seriously injured by Qingling was transmitted back to Wudong. And above the main hall, the head of contemporary Wudong is a real person. It didn't seem like a surprise. 2 years ago, he can sweep Zhongnan as a disciple of 3 generations. Second-generation disciples. It's been so long. It is indeed understandable to be able to defeat Wu Zhan. But Jinxian doesn't understand. Where does this kind of thing make sense? With the guidance of the master. That's when he understood. Wudong's martial arts pay attention to accumulation. Before one's own internal force has reached a certain level. Naturally, it is much weaker than other famous families. But Jinxian, do you know why I'm saying this? I'm telling you, the reason why we need medicine immortals. Hear this. Jinxian was so nervous that he didn't even dare to breathe. He understood. I sent it away by myself. It could be the whole Wudong. The key to the door to a new world. Fortunately, the head has no intention of approaching. Because even he couldn't think of it. Huashan Shilong. It's strong enough to defeat Wu Zhan. So according to your example, what kind of person is that person? However, Jin Hyun is not sure. The only thing that is certain is, that man is an absolute monster. The disciple and he are not at all people of the same world. Hearing this false way is also unanimous. In terms of Zhengchuan's child's qualifications and strength, it's a lot better than when it was undocumented. Even he thinks Hua. Is the mountain dragon unattainable? Thinking of this master, the style of painting changed. He asked Jin Hyun to prepare. Travel to Nanyang. This time, the elders will personally lead the team. They will, estimated the child known as Huashan Shenlong. I'm definitely still spinning around for the group that didn't get to the treasure atlas, so they should be waiting for us to come over. Waiting for an opportunity to snatch the unilateral side. Dazzle, I think you know what I mean. The mistakes you make are up to you. Although I can roughly guess the mind of the master. But for the sake of the Wudong faction selection, it's not as good as it gets. And the other side. Luoyang is not far from Nanyang. The crowd was bustling. Even the beggars seemed to be looking very bright. It's just that. A piece of news quickly reached the beggar Changlong. Just yesterday, the defeat of Wudong by the Huashan disciples is too weird. But this matter is blessed by Qingming. It's almost everyone who knows about it. Naturally, it can't escape the ears and eyes of the beggars. Soon this matter was sent to the Luoyang rudder. However, the man who received the message was clearly unlucky. He didn't understand. This kind of sect that has been in decline for 100 years, even if it has improved in recent years. How can it be with today's #1 sword gate Wudong? On a par, not to mention defeating them. It's just that he subconsciously glanced at it. A message from Nanyang. Thick stack. He couldn't help but look at it twice. This was a surprise to find. All of this news turned out to be all one thing. Huanmin E. Wudong was defeated, evacuated from the gym, and then withdrew from the South Seas. Although the number of Wudong is large, still helpless. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. So many people. The caliber is so unified. Mo is not Huashan after Zhongnan. Even Wudong was folded in their hands. This is the most prestigious gang of 9 factions in martial arts. The comeback of Huashan. I'm afraid it's going to get interesting. But what the hell is this? Someone actually saw the disciples in Wudong. Clean. Seeing that Wu Zhan was put in the car and dragged back to the Wudong faction. This is not ridiculous to describe. He was thinking. There was a commotion outside. The man just wanted to reprimand. But he heard the door of his house creak. Was pushed into slack. Looking at the outfit of the man in the room. And the stick he held slowly. Qingming is very happy. This should be the helmsman of the beggar gang in Luoyang. And I saw him striding near. And the 2 disciples behind him seemed to be useless. This will look at Qingming with a solemn expression. Come on, I've got a big deal here. He didn't mind the mess that the beggars had always had. Pa's life chatted with him about the purpose of this trip. But no one could have listened immediately. The gibberish of a trespasser. Even if the man has already guessed the identity of the other party. This neuropathy in front of me. It is probably the Qingling known as the Huashan Divine Dragon. Here are the beggars. It's not a bazaar. Run here to sell things. He also demolished Lao Tzu's door. Isn't this pure and unpleasant? Xiaoxia, Ihong Dagwang looks very good at bullying, right? Facing Min's doubts. Instead, the lime looked indifferent. Since the beggars have such a large piece of cake, don't be. And this thing is so precious. So, I have to look for the nearest lower human distribution. Hear this. Hong Dagwang felt more and more confused. This guy came to the beggars on the front foot. The hind foot went to find woman. So it seems. He should be very clear. What kind of place is the beggars? But Qingming looks like he is underbeaten. Let him change his mouth now as like a stalk in his throat. If you miss something big because of your own negligence, the day of the helmsman himself, I'm afraid it's the end of it. In this way, he's still stubbornly left to clean up. Just when you see the treasure map. With his eyesight, he knew it right away. This thing is anything but ordinary. However, when he trembled and wanted to pick it up, was interrupted by a snap from Qingming. Hong Dagwang covered his smoking palm. Surprise in his eyes almost overflowed. He's an elder of the beggar gang. Just that moment. I didn't even see Qingming's movements at all. There are a lot of thoughts. That's when I tightened my mind. So what exactly is this? The disciple who originally pricked up his ears outside the room for a while. It's going to be a little less reserved. Qingming looked a little impatient. After all, the reason why the beggars can become the core of the 9 factions and 1 gang. It is because of them that they are in the world. Unparalleled intelligence power. There are several concubines outside the official and noble. Went down to the next door, Wangshen let out a few farts at night. As long as you want, they can all find the answer for you. And this is a treasure map of the tomb of the prophet. This is for the whole beggars. Undoubtedly, it is another major event that has swept the rivers and lakes. Qingming is clear. If this treasure map falls into the hands of the beggars, on a day, the whole rivers and lakes will by times spring from them. And crazy and magnificent. He also seemed to understand the current situation. The reason why this guy in front of him gave up on this treasure map for himself and do such a unique thing. I'm afraid it's a plank road. Darkness Chinsong. But it's terrible. Even knowing these things, it can only be done according to his ideas. Can come up with such a naked conspiracy. This man is too dangerous. I want to come for a while. Maybe Huashanjun. He will be pulled back to the peak of 100 years ago. It's just that although he is very smart, but after all, he's still a hairy boy. The value of this information. How much more could he know? Thereupon, Chen Daguang slyly affirmed the value of the treasure map. Later, he used the original owner to be the Wudong faction. The total number of buyers will offend this day with scruples. Under the first sword gate and sharply reduced. Plus whether the treasure map can be cracked in a short time. It is also a risk that the beggars need to take. But in view of the reputation of the young man, who imitates the Huashan Divan Dragon, let's not doubt the authenticity of this treasure map. So we can finally pay 120,000 taels to buy this picture. He muttered 120,000 taels of words in his mouth. Hong Daguang was very proud. After all, this number is for a sect. It's a lot of money. This is also the beggars are willing to do otherwise. However, he was not finished speaking. I saw Qingming get up and wanted to leave. Hong Daguang was anxious. He would never have thought of it. This guy will choose to just flip the table and leave. But this information is inevitable for the beggars. But even if he repeatedly raised the price, in exchange, the young man couldn't bear to congratulate him. With a loud bang, Hong Daguang's house was kicked by Qingming. He said, "You stinky beggars, rich and unrivaled country. It tricked me into the head. Don't say 200,000 taels." I saw Qingming put out 3 fingers. Continue to 3 million taels to settle at a time. Below that number, nothing to talk about. When Tianxiang once said that the world is very cold, friendship is expensive and cheap, and these words were placed in the first sword gate in the world in the past. The same applies. The decline of Huashan. So that Xuanzi was witnessed with his own eyes. The people I once trusted left indifferently one by one. I have also faced my brothers and sisters who are like family countless times. Turn your back on the teacher. In the midst of this turbulence, they don't even have time to take care of their own martial arts. So now after they go down the mountain, Xiansong is even more restless every day. Those children are the hope of him and the whole of Huashan. Although he did not mention his concerns. But as his junior brother, why don't the two of them understand the mind of the master? It's just that the financial pavilion master is more upright. After all, he's 2. I'm worried that those children will have an accident with Shang Wudong. Facing the relief of the Xuansheng junior brother, he didn't find it useful at all. Brother, those children are different from us, aren't they? With their strength, it's going to be all right. Speaking of this, the master of the financial pavilion felt that there was nothing wrong. Yes, they have to live with fine clothes and food. We must not live as poor as we do. As for the fame stuff, I really don't care. I only hope that they will not be looked down upon by the world. I was satisfied, and Xuanzang understands the thoughts of his junior disciples. Just how they are. It can also be used as nourishment for children. Enough is enough. He was thinking. Yun Lian suddenly ran over. It turned out that he had received a message from the Galactic Business Group. That's when I rushed to report. The letter said that the disciples of Huashan and the disciples of Wudong, on behalf of the 2 families, 5 doors were competed. As a result, Huashan won completely, and from the gym also left Nanyang. Wine Gate is unharmed, and it has been put in order. Discipleship has resumed. And this is the news that the young group master has confirmed many times. Absolutely no moisture. Hearing this, Xuanzong almost stumbled again. They actually really won Wudong. It's remarkable. Maybe someday, Huashan will once again be among the 9 factions. Although this news, it wasn't passed down from them to the young master. But count the days. I guess there will be 3 more days. They should be back too. At this point, the master of the financial pavilion did not wait for the head to speak. I'm going to get ready. Welcome the children who have returned from hard work. Don't worry, I'll make sure it's in place. Seeing this, Xinshang didn't say anything. The senior brother in charge can also let go of that worry. Although, they also think it's quite miraculous that Qingling didn't get into trouble. Really, that kid still knows how to be restrained when he's out of the house. But what they don't know is, at this time, the beggars helped Luoyang. Divisional. The helmsman's eyes were full of grief at this time. The treasure map in Qingling's hand. The opening is 3 million taels of silver. Not to mention that this will not be able to take out so much money in the rudder. Even if you take it out, it can't be so easy on the top. It should be traded at this price. So, do you do this business or not? When he was stupid, he saw Hong Daguang stretch out 2 fingers. How about 2 million taels? Young man, you need to know. There are people in the world today who can come up with that number. You can count it on your fingers. And if you can't accept this price, then you can't do this business. Even if you try to find the afternoon door, it's useless. They don't say it's 2 million. Even if it is 1 million taels, it may not be able to get it. So you have to think it through. But he said so. But in my heart, I always feel that this kid is very evil. He didn't understand either. This guy knows the value of this thing. Or is it simply a sky-high asking price? But there's no denying it. The valuation of this thing in my heart. It's exactly 3 million taels. It's just that he is both arrogant and easy. It's annoying to look at. It's like if I don't say yes, he would immediately turn around and look for the door. And Qingming heard this. He didn't bother to continue pestering. So he put away the treasure map and slowly got up. Hong Dagwang thought he was repeating his old tricks again.
It still looks confident.
Can be a second. Qingming told him. I plan to go to the Wuhan branch of the beggar gang. Hear this. Hong Dagwang is fierce and fierce. The Wuhan rudder is the territory of 9 fingers.
If he just doesn't make it happen.
That's it. But if it's given to 9 toes, I'm afraid that the time comes. The elders must be dissatisfied with Luoyang's rudder. He panicked when he thought of this. Only then did the price of 3 million taels be suddenly printed. He didn't lose anything anyway. However, Qingling took this snack. He took a look at it thoroughly. Did I say sell it for 3 million? Now I'm going to collect 3.5 million taels. It's obvious that Hong Dagwang is stupid. But this thing is in Qingling's hands after all. Isn't the price also a matter of his words? And for the price, it's going to go up again. Now it's 3.8 million. Hong Dagwang is really anxious. I'm afraid that Qingling will raise the price again. Only then did he hurriedly shout that he paid 3.8 million to buy yuan. The atmosphere between the two fell silent all of a sudden. Half a day, he clapped his hands with the lime. You've made a wise decision. That's it. Hong Dagwang took out the existing 1 million in Luoyang. Borrowed another 2.8 million from a mainland bank. It's very comfortable to make this little money addicted. If I find out this thing is fake. Or maybe you're playing some trick on me. My beggars have disciples all over the world. However, he was not finished. Qingming interrupted Dao, and the picture must be true. Because this treasure map Wudong has been unlocked. So you hurry up and go. They should have already set out to dig the sword mound. I didn't lie to you. That's it. Hong Dagwang has only been able to determine the authenticity of the treasure map. Gradually, it was completely replaced by shock. Until the disciple who was running errands on the side looked at him. Only then did he realize that he looked like a dead man.
Grab that stinky boy.
Bang. This beggar gang disciple. It's also the first time I've seen such a grumpy helm master. Huashan Shalong dares to play me. I'm going to let him know. Dare to provoke the beggars. No, it's someone who dares to provoke me, Hong Dagwang. What the hell is going on? After a while, the disciples came to report again. The helmsman had already sent some reinforcements. Although the number of people that can be dispatched is relatively limited at the moment. But Hong Dagwang knows. Now the most important thing is, hurry up and have someone come over and copy this treasure map. This treasure map must be sold as much as possible immediately. Even the process of screening buyers. It also has to be omitted. And let me figure out the whereabouts of Huashan Shanlong. That's how the Nanyang boundary. It was soon filled with a steady stream of people. Although in recent years, the news of the sword mound has been frequent. But this time the source was sent by the beggars. So much so that many famous bigwigs. They all left behind what they were doing. Almost the entire Nanyang is occupied by people in the martial arts. It was also seen by the Wudong disciples. Jinchuan, you said that the treasure map was robbed for only 3 days. There are so many people gathered here today. Is this reasonable? Hear the Void Elder's question. He didn't dare to slack off. But it's obvious. Should be. The news that Huashan saved the sword mound somewhere in Nanyang. Spread the word. Let's look at the current situation. Elder Void immediately understood Huashan's intentions. It seems that they made this move. It's to prevent me Wudong from entering the sword mound alone. It's really sinister. It's just that these people will flock to the South Seas. This means that no one has solved the mystery of the treasure map yet. And it's obvious. They have observed that we are coming. But everyone is pretending not to find out. We want to come. It's just waiting for us to act first. But we're a Wu-Tang clan. Every disciple. All have strength that they can't match. There is no place in the world where we want to set foot. I don't think anyone can stop it. Therefore, the disciples immediately set off towards the sword shrine. Soon everyone will understand. We did it step by step, just to avoid trouble. I'm not really afraid of them. Meanwhile, inside the Huang Gate, Hong Dagwang finally found the location of Qingling. And during the day, he also recognized the comer. That was the helmsman of the Luoyang rudder. I saw him sigh a long sigh. God knows what happened to that guy. And it's obvious. The man didn't have the slightest kindness in his eyes when he looked at Qingling. Actually, that's right. Hong Dagwang. This will really lose his temper. Now the martial arts people gathered in Nanyang. More than the locals who live here. All these 8 achievements come from this guy's calculations. Although I am angry. But now he also wants to know. This Huashan Divine Dragon. And what are the plans in this matter? However, Qingming is not so kind. I'm just going to watch the fun. After all, I made so much money. What else is there to rush about? Well, look at Hong Dagwang's appearance. If it weren't for the strength that the guy showed before, this will say that Qingming will be beaten first. Think about it. This guy came here a day ago with money. It is not hidden. Speaking of which, I can't do anything now. And Wuda is about to set off for the sword mound. With these 2 people for temporary reinforcements. Don't talk about Wudong. Even those who follow the rumors. I can't deal with it. And so it goes. If I want to enter the sword shrine, In the end, this guy is the only one to rely on. Thinking of this, Hong Daguang finally sighed. Providence mixed people. Although, this guy is not quite in his right mind. But to say that he was not prepared, I don't think it's going to make this happen. That would be my last hope. And Qingming will chew the barbecue. Glanced at him too. Why, do you want a drink? This guy still has the heart to drink. Does he even know it? Now the martial arts people outside. Almost all of them have become vicious dogs. Swarming. What a bunch of big fools. Contribute money and effort. I don't understand it. Okay. These words finally judged the last shred of the man's sanity. Hong Daguang could no longer contain his anger. Stinky boy, aren't you going to take the mixed yuan dan? You are like this now. Isn't it also making wedding dresses for others? It's just that he didn't finish his words. Lu Shi did not appear suddenly. Behind the two of them, I have to say that he is elusive. Even Hong Daguang was obviously frightened. The Wu-Tang clan acted. As soon as it closed, I heard a clang. The mind is happy. Senior brothers and uncles. Let's go like this. The man hadn't reacted yet. The five had vanished in place. He woke up suddenly. Yelled at what he was doing. Hurry up and chase it. Damn, you have to keep up with those people in Huashan. Otherwise, he would really lose his wife and soldiers this time. Father, what's going on? Heard Xiaoxing's words. The door owner was also a little confused. But now he doesn't dare to make any decisions. I had to rejoice. Maybe they have their own agendas. Soon the Wudong faction left Nanyang City. They are as fast as they can. Go to the location of the sword shrine. But here's the surprise. The man who tracked them behind them. It's coming at a breakneck pace. Originally thought that they would have some scruples about Wudong. But now it seems. News of the medicine fairy made them determined to openly oppose Wudong. That being the case, you take someone to get rid of those guys. That's it. The Wudong sect's generation of disciples slammed into shape. What greeted was a dense crowd of martial arts people. And they don't seem to say much. Soon, a series of roars dispersed from the forest. Understand that it is now suppressed by force. Would be the most effective solution. After all, people who are blinded by greed. Good words will only lead to greater sacrifices. That's it. They went straight to the place marked on the map. It's just that this scene makes the void a little positive. A large forest. Only here is empty. If you don't usually have shooting star passing by, it may just seem a little strange. But if you come here with suspicions, I'm afraid that when I thought of this, Susan immediately waved his hand. Immediately, all the disciples dispersed. Each began to look for the entrance to the sword shrine. And the way they search is very simple. Carpet with a long sword to explore the strange beneath the surface. This open space is large. But soon there was a slight click. Susan was keenly aware of the abnormality. So without saying a word, he drew his sword and rushed towards him. A sword pierced into the blade. The buzzing sound made the corners of his mouth uncontrollable. Here it is. Dispel gradually. Internal forces are rushing to fitness. Suddenly, the ground around it seemed to be boiling and began to agitate. Disciples who were a little closer. The tremor from the soles of the feet can be clearly felt. In the middle of the day, the internal force injected with the dispersion became more and more majestic. I saw him twist his sword violently. When unplugged again, the surrounding ground immediately turned like a river and a sea. A large amount of soft and terrifying internal force poured out. With the ethereal, exaggerated sword, chi erupted further. Suddenly, large clouds of dust flew up like muddy water. A huge pit, and a huge iron door. It appeared in his field of vision. Sure enough, I found it. It is the gate of the sword mount. Meanwhile, a generation of disciples has been defeated one after another. A large number of martial arts people. I gradually saw the scene in the clearing. The Wu-Tang clan seems to have found something over there. Looks like they found it. The man who suddenly rushed to the front suddenly woke up. Rushing over, they found the entrance to the sword shrine. It's clear that this shouting make almost all the eyes in the eyes. It's all glowing green. They rushed towards the sword mound like crazy. Soon broke through the barriers of a generation of disciples. However, just as the group was about to disperse the elders, there was not the slightest panic in his eyes. As the words came out of his mouth, the words slowly came out. The next second, everyone's weapons were immediately shattered by one person in an instant. He clenched the hilt of his sword for only a moment, and immediately they turned their back. Summarily executed. The man acted as if nothing had happened. Looking back at the continuation. Senior brother, these people are menacing. It was trickier than I expected. A bunch of nobody to buy time. Wait until I get my membership list. Immediately retreat. Susan looked at the door again. It's obvious. This door is not something these people can pry. So he asked his disciples to come out first. You must know that even the sword chi just now, none of them could damage the door in the slightest. It can be seen that this is not an ordinary iron door. Case. Then I don't need sword energy. Just use a sword to break it. That's it. Susan concentrates the internal forces condensed into steel on the sword body. I heard a few loud bangs. This door is really like tofu. He cut it into vertical pieces. However, at the moment when the gate was destroyed, he seemed to have discovered something. A fierce spirit. Immediately leaped backwards. It turned out that behind the door was a deep pit that was vertical downward. And it's really almost impossible to see the bottom at a glance. This scene made him sigh. If we just broke in, I'm afraid I'll fall into it unprepared. If I want to get the mixed yuan Dan, do you have to jump into this black hole? It's really sinister. But now we have a hard time riding the tiger. Those disciples. It's impossible to stop those red-eyed lunatics all the time. Shiyuan, I'm going to take the lead. You escorted Wu Ran and the other disciples over. For their royal highness. The rest of the people followed me. That's it. Although he didn't know what exactly was down there. But even there is darkness that devours light. And don't try to stop us. Meanwhile, a Wudong disciple along with a towering tree. Someone bombarded near the entrance. He was convinced. The reckless man in the accumulating mansion is so strong. And look at the way he looks. It doesn't seem to take Wudong seriously. I don't understand why it's so big. More wisdom is forward. It's so fast. This blow is obvious. He was no longer powerless to parry or dodge. The shadow of death gradually gripped the man's sight. I heard a clang. Elder Chu Yuan suddenly appeared and caught this one. However, Manhwa didn't seem to notice the weirdness of this scene. Such a small body for a man. He can catch the one he poured his internal strength into so easily. It also shows the strength of the other party. It's not as simple as it seems. And what they didn't notice was the edge of the forest at this time. Several people with the point in his hand. He's smiling at the scene in front of him. It was clear that they were planning to take advantage of the fisherman. It's just that the man didn't find out. Several figures suddenly appeared behind him. When he realized, it seems that someone came later than them. His face has been cleared. The foundation of the punch flew out. That's it. The abacus of the 3-5 poisonous hand has not yet begun. That's the end of it. However, at this time, Manhwa had already killed his eyes. For them, the charm of the mixed yuan dan. It has long transcended any worldly morality. As for Chu Yuan, several times to dissuade, the young failed to awaken even a trace of his senses. Seeing this, Chu Yuan finally did not stay any longer. A longsword that was originally resolute. At this time, it was like an indomitable stream of water in his hands. At the moment when the giant axe swung it, all the strength is like a stone sinking into the sea. So far, he still hasn't been able to wake up. Just when he wants to attack again, Chu Yuan had already come behind him. It's just a critical hit. Manhwa was immediately affected by this domineering force. Fly away, and the towering trees that were originally in the forest. At this time, he also broke the tree. The scene was too much of a movement. So much so that almost everyone was stunned. Left, only Elder Chu Yuan's godlike figure. Wu Ran, you take the rest of the disciples into the sword shrine. After I came to break it, the people here listened to me. This is the place where my Wudong immortal war. But if they want to pursue them, or maybe you want to step into the source of the sword shrine, you'll have to ask me first. The sword of Wudong, as long as you have self-confidence, can beat me. I have to say, the momentum of the world's first sword sect elder. It really took them out of their original madness. Hold back a little. However, not all the people in the rivers and lakes are afraid of his strength. The 3 demons are one of them. You must know that the owner of the sword species is to capture the sword without a trace. You Wudong just discovered it a little earlier. That's what I want to do to get everyone away. Doesn't it make the world laugh at it? Thou shalt bow down with the sword of Deluo. Similarly, there is some frustration in the preface of the negative sword. The 2 of them alone would have been hard to resist. He really didn't expect it. In such a short period of time, it can attract so many guys who have been famous for a long time. And it's terrible. They didn't seem to be intent on focusing on themselves. Instead, it was to encourage the martial arts people present. So, there was still some chaos in the battle. It quickly becomes one-sided. So far, Shiyuan really doesn't have a good way. I had to spread the momentum. I've warned you of the threat. To enter the tomb, you have to beat me first. In this way, the Luojian is no longer verbose. When one stepped forward, he didn't know. At this time, the Wudong disciples had already stepped into the sword mound, and at the same time that the sword Shi of the Void Yuan kicked up the dust. But he jumped out, straight to the entrance. When the crowd sees clearly, he's long gone. It was clear that he had escaped. But it made the emotions of the martial arts people even more intense. In order to catch up with Wudong first, again the blade in the hand, swing towards the surroundings. Fortunately, the 3 demons don't seem to have any plans. There was an immediate conflict with Tufu. The 2 just looked at each other. Immediately understood the other parties. Mind to them. The battlefield should be left in the last place to win the order. However, outside the sword mound at this time, it has long become a human purgatory with ghosts and ghosts. In order to increase the likelihood of obtaining the mix-you-one pill for yourself, they have taken everyone but themselves. Treat him as an enemy. Everyone looks like the one who stands in my way dies. This also made Qingling, who had just arrived here, a little surprised. I didn't expect to attract so many people. But forget it. We also rush. It's bitter. Loves books during the day. The whole person looks like he is on a thief ship. But now they can only cheer up 12 points. After all, this is not a sect. The slightest mistake could cost you your life. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. In order to enter the ancient tomb of the Mes Immortals, this is the sword and sword shadow of several disciples of Huashan. I have to say, if it weren't for Qingming's combat power against the sky, in this battle situation where you can stab several people with your eyes closed, any point is taken lightly. You can make them powerful and nowhere to go. Make a hate for this. Obviously, although most of the combat power of the people here, they have a big gap, but they really fought. This kind of momentum that can kill you at a glance. For these wild heroes, it seems more sophisticated. And in the film, this will finally be noticed. Those guys who were shocked by the green spirit before, now it's getting its eye on them. The current situation, it's just because there is a green spirit in front of you. That's why I didn't find out. We are already in purgatory of fighting each other. It's obvious. The consciousness in the film is the first to feel this sense of oppression. But fortunately, it didn't take long. Qingling had already rushed to the entrance with them. However, Hong Daguang suddenly burst into a loud shout, interrupted his steps. You bastard. If you want to reap the profits, you have to take me with you. Hearing this, Qingling was also speechless for a while. Sky, how did you blatantly sell yourself? Actually, it's no wonder. Hong Daguang was very helpless in his heart. Their beggar gang disciples are all over the Shinjo continent. But on the foundation of Kung Fu, there's really no way to compare with the disciples of the Ninth Faction. And because of this, most of them had lost their strength by the time they arrived. Ask them to charge now. It's no different from a meat bun stuffed into a dog's mouth. However, just give up the opportunity of the sword shrine. He was reluctant. At this time, there was a sudden loud noise from the crowd in front of them. Look up. Qingling has already been killed. Why are you stunned? There's no bargain for you to pick up when you're there. Seeing this Hong Daguang, he was also stunned. But he quickly reacted. It's just that the beggars will be physically exhausted. With the cover of Qingling alone. I want to break through the sword of this group of savages. I'm afraid it's harder than climbing to the sky. This will be a little helpless. A dodge rushed towards Hong Daguang and his party. Under the innocent gaze of the little beggars. Qingming, a pickup, is a slam throw. Hong Daguang was stupid when he saw this scene. Should it be said or not? Got the location. Qingming's strength is still very stable. That's how he carried it. The disciples of the beggar gang were all thrown out in an instant. Finally, there is Hong Daguang. Just look at his expression. It's clear that we haven't gotten out of the shock yet. But Qingming doesn't care about those. It was all over, and he withdrew his best efforts afterwards. Oh, there may be some people who can use it in the future. But the soldiers are fast. There's no benefit to staying here. Thinking of this, he was another dodge. And landing again. We've come to the entrance. Everyone's full today. Please invite you on early on another day. Then the boy jumped backwards. Up to the top of the opening. There was a loud thud of air being trampled. Qingming has already been carried. A little plum blossom entered the building. That's it. The entrance to the ancient tomb of the Medicine Immortal was easily destroyed by him. And the group that entered the ancient tomb one step earlier. This will also run into some trouble. Ghost Cry 3 kills. Was originally a well-known bully in the rivers and lakes. Into the building. They weren't going to be in the company of these little kids. See them like this. During the day, they had to fight. Although he can't be sure either. Now yourself. Can you win this famous few people? But he was thinking. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the side of the three people. Micromeasurement of Min's eyeballs. Own brothers. Was stepped on by a teenager like this. These are some of these things. Who are you? Forget it, it doesn't matter anyway. Let's beat me up first. That's it. Everyone looked at the constant clanging sound behind them. It was a dry word in my heart. This ghost cried 3 kills in the Hunan area. But it is more fearsome than the tiger. Well, maybe in the eyes of this guy. The standard of looking at the opponent is a bit too big for ordinary people. What a monster. Looking at the man who had been beaten into a lump of flesh. There is also some sympathy for them during the day. After all, Qingming's fist. No one wants to be taken a second time. And I can't remember how many beatings I took in the mountains. That's pretty straightforward, isn't it? Have you ever seen the guy who named his tomb? It's obvious that Xiao Zhe's brain is a little insufficient. But Yin Zhong soon discovered the problem. If it is said, this is the sword without a trace to name his tomb building. And then it spread it out again. So what would be his purpose? Seeing this, the heart also nodded. One thing is certain, though. Whether this is the tomb to be lifted or not. Don't let your guard down. This place is definitely not ordinary. And Hong Daguang was worried. They may not be able to cope well with this point later. Service of the situation. But he wanted to find more people to join forces. Let's explore the proposal of the Sword Shrine first. Was laughed at by Qingming. They're the last to come in. Guy with a bit of a brain. I'm afraid we've already joined forces at this point. The rest are probably some loners. And Wudong seized the opportunity. I think most of them. In order to deal with these non-factions. A veritable powerhouse in a gang. Cooperation has already begun. Come to think of them as death. We'll also bite off a piece of meat in Wudong. Thinking of this, Qingming's heart has already blossomed. Hong Daguang suddenly had a feeling. It's not everything. It's all going according to this guy's plan. Huashan Shenlong. I don't know what you're going to do, but if they find the mixed yuan pill first, I'm afraid that's the end of it. And this is just as clear. So let's go. By the way, why are you still following me? I've grown so big. I really haven't heard of anything a beggar can do to help. You can pass on some information and so on. Think about it. That doesn't seem to be a bad thing. And sir, the guy who punched me when I just woke up. Uncle, you're the helmsman of the beggar gang, right? So what is your position in the whole beggar gang? Hearing this, Hong Daguang suddenly came to his senses. To know in the whole beggars. A beggar of higher status than him. No more than 100 people died. Let's put it this way. Like a generation of disciples. He could move his toes and point at them. Here the spirit of this clarity also comes. You can follow me. There is a little beggar named Zhongba in the Wuhan branch. Wait to get out. Bring him to me. I have a kindness with him and I haven't repaid it. That's it. The group walked slowly towards the depths of the ancient tomb. And here, because it is inlaid with many night pearls the size of goose eggs, it's much brighter than expected. That's it. The wealth of a medicine fairy. The force is unimaginable. Just thinking about it. Hong Daguang suddenly felt that this place had become much darker. Look up. Qingming is like a bandit. Collect the beads. He realized that this would be like a creeper in his hands. It is necessary to pluck a hair. It doesn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Did the guy in front find the mixed yuan dan? Thinking of this, Hong Daguang suddenly stirred a spirit. Could it be that he can sense Wudong's movements here? Although I could also vaguely feel that there was a group of people in front of me. It's vague. Look at what this guy looks like. He clearly felt it. The presence of a group of guys in front. But it's such a little ghost. Is it really that strong? Uncle need to know. The group came down first. That's how easy it is for us to move forward. You get the idea. At this point, problems have also been found in the film. The passage here is getting narrower and narrower. It could have accommodated 5 strong men side by side. Now it's crowded. And from just now, it's always a bad smell. The first reaction was bloodshed. The smell is bloody. Then the people were silent. The uneasiness. It gradually permeated the hearts of Huashan and his disciples. Soon everyone was relieved. Qingming, what the hell is going on? Compared to Xiaojie, in the movie, even during the day, he was a little stunned. Blood from the corners of these people's mouths. Eerily black. It's clear that it's all poisonous. Looks like they've fallen for the trap here. You see, these people are densely packed with many fine needles on their bodies. And it should shoot from all directions. I was also a little shocked to see this Hong Daguang. I can't think of a medicine fairy who is famous for his benevolence and righteousness all his life. It will be in his own tomb. Such a vicious trap was laid. Let's go. If you stay here, you will probably be poisoned. And from now on, don't mess around with anything around you. Remember, this is the rivers and lakes. Here, the name of Huashan can't protect us. Although I don't know what kind of person Yao Xian is. But one thing is for sure. Over here. It's definitely not just a storehouse for storing treasures. As for the purpose of laying these traps, thinking about it, it will also determine the danger of this tomb visit. The mind is thinking. In a trance. A ghostly light overhead attracted Hong Daguang. When a few people looked back, the guy had climbed onto the roof. Click. Just put the night pearl that emits a red light. Hold out. What the hell are you doing? I'm not saying that. Don't just touch the weird stuff here. It's Jingling who hasn't finished scolding yet. The whole of Cooper's trembled. This scene also made Hong Daguang a little stunned. It wouldn't be so unlucky. The Huashan disciples entered the medicine immortal sword tomb as they wished. Can be along the way. Jingling chiseled and chiseled. The money is a lot of money. Made Hong Daguang, who was originally a beggar, obviously a little envious. This will see the pearl of the night glowing red. His eyes were green. However, what he didn't expect was this. Just because of this move, the hug they were in began to tremble violently. Seeing that it is about to collapse. Hell, my words are so clear. Not listening. How did you spend so long on the rivers and lakes? I didn't get killed by myself. Qingming scolded him. Hong Daguang was also stunned in his heart. You can look up. The speed at which Coopers collapsed. Far more than they could flee with. And the worst part, the road ahead is getting narrower. It also makes it necessary for everyone to run in a line. It's just at times like these. Such a form is undoubtedly a test of human nature. Come to think of it, Qingling is also angry. He kicked Hong Dagwang. The fat man flew out of the distance, and then stabilized his body and continued to run. He knew he deserved it. But this will Qingming jump to the team. He didn't know such a time. What else can Qingming do? And now they're running all the time. It doesn't seem to be able to do anything either. At this time, Zhaojia was the first to notice that there was a light in the distance. That should be the end of this eternal journey. Seeing this, the day was even more riveting, pushing the grand robe of light that was about to be exhausted. The channel is too narrow. Seeing that everyone behind him was so anxious that they jumped to their feet. But they didn't find out. The one who was originally at the back suddenly kicked in back. This is a great force. Force to make the front of everyone. We're all squeezed into our heads. Everyone felt the power coming from behind them. I didn't have time to look back. That's it. An extremely strange gesture rushed out. Meanwhile, the corridor behind him also completely collapsed. It is clear that they survived. Just make sure it's safe here at the same time. But they didn't have time to rejoice. Because of that kick just now, it's definitely Qingling who was helping them. But now he is buried alive in the swimming lane. Xiaojia, and the film can't think about it. It's crazy, pulling at the hole that had been completely sealed. This scene also made Hong Dagwang completely stunned. Huashan Shenlong, that would have become the future of the rivers and lakes. The guys of the heroes of the previous generation. But because of his own momentary mistake, he fell. How does such a reality make him accept? The corners of his eyes trembled. Tears poured out uncontrollably. Why Huashan Shenlong? But his roar didn't stop. The hole suddenly burst open. Look closely. Qingming can really rush out of this kind of place. What an incredible power this is. It's just that Hong Dagwang doesn't have time to think about it now. The whole person was immersed. The joy that this guy is still alive. If it weren't for the sudden pain of my own bone misalignment, he really almost forgot. A good thing that I did. I think you must have a lot to say. But things in this world, if it can be solved in a few words, then there will be no war. That's right, so, let's beat me up first. That's it. How miserable Hong Dagwang's next picture will be. Just look at the expressions of a few people. Meanwhile, deep in the tomb on the other side, the Wu-Tang clan has come a long way. They relied on the Great Elder to open the way. Although there are many dangers along the way, but all of them were overbearing by the old way's domineering force. It's broken. Now him, completely to the medicine immortal from 1,000 years ago. There is a new understanding. No matter how much people praised him in his previous life. Now it seems, this man is definitely a sinister and vicious person. And now the situation is very unfavorable for them. He could feel it. The people behind them were about to catch up with him. Everything is about to get completely out of control. Not only did these people not guard against each other, even chose to join forces temporarily. The whole thing is so weird. Could it really be that the kid from Huashan did it deliberately? Come to think of it, he immediately cut off these thoughts. Now the priority is to stop the pursuers behind them. Thereupon, he ordered his junior disciples to lead most of his disciples to stop and fight. It's really dazzling. And the other two disciples sped forward. It's clear that he's done, even at the expense of everything. All of them have to prepare to win the mixed Yuandan. However, they didn't go far. There was a lot of glint in front of him again. It was a dazzling sight that soon found out that it was a poisoned arrow. This time, it also made the Great Elder's anger towards the medicine immortal even stronger. But wait for him to resist this wave of traps. Everyone froze. But that's the purpose. It's crazy. On those things, I don't feel any anger at all. Damn it, he even made these kings not even die at peace. Perhaps, the medicine fairy. I really don't know under the name, what it represents. But if it goes on like this, maybe, there really is no one who can leave here alive. Meanwhile, the other side, Hong Dagwang complained there with a bulging head. I am also an elder. Seeing this, Qingming still wanted to go up and continue to come a few times. But let him be like that. All the while beating up a guy who looked a little longer. I always think it's still a little weird. Interestingly, Hong Dagwang's recklessness just now. It seems that his little brothers have complaints. Listen to them complain. I met such a helmsman. This feeling of physical and mental exhaustion. It was still very painful for him. After a while, the uncle finally sobbed. Repented of his mistakes. So far. Eventually, everyone began to look at the chamber. It's obvious. There doesn't seem to be any sign of anyone passing by. Just when Yongdao collapsed, Qingling found that there was another fork in the road. The people in front should all go from there. It seems that there is no other way now. Let's move on. Follow me. And uncles, you're messing around with things. You see, I don't chop off your hands. I won't be called Qingling. In this way, the green spirit came to the closed door. Push a little harder. The door was pushed open a crack. The smell of blood wafted from behind the door. The recent clarity is clearly consistent. But for now, they can't stop there. So he slammed the door open. Behind the door is a cave-like passage. The only difference is, it is much wider than the previous corridor. However, after what has happened before, they don't dare to take it lightly. The pace of progress is still very neat. Say that the only thing that is not quite harmonious. You can always hear some voice behind you. After several reminders did not stop, Qingming was also a little irritable. But when he asked, "What you get," however, all said they didn't make any noise. All of a sudden, things got weird. Until the voice came again. Qingming realized that it seemed to come from the top of his head. Wait until everyone looks up. Only then did I find out that I don't know when. There was already a black cloud above their heads. A large patch of scarlet eyes. Now they finally understood. The reason why this passage is so wide. It turned out to be because of the breeding of a large number of vampire bats. Seeing this Qingming, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just hurry over, everybody. Don't alarm these brutes. Naturally, there is no danger in thinking about it. However, during the day, it always feels a little strange. He'd heard of vampire bats before, too. But this is the first time I've heard of it. His eyes are red. At the mention of this, Qingling finally remembered. These seem to be spiritual creatures from Yunnan. It's called Moro vampire bat. It is said that they were bitten. It will suck up the blood, turned into a dry corpse. And they're all huge. The epidermis is also unusually hard. Ordinary knives and guns can't do anything with them. Even if it's a peerless master. It's also hard to resist the will. Qingling is reminiscing. The rest of the people had already run away. He was also a little speechless when he saw this. Why did these guys just leave themselves behind? It's slipping away. I was just about to scold 2 sentences. But suddenly a fierce one. The group of guys above had noticed themselves. He pounced on Qingling. Seeing this, he couldn't stand such a hunt. While running, he scolded the demon of the medicine fairy. I don't know what he has in his head. Senior brother in charge. If that guy is in the fairy world, you're going to give me a beating up. If you can't beat it, call them all. The brothers and sisters went up together. It's just that their speed is compared to that of these brutes. It's still a big difference. I saw a bat about to pounce on me. Qingling subconsciously punched it. Although, the bat was indeed beaten by him. But his iron was as hard. It's still a green spirit. I almost broke my bones. So, others were not so lucky. The bat still has paralyzing poison in its mouth. Hundreds of these things. Now they are almost all surrounded. Soon, Hong Daguang was also bitten off a piece of meat. To say that his martial arts are actually not weak. After all, the 8 immortals of the beggar gang can also be regarded as a family martial artist. But when he was lucky, only to find out, the dodge speed of these beasts is also very good. Is this the existence of a spirit creature? And these monsters seem to smell blood. It's starting to get even more exciting. What should I do with this amount? Even if I try my best to stop the food. But it goes on like this. We're doomed. Huashan Shenlong. Can you think of a way? At this point, Qingling is also a big head. I saw him rush into the air. With a thud, he drew his sword. Suddenly, the cold light became a golden ray in the darkness. The boy tries to help his friends out of danger. In the end, he has completed 10 layers of skill, performed the plum blossom sword technique. Brilliant petals in the surprised gaze of the old beggar. Catching, however, the power of this sword. But the current Qingming can't be used all the time. Thankfully, the southern Xinjiang bats seem to be feeling the danger. For a while, it didn't come as turbulent as it did just now. That's what it used to be. Huashan plum blossoms that have disappeared in the memory of the world. It was in front of my eyes again. It's really the same as before. Wait until everyone comes to their senses. Only then did I find that the group of spirit beasts seemed to be. I am afraid to see this. Qingling didn't dare to stay. Beckoned everyone to leave quickly. It's just that Hong Daguang understands. Just that miraculous swordsmanship. How incredible it is. I think it would not have been for intimacy. He died here a long time ago. And his so-called experience in the rivers and lakes. In the face of a real crisis. It's child's play. Then again, Uncle, are you here to play? Anachronistic sounds. Qingling Temple saw through the old beggar's thoughts. But now they are still in the tomb. And wait for the road ahead. Take them as far as they are concerned. It is also a reef and a dangerous shoal. To add insult to injury. At this time, some of the little beggars were already physically exhausted. Seeing this clear spirit, there was no urgency before. This made Hong Daguang obviously stunned. And Qingling's answer was very simple. People were injured. Of course, you need a rest. Such is the image of a young man in the eyes of an old beggar. It's getting more and more confusing. He's such a calculating guy. At such a time, people come first. If it really delays Rodan. I'm afraid, however, Qingling at this time didn't care about Hong Daguang's thoughts. He could clearly feel the murderous aura ahead. Either that, or a large-scale battle has already begun. Either that, or someone has fallen into the trap. Got entangled in something. In this building. But other traps are hidden. It's hard to fathom. If it's as difficult as the Moro vampire bats from now on, I'm afraid I can't handle it even by myself. The safest at the moment. Or let everyone save every piece of energy. As for Xiaojiede, although the foundation is good, but at this time, the mental tension comes with the exhaustion. I'm afraid it's no less than those old beggars. Nebula, aren't you tired? What's so tiring about this? Know that this is just the beginning. Something like sword grabber. If you really have the intention to set a trap, far from it. Stop that kind of means. Brother, you remember. Although I don't know why I want to grab the sword without a trace in the first place. But at the moment, this situation, definitely not one. I want to make it easy. Do what you have left behind in your legacy. And for the human heart, even if you pride yourself on knowing someone very well, occasionally, it will show a completely unfamiliar side. Not to mention such a guy from 200 years ago. At this point, Yin Zhong was afraid of cold. But there is no denying it. The meaning of Qingming. For them, there is really no need to consider the intentions of the medicine county. Although, I always feel that there is another deep meaning behind the tomb. But even so, it is indeed impossible for us to understand his intentions. Just obediently put down the mixed yuan pill, and fade away to be stupid. Everyone finally set foot on the road again. However, there are many restrictions due to underground buildings. In Qingming's view, they're also coming to the end. The only problem now is probably that there must have been someone else in that shot. Inevitably, it will be a fight. It's a pity that poison is poisonous. So many goose eggs the size of a night pearl. After the danger of the square. Now even Qingming doesn't dare to dig it easily. If it weren't for someone called Hanako, I'm sure I've taken it all with me. Hear this. Hong Dagwang still wanted to quibble. In exchange, it was a resentful look from the young man. I will never forget this hatred. That's it. The group finally came to the next secret room. Look up. This is even bigger than the cave of the previous route of spirit beasts. Unimaginable. Build such a space underground. Is it really within the reach of manpower? Just as he was thinking about it, there was a sudden sound behind him. The door that was just opened. At this moment, it turned into a dead end with a bang. That's it. It doesn't seem like a good thing to think about. And just now patronized inside. What the hell is this strong smell of blood in the air? Roughly speaking, there are at least 20. All the people were slaughtered. They are Deluo Sword, Shuli Axe, Shandong Quicksword, Light Sword Scholar. The 3 demons even have a knife sharpening Zhao Mingshan. What the hell did you guys do? Zhao Mingshan, I thought. At least you and Deluo Jian still know the severity. Unexpectedly, will actually attack innocent heroes from all walks of life. Who should be? It turned out to be a red rail. Have you forgotten? Jiang Hu rules. Guilty of guilt. But it is also a sin to covet treasures. Now that they have a lust for treasures. That's the sinner. How can you say that you are innocent? Just think about it. If only I could get a magic weapon here. The strength will inevitably go to the next level. Outside then, I can do more chivalrous things. Isn't it? Don't pretend to be any of you beggars. Well, come here. Isn't it possible that this situation was not expected? I have to preach with a righteous and awe-inspiring appearance. It's really brazen. Hear this. Hong Dagwang could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. This is an act of human life. Even in the struggle of the rivers and lakes. It was also a disaster that provoked a bloody struggle between forces. What's more, you are deliberately squatting. Wanton slaughter. Alright, you're all dying anyway. There is no benefit or harm in talking too much. Hong Dagwang also understands that this group of people is extremely difficult to deal with. However, a quick glance after a week. But a desperate discovery. All the roads from which they came have been completely blocked. So far, only the path behind them is viable. In other words, Hung Hanging Pole is now in this situation. It is the deliberate result of grabbing the sword without a trace. And we're just following his wishes. Hear this. Hong Dagwang also understood that he had no way out. Mobilize internal strength. I plan to take my disciples to fight for their lives. Fortunately, he also cleared the disparity in strength between the two sides. Forced. Now I also have to ask the disciples of Huashan. Advance and retreat with it. And during the day, they are already young chivalrous. This would not even think of standing idly by. See this group of bastards who have been famous in the rivers and lakes for a long time. I couldn't help laughing. A cow is not a tiger. This is also clear to Hong Dagwang. This group of bastards is placed in any sect. Will not be weaker than those disciples of the generation who have become a climate. And they Viking schemes. Except for fleeing for fear. I am thinking about Qingming. The voice with a little impatience suddenly came. Have you had enough of arguing? Just now you said that the rivers and lakes are ruthless. Right, then I'll show you now. What is true ruthlessness and beauty? I don't know why. Zhao Meishan's discovery of Octavia. His body was trembling unconsciously. But how is this possible? That hairy boy. It doesn't seem to exude anything special. But the moment he drew his sword,
my whole body seemed to be warning me.
Luojian, we'd better not underestimate that child. Hearing this, the man obviously didn't take it to heart. Reputation and greed had already taken over his brain at the moment. Until he came to the Qingling, he didn't notice anything unusual. You say you're going to show us what true ruthlessness is. It's really arrogant. With a blinding light swinging out, the Luo Jianzhong found out that something was wrong. The young man in front of him only relied on the fragile sword body, easily defused his own slash.
And it seems that this guy is very comfortable.
How is this possible? Under the handover of hand, the more the man hits, the more frightened he becomes. At this point, he no longer dared to be careless. Full of true energy, with the power of the giant sword, he slashed towards Qingming. And yet this scene, but it was not on the young man's immature face, make the slightest ripple. On the contrary, in the next second when his eyes became more and more cold, the Luojian only felt that his gaze was spinning for a while. His head and his great sword-wielding arms. It's already there, hovering in the air. Look at the zero again. It seemed that the scene just happened to him. It's just a normal picture. However, the strength of the great Luo sword, it was clear to those present. It can take his life like crushing an ant. Not to mention how high the martial arts will be. That's just the means. It can no longer be described as a taoist. It's like a killing god. This also made several people completely put away their little giant hearts. Although it is a loss of identity, but they don't want to die here even more. Soon, several people unanimously decided to encircle and suppress the people. Come to think of it, Fong Kai de Luo sword's attack. Qingling didn't even breathe for half a minute. This shows that this kid Huashan is conserving his physical strength. And if this thing gets out the word, it will surely be ridiculed by the world. But self-esteem for these things, it only makes sense when you're alive. Isn't it clearer and clear? This was the first time he had taken a human life since his rebirth. This is a place of malice. Also since his rebirth. Set foot on the battlefield in the truest sense of the word. There are 7 enemies in total, and I had to conserve my strength to the fullest. Get rid of them. It can be seen. They're not stupid donkeys either. Now I'm going to besiege myself. Should it be said or not, the daytime was exciting. You guys' way of survival. You have to be thick-skinned, right? It was clear that he was provoking the other party. But he understood. Even if Qingming feels that he is in the way, there's no way he's going to be watching from the sidelines. After all, there is no uncle in the world who looks at the loss of his life and the reason for not doing anything yourself. Hear this. Yin Zhong, Xiaojie and Lu Yixue also all stood up. This is a bit of a big head. I'm talking about you little kids. The current situation, it's not something that can advance and retreat together with a wave of righteousness. Do you have to cut off your hands and lose your head to wake up? Yes, here. This is the day when he said solemnly. I know they're strong, but if only because of these. We've been hiding behind you. So, Huashan may only live under your wings forever. Watch you overcome the obstacles. Now we may indeed be a drag on you. But if we can fight with you, then one day, we can be your help, too. So even if I die, I won't sit idly by. Hear this. Qingling was silently silenced by this little ghost. He's right. If they want to mature, this kind of battlefield is the best ripening agent. And for the growth of Huashan disciples, even if it's something I can easily solve, it should also be left to them to deal with. I understand that, but what to say? In my heart, I still want to shield them from these dangers. Although I have never had children. But maybe that's what parents want. I'm talking ahead. Even if you're dying, I won't help either. Hear this. Xiaojie seems to be floating. Don't worry, I didn't expect you to help at all. Don't you think too much of yourself? Yubai found out at this time. Everyone was looking at him with pity. Gather the senior brother. We'll have a chance to talk about it alone in the future. Half a day. The corners of Qingming's mouth finally rose uncontrollably.
It's a bit strange right now.
I didn't feel reassured at all. Instead, I feel more stressed.
But it's a cult guy.
Senior brother, let's go. This time you have to leave my enemies to me. Senior brother Qingming. Let's go, junior brother. Let those guys see the power of Huashan.
It's weird.
At that time, Huashan had obviously disappeared. No matter how hard I try. The years that can never be recovered. But now go. We're going to smash the heads of those guys. Just like that, there was a rage during the day. Roar took the lead. Senior brother in charge. Senior brother, did you see it? He is still here in the former Huashan. The little Hanako were still stunned. Give me an insight into these guys. What is the chivalry of our beggars? Soon the crowd was in a group. Hit the giant axe. It's always cool during the day. On strength. He couldn't beat the other in any way. That's when I chose to dodge. While looking for opportunities to fight back. Soon he found a flaw in the other party. It's just obvious. This one doesn't seem to hurt the point. Instead, it made the other party even more angry. And Xiaojie is on the Shandong Express. It also showed an extraordinary speed. It's a pity. His inertia became his biggest flaw. It's just a blink of an eye. He has become the other party's back. With a loud bang. The penetrating power of Shandong Express was all leaked. Xiaojie, calm down. Let's go together. This scene was originally nothing in the hands of the Express. But their cooperation is very tacit. Just look at the appearance and practice martial arts. It is estimated that the cooperation time will be less than 10 years. But the strength they showed. But it's like a companion who has decades of experience in cooperating.
Where the hell did these little kids come from? Hell, when will this sword stop?
His attacks seem to be never-ending. I don't have the slightest room to fight back. When did Huashan become so strong? Soon the hands of the fast sword seem to become a little unstable, and this scene is also keenly perceived in the film. Plus the embarrassed appearance of the other party. He's pretty sure it's going to be a great opportunity. Don't hesitate to see this in the picture. A sword swinge, in exchange for a sneer. You guys are working well together, though.
But you've missed your last chance.
The little kid sees this. Xiaojie had already found out that something was wrong. Shouting brother. Care can be done at the same time. From the amazing piercing power of the Express. Is already walking towards the shadow. However, to their surprise, that force is forced to generate 90 degrees. Throw it to the other side. Take a closer look. That's when they found out. It seems to be another sword aura. Neutralizes his attacks in midair with precision.
Then came the familiar scolding.
I've said it all. Don't take it lightly. You're still careless. Why don't you know how to listen to people's advice and eat enough? It turned out that Qingming was dealing with the remaining few people at the same time. He is still using his sword chi to help them from time to time. Avoid a fatal blow from your opponent. He was beating and scolding at the same time. If you die here. But no one will applaud your sacrifice. You know. I said I'd do it myself.
You're so annoying.
This guy's nagging. It sounds a little different than usual. I always feel that he is happy. Meanwhile, Hong Daguang also rushed up with the beggars to help the disciples. His martial arts are not weak. It is even more desperate to help him deal with the remaining few people. But this scene, in Qingming's view, I really don't think things are getting more troublesome. Just thinking about Hong Daguang, a few people had already rushed forward, and Qingming finally discovered something unusual. In the middle of the crowd in the distance, alone not only did not do anything, even the senses of his whole body.
Bet on yourself. Even if it's a mess right now,
it doesn't seem to have been affected in the slightest. Funny guys, I'm afraid he will be power. And Zhao Mingshan at this time, one thing was clear to him. To get out of here alive, you have to get rid of this monster first. It was also as Qingming expected. The moment he made a move, it's full of true chi. But to Qingming's surprise, although he did block his attackable, but he can't be unloaded by himself. It's like a violent and heavy bag. On wrists, even the internal organs seem to be churning. It's weird. With his internal strength alone, it's simply not enough to explain the weight of his sword. It's a determination to do whatever it takes, and the obsession with staying alive, combined with that all-or-nothing share, made him show his combat power exponentially. At this point, Qingling had no choice but to avoid the edge as much as possible. After all, such combat effectiveness cannot last long. If it can consume his stamina, Qingling was also happy to see it. However, Zhao Meishan is not stupid. He quickly sensed Qingling's intentions. Thereupon, he picked up the tempo of his attack a few points again. This also caused Qingling to no longer have time to dodge. One blow down, the boy endured it firmly. From Zhao Mingshan's heavy strength, with a loud bang, everyone pinched a cold sweat for Qingming. This also completely dispelled Qingming's original thoughts. Indeed, it will be expanded like this. I'm afraid that my physical exertion will be even greater. And Zhao Mingshan at this time knows it well. If you want to win, you can't give the other party a chance to straighten out. Seeing that he succeeded in one blow, he immediately sent his trick. The sword is like a song in his hands, like a rushing river. Fortunately, at this time, Qingming no longer intends to stay. Petals appeared out of thin air beside him. The sword came to a halt as he dodged backwards. And the instant charge is completed. The pruned sword is like a flame against the wind, straight towards Zhao Mingshan's sword skills. Only in a split second, Zhao Mingshan's pace of progress. It was stopped by the plum blossom wrap in the sky. At this time, he was surprised to discover own knife skills. It was being eaten away by the other party at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a New York minute, his whole body was already in tatters. At this point, he lost his combat power. But this is the battlefield. Clearing zero didn't give him a respite. With the plum blossom petals falling in pieces, the blade of the plum blossom stream pierced through him. Look again. Clearing Zero and Plum Blossoms have long been integrated, and Zhao Mingshan used his last breath of strength to look back. Until I hear the affirmation from Qing Zero. Only then did the corners of his mouth slowly raise. I got his approval. This scene, so that almost everyone is unrecognizable. Especially the three demons. We don't have a chance of winning. The thought grew wildly in his mind. If it was originally this kind of treasure hunting, choosing the right camp can be the difference between success and failure. So now he is in the camp. It should be the strongest team other than the Wudong sect. And obviously they went all the way. But until now, the appearance of these guys, it's different. These guys are completely different from everyone else. Trust between them. It's me who was in any sect before. I've never seen anything before. We have no chance of winning this battle. Now I have to escape. Now I see that the Prime Minister is divided into 3 groups. Wu-Tang clans. Pursue the Wudong faction. And then there's it. If only I could escape from here. Then join forces with the people in front of you. That's what comes to mind. Qingling glanced at him from afar. The glint in his eyes seemed to see through it. For a moment, the 3 demons immediately stopped hesitating. Flee for the road. In his opinion, no matter how strong the other party is, it doesn't matter. In this world, after all, it's not the strong who survive. It's the ones who survive who are the strongest. There are more people ahead. In addition, his light skills are outstanding. If he could, he didn't have to wait for his thoughts to fly. Qingling unexpectedly appeared in front of him. You're shameless. With a clang, the 3 demons were already at full strength by the green spirits. Kicked back. Half stupid him they fought with this group of people. It also ended definitively at the cost of 0 casualties. And when cleaning the battlefield, there was a sign in the movie. When you started, I didn't even notice it. It turned out that his whole body was trembling. This is completely different from jousting. The slightest miss can cost you your life. And this strong sense of oppression, it also made him see the wind even heavier. Judgment has also become more sluggish. It turns out that this is actual combat. We're even half as strong as we normally would. I can't play it. Though, we defeated the Shandong Kuaijin forest. If it is passed back to Huashan, it's bound to be a big shock to the door. But also because of the existence of this alien. Let's feel our martial arts. It's a real mess. The 2 side. The day comforted them. Relatively speaking. He also has actual combat experience. This situation, not being able to play to your full strength is the norm. So the 2 don't have to be presumptuous. It's their own strength, demonstrated in real combat. It's your true strength. The 2 of them are humbly taught. Suddenly a ghost behind him during the day. Qingling is high-spirited, simple and straightforward. Grow up, just like me. In the end, except for the 2 who fought with Qingling, everyone else survived. Although, I also want to finish them off with a sword during the day. But now it seems that he is not ready to hurt people's lives. But if I hadn't stepped up at that time, I guess Qingming has already killed them all. Although it is a murderer, people always kill him. But now it's not too bad. For Qingling, if everything comes according to the way he used to be, then he will never be able to jump out of the troubles of the past. What really needs to change? It was him with the whole Huashan. But occasionally rely on their group of imps. It feels good too. Anyway, are you ready? Here, let's go fight those guys in Wudong together. Meanwhile, Wudong's side finally cleared all the medicine stones. Although everyone is embarrassed, but what they care more about is, why did that medicine fairy make such a disgusting monster? Nishison glanced behind him. Only then did it be discovered that Jin Hyun seemed to be injured. Originally, it was inevitable that people in the martial arts would be hurt. But what happened now is too evil. I can't help but be more cautious if I don't choose. Check it out. Only then did the wound of the needle and thread be discovered. All that spilled was black blood. I guess these are corpse poisons. If left alone, I'm afraid the needle and thread will be lost. It's not just this arm. Thinking of this, he jerked down on the wound of the needle. The whole body is full of true qi. In an instant, the internal force of his whole body was enveloped. Follow the meridians at the wound. Forcibly pulled out the poisonous gas in the needle and thread. But this scene made him a little flattered. After all, such a thing that consumes internal strength. It's obviously a critical time to grab the treasure. But he still has to be a second-generation disciple for him. To waste your own energy. Just thinking about it. The corpse poison in the needle and thread has been completely removed. And his wound at this time was also lifted by the elder by the way. The original blood flowed endlessly. In the view of the void, it is important to get the divine weapons and elixirs in the sword shrine. But it can't compare to one of my Wudong disciples' arms. So let's go. I'm old though, but not weakly. This little thing can affect your combat power. As for the disciples who resisted the pursuers behind them, if you can't bring them all down, even if I go back, I'm afraid it will be a waste of time. Case, we need to hurry up. Go and get what you need to go. The only thing that cares me about now is, there was an extremely cold and domineering aura. filled with this road. Although it only appeared for a moment. But if it is a person who exudes such an aura of tyranny, join the pursuit of us. I'm afraid I just thought of it. The fellow behind him had already retreated to the mirror. Many unbearable mockery could be heard in the distance. And a little further back, some people have lost patience. Charging strength, he was about to blast away the Wudong disciples who were blocking the way. And this blow was clearly already murderous. This also forced the elder to stand up to the front alone. And the dispel see this. He hurriedly took his disciples, rushing towards the depths of the tomb. Fierce battles and traps, and the endless darkness that lies ahead and doesn't know what is hidden. If you keep wandering here, even I might have a demon in my heart. Now the only thing that can be called hope is that it's the pharmacist of Fonkai. Even if it's a medicine fairy, I want to refine such a terrifying monster. Nor will it be an easy task. I want to come to this level. It should be the deepest condensation of his malice, the saddest level. Other words, this very sinister wood is coming to an end. And the truth is not as expected. They soon saw the one ahead of them after they came down, brighter than ever. But they took 3 steps and made 2 steps. When you reach the so-called finish line as fast as you can, what I saw was a cliff. Fortunately, Susan's eyes soon found out. There is a protruding space in the middle of the cliff. And there's a small gap there. I think the final mixed Yuan Dan must be there. However, at this time, Susan was even more convulsive. The terrifying aura I had just felt. It's approaching here at an alarming speed. Disciples, climb quickly. You have to climb this cliff. But they just got on the front foot. The pursuers behind him had already arrived. Follow the line of sight of the Wudong disciples. Soon they also discovered the cliff. Of the gaps. It doesn't matter if it's the purpose of the trip or not. They all rushed up. In the Qingling group at this time, although it is approaching rapidly, but Xiaojie seems to be a little exhausted. Qingling was a little angry. It's obvious. He found out that Xiaojie didn't cultivate obediently on weekdays. I was planning to pack them up when I got back. Xiaojie felt a little sad in his heart. In his opinion, there are only guys like Qingling. I don't feel tired. That's it. It's not human. I really want to punch him. However, he couldn't hold back his complaints. I said the last sentence. When you look up, it seems that this is when I realized that something is not quite right. When I watched the drama again, Qingling was already holding his sword. Pressed against his back, he hurried forward. Let Xiaojie apologize. He couldn't even listen to half a word. The guy in front looked like he had stopped. In other words, they have reached the end of the road. And my membership list. Right there. If the Shaoxiang people of Wudong dare to touch my things, you guys try it. That's it. A few people quickly left Hong Daguang far away. And he's going to be out of breath too. I really don't know how the physical strength of that group of people was trained. I saw that the little beggar complained to himself that he couldn't run. He also used violence to get them to hurry. However, in exchange for a kick from the little beggar. I wonder why I didn't use this trick. Soon Qingling and his party also came to the end. Sister Zhao finally didn't have to be held against by the long sword. The strength poured out all at once. When you come to the end, it looks like this last hurdle is actually a great climb. Everyone was stunned at first. Only then did ecstasy emerge. It's so easy, isn't it? It seems that the medicine fairy must have never been to our Huashan. At hell, the days were not wasted. You must know that the broken intestine cliff is 5 times higher than here. We had to climb several times a day. Today's Huashan disciple. Even if it's a cliff with no place to stay, we can also take a nap while crawling. And all that, thanks to that madman's training. Sisters, nephews, we're rushing like that. The people walked on this cliff as if they were on the ground. Soon it overtook many climbers. But it made others more and more anxious. Red-eyed, they don't care about 3, 7, 21. They all put their weapons in their hands, throwing towards the daytime several people, even if Qingming deliberately resists. But there are too many weapons. He alone could not shoot them all down. At that time, Hong Daguang also rushed over with people. He is well aware. I couldn't climb this steep cliff anymore. So he simply had a heartbeat. One by one with the little beggars. Went to intercept this group of people for Qingming. And in this way, Qingming's pressure is also more than half less. They no longer have any scruples. Seeing that the people of Huashan climbed faster than they ran. The void is also extreme. Hurriedly used the Qing Palace to replace Yunzhong, the first to rush to the gap in the cliff. Seeing this, Qingling also scolded secretly. The Western word recipe is superb. He would never allow it. Anyone gets the membership before he does. That's all there is to it. Neither of them will let anyone, almost in midair, to fight. Kung Fu in the blink of an eye. The two of them came to this small gap. However, what caught Qingling's eyes? But it was full of hidden soldiers. Although it seems, the box in the middle, it should be the mixed Yuan Dan or Danfeng. But these are the magic weapons of hundreds of years ago. It seems that all of this tomb has been weathered. Didn't wait for the clear sound to be heard. The bearded umbrella next to him was the first to throw out the question. Your kid is Huashan Shenlong. Snatched the treasure map from Wushan. And then it made it so big that it got to this point. That's what you came up with. At your age. To be able to do that. Extraordinary indeed. I admit it. What you have done has truly exceeded my expectations.
But that's the end of it.
You go. I will not show mercy today. Even if you're only a third-generation disciple. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll cut off your head right away. Hearing this, Xingling laughed very presumptuously. It's scary. You now exude a murderous aura. It's completely different from what you said. You seem to be expecting me to do it. Why are you trying to get rid of me here? The Void was a little surprised. Did you just show a murderous aura? Even I didn't notice it. This kid. If only it were just an ordinary smart teenager. Naturally, I don't think he's a threat. But when he actually appeared in front of my eyes, my mind has changed. This guy is dangerous. And the murderous aura that I just automatically exuded.
Maybe that's what I really think.
I can't think of my years of cultivation. Now it's been defeated by your boy. So, don't force me to do something moral. Get out of here. Hear this. Xingling's eyes showed something strange. In the midst of this kind of scuffle, it doesn't matter who lost their lives. There is no way to hold accountable. From the position of Wudong, it would be the best thing to get rid of here would be me. But this man repeatedly persuaded me to leave. Come to think of it, this is Wudong. The reason why it is still famous all over the world. Wudong is really Wudong.
But even so,
I'm not going to leave either. Toast without eating.
I used to eat too much wine.
To the disadvantages, Elder Wudong and Xingling immediately disappeared in place. The figures of the two kept flashing in the air. Just a few. The two of them had already clashed dozens of times in the space of breath. Seeing this, the left hand is charged. Take advantage of the moment when the two clash again. A palm blasted out, but this domineering power.
Qingming just took it with one hand.
The end of the borrowed army will rush to the void again. However this time, scattered but already exerted. A sword swinged. Qingming reacted immediately. This incomparably sharp sword aura. He had never seen it among the disciples of the Wudong sect. It's amazing. Where is this soft sword? Whose soft sword will cut people to death? Is he going to be serious? Seeing this, Qingming stepped on the void sword Qi instead. This kind of control of true Qi. Not even he could do it himself. So it seems. This kid can't keep it even more. Come to think of this. He simply poured the true Qi and the Dantian into the sword body. A mutation in style of swordsmanship. Seeing Qingming is also a clever. But the two were too close at the moment. He had no choice but to use his entire internal strength to resist this sword. Suddenly, the wind blew in the entire gap. Qingling's internal cultivation is no matter how strong he is now. It is impossible to surpass the depth of Elder Wudong. This also caused him to nearly faint in order to withstand the blow. But fortunately, the Zhong clan blocked the sword Qi. If it weren't for the exaggerated traces of battle at this moment, Susan is really suspicious. I didn't converge just now. It seems that you didn't cheat by defeating Wu Zhenji. Who the hell are you, kid? Seeing that Susan did not intend to pursue, Qingming immediately kicked away the long sword and jumped back. Seeing this, Susan did not stop it. Instead, he spoke again. Although I Wudong forbade accepting disciples from other sects. But if you want, I can accept you as a Wudong disciple at any cost. With your talent, it is not difficult to recultivate the martial arts of Wudong. I can make you one of Wudong. Substitute disciples. It even makes you the head of the Queen of Wu. Hearing this, the elf was stunned at first. That's when I came to my senses.
Are you crazy?
Why did you come up with the idea of other sects? Okay, don't talk about it. The void is very incomprehensible. Wudong and Huashan. With the ingenuity of his green spirit, you won't know which of the two is better or worse. But in exchange, Xingling answered very seriously. I'm a man. I'm not interested in being an apprentice to someone weaker than me. And you're there. Remember what Wudong is. As long as there is my green spirit, it will definitely make Huashan the first in the world. And the disciples of Huashan at this time. Now I have run out of energy. Especially Xiaojia and Ingzhou. It's just daytime. At this time, I was even more worried that Qingming was alone with Shangwu as an elder. No matter how monster he is, you'll have to check it out. Anyway, there is a response. But it's clear. His worries were a bit unnecessary. Qingming, this will continue to hide the soldiers who have long been weathered. Shoot towards Susan. Although these weapons are now as brittle as cicada wings, it's not going to do much anymore. But because of this, Susan has a little carelessness. The momentary damage made him can't help but look back. A sharp sword that popped out of nowhere. What the hell is it? However, when he saw the plum blossom on the hilt of the sword, my heart immediately chuckled. Bad findings. In the next second, Qingming had already kicked in front of him. A solid blow blows. He kicked him out of the gap. Fortunately, the mustache is not vegetarian either. In midair, he adjusted his body. Soon it was back in the crack again. He looked at the patches of ice on the ground. Medicine fairy, is this the result you want to see? People were blindfolded by treasures, then fall into the trap, kill each other along the way, until the depths of the earth are exhausted. See, but it is a weapon that has rusted and broken all over the ground. Are you trying to tease us who come after us? The medicine fairy is really not a good person. But what I ask for is different from theirs. I don't care about the gods. And Qingming also walked slowly to the box at this time. Void then understood. It seems that you are asking for the same things as I do. Hearing this, Qingming shook his hand and shook it commonly. Said a very strange thing. These things you want. Just take it. At this point, the two of them are charging again. At this time, Qingming no longer has any sense of fun. A little plum blossom appeared beside him. This scene is equally shocking to watch. He had already heard of Huashan's plum blossom swordsmanship. Qingming has 7 swords in his hand. It's even more dazzling. The plum blossom sword that followed. It gushes out like a waterfall. Suddenly, the entire gap was already flooded with plum blossoms. However, the sound of metal clashing was heard. Plum suddenly realized that something was wrong. The barrier formed by the Tai Chi sword. It had already appeared in front of the void. And the words that slowly came out of his mouth. It also makes the whole gap clearly audible. The original E in the root. The root is the source of all things. Point too early to have nothing. Nothing, nameless. Everything in the world is divided into yin and yang. Yin and yang are for Tai Chi. Tai Chi will meet these 5 first-class superior martial arts. With previously undocumented. The poor imitation of the fur is different. The Tai Chi carved under this man's sword. It is very much in tune with his word. Soft and powerful. And in the eyes of Susan, this kid can make plum blossoms bloom at this age. If you let it grow, maybe Huashan will endanger Wudong's status in the future. Since it can't be enveloped, then he must be eliminated. And Qingling has to deal with this kind of martial arts. It wasn't easy for him either. But the good news is that no one will see it now. And now I should be able to do it. Making Wudong overcome rigidity with softness. For my Huashan martial arts, it can be a natural enemy. But that's about it. Even water can extinguish fires. But in the face of monstrous fire, the same will evaporate invisible. All things that are mutually reinforcing will be defeated by greater forces. This is the way of all things. Plum blossoms only flutter in the air. But there is also the way of the world. It is no longer possible for the Shime sword to defeat such a martial art. Then come on martial arts.